Test, test, test. 2, 2, 2. 2, 2. If you can hear me down there, please put your hands up. Hello. Who can hear me? Test, test, test. Thank you. Test 2, 2, 2. Hand up, please. Hand up, please. Yep, yep. Very good. Okay, 2, 2, 2. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very pleasant, sunny, flat, calm welcome back to Lake Bagsværd here for the third day of racing at this World Masters Regatta here in Copenhagen. Racing gets off in about 5 minutes time. The first race of the day will be off in about 5 minutes, and we'll be taking you through a full program that starts with men's quads. So what a great start to the day. Quick races right from the very beginning. It'll then be bang, bang, bang all the way through again until the last race of the day, which is just after 5 o'clock here. And we hope also to be back with a full offering of live streaming. So thank you for turning up early this morning. There's already breakfast on the restaurant terrace down at the boathouse. Other opportunities for refreshments. And we look forward to a wonderful rowing in these great conditions. Well done, the organising committee.
Ja, godmorgen alle sammen, og det er jo med stor glæde i stemmen, at vi byder velkommen til den her tredje dag af disse World Masters Regatta her på Bagsværd Sø, som for tredje dag i træk fra morgenstunden viser sig fra sin fuldstændig perfekte side. Hvor er det glædeligt, at vi har fået sådan et dejligt vejr. Det er glædeligt for tilskuerne, men det er først og fremmest glædeligt for de aktive. Vi har det første løb, der skal til at starte om cirka 5 minutter, og vi kan se, at der er en hel del hold, både foran starten og bag ved starten, så de er ved at gøre klar dernede. Det er mændenes dobbeltfire, hvor vi har 6 heat, vi skal have sendt afsted. Vi minder igen om, at der her ved den store restaurant med terrassen nede ved bag ved målet er mulighed for at få morgenmad, men også kaffe og te og andre ting, man eventuelt skulle have lyst til. Endnu en gang hjertelig velkommen. Vi glæder os til en spændende dag her på den underskønne Bagsværd Sø.
So, guten Morgen, meine Damen und Herren, und herzlich willkommen zurück zum Bagsværdsee hier für den dritten Tag der diesjährigen Masters-Weltmeisterschaft in Kopenhagen. Das erste Rennen in etwas weniger inzwischen als 5 Minuten. Das ist das erste von mehreren Rennen im Männer-Doppelvierer. Und dann gibt es nach wie vor dann alle 3-4 Minuten den ganzen Tag bis 17 Uhr. Wo gibt es das eigentlich sonst noch weltweit, außer bei den Masters? 4 Tage von Rennen alle 4 Minuten. Sensationell. Und sensationelle Bedingungen weiterhin. Da hat das Organisationskomitee bei Petrus nicht gespart. Flaches Wasser, wirklich spiegelglatt im Moment. Und dann auch noch Sonnenschein. Die Sonne ging uns gestern zwischenzeitlich mal weg, kam dann aber am Nachmittag. Jetzt ist sie schon da. Fantastischer Blick hier auch vom ehemaligen Zielturm auf die ganze Strecke. Da ist auch die Restaurantterrasse bereits in Betrieb. Also wenn Sie Hunger oder Durst verspüren, kommen Sie mal da vorbei. Oder eben unten im Bootshaus des Ruderclubs hier am Bagsværd. The first race of the day has started, absolutely bang on time. Well done, the starting team. Kiev for Ukraine in lane 1, Neste for Finland in 2, Havel Brandenburg for Germany in 3, a Swedish lineup in 4, France are in 5, Germany 3 clubs there together in lane 6. A Great Britain double club composite, they're out in 7, and Soro Row Club of Denmark in front of their home crowd. If you want to listen to us and you're not actually going to be around at the course all the day, or you don't want to hang around next to one of the loudspeakers, FM 88.3. 88,3. That's the people to listen to. 88.3. We're on the radio, believe it or not, all day. And there are start lists and results available on the website, WRMR. WRMR.dk, or you can also get in via the .com link via the World Rowing site. Here comes the first race of the day.
Og så er vi i gang med dagens første race, som faktisk blev startet i hvert fald 30 sekunder før jeg havde regnet med det, men det er jo lige meget. Alle var klar, og de har nu passeret de første 500 meter, og vi kan se, det er det ukrainske hold fra Kiev på bane 1, som i øjeblikket ligger godt til. De fører sammen med holdet på bane 3. Det er den tyske kombination. Holdet på bane 4, det er svenskerne. Og så ser det også ud, at bane 7 er rimelig godt med. Og Sorø ligger og kæmper over ved skoven. Og så vil vi godt minde om, at hvis man har interesse i at høre det, så er vi faktisk i radioen på FM 88,3 MHz. Så der kan man altså høre transmissionen herop fra speakertårnet.
Well, the first race of the day now into the last little stretch, and it's the crew in lane 6 that's really been setting all the pace so far. That's a German combination, Schulz, Lübert, Schulz again, and Riemann, rather than Riemann, in the stroke seat. They're really winding it up to try and increase their lead over Kiev, who had got off to a very good start for the Ukraine. And as they come to the line, it looks as if this lineup from the German clubs SREKRC and ARVH is going to pick up the very first medal of today's racing here on Saturday in Copenhagen. Congratulations to them.
Det blev den tyske kombination på bane 6, der vandt, og så var der rimelig hård kamp om andenpladsen. Jeg tror dog, det var Kiev Rowing Club fra Ukraine, der blev nummer 2. Og så skal vi i gang med det tredje løb, det andet heat i mændenes dobbelt-4. Der har vi Sandefjord Roklub på bane 1, vi har en tysk kombination på bane 2, så har vi vores argentinske venner fra klub Regatta Rosario på bane 3, Ruderklub Lindau fra Tyskland på bane 4, en irsk kombination på bane 5, en russisk kombination på bane 6, en dansk kombination, der består af Danske Studenters Roklub, Hellerup Roklub og Bagsværd Roklub på bane 7. Og så har vi en tysk kombination på bane 8, og starten er gået.
Next race now underway, and again, a Danish representation here, not least, of course, from Bagsværd Rowing Club itself, in the combination that's out on lane 7. Lane 1 we have Norway, 2 is Germany, 3 Argentina, and in lane 4, Ruderklub Lindau. Now, I asked the question the other day in the daily commentators quiz, what is Germany's southernmost club? Lindau is Germany's second most southerly club, so that wasn't the answer, I'm afraid. Ireland in lane 5, Russia in 6, Denmark, that composite in lane 7. And over on the far side, another German lineup.
Vi nærmer os de første 500 meter, og det ser ud til, at den danske kombination over på bane 7 i øjeblikket ligger og kæmper om førstepladsen med bane 6, som er den russiske kombination, og også bane 3 og 4 er godt med.
So moving into the second half of the course now, it looks as if the Danes over in lane 7 enjoying the home waters, at least for the one of the members of that crew. moving swiftly along there towards the finishing line. Very good racing there by that Danish lineup from the Danske Studenters Roklub and their colleagues from Bagsværd and elsewhere. They're being challenged though by the crews on both their sides, bow side and stroke side, both from the Russian composite in lane 6 and the Germans out in lane 8. Meanwhile, we have the very first medal ceremony of today's proceedings just about to come up. Ganz herzlichen Glückwunsch an die deutsche Kombination da aus Thomas Schulz, Kiel Lübert, Ingmar Schulz and Carsten Riemann. Glückwunsch zu den Medaillen.
Og så er vi inde på opløbsstrækningen her i det andet heat. Og det er jo en dejlig dag, en dejlig måde at starte dagen på, fordi det bliver faktisk dansk sejr. Det er kombinationen over på bane 7, som i flot stil ror førstepladsen hjem. Det var da dejligt med danske medaljer allerede i det andet løb.
Well, second race of the day and already the first medal for Denmark. Wonderful. So I hope the breeze picks up the flag just a little bit for a moment or two when they come round for their medal ceremony. A good win there for Michael Ludvigsen, Jakob Jespersen, Michael Blomstrand and Ian Baden, the winners there from that 3-club composite. The next race, though, is also already on the water, and it looks there as if we've got a full house. I hope very much. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Have we got? What's happened to the 8th crew? We'll find them when they get a little bit closer to us. So, getting out on the medals pontoon, all proved that they are who they claim to be. And medals for that German lineup there of Michael Ludvigsen, beg its pardon, rubbish, Thomas Schulz, Kiel Lübert, Ingmar Schulz und Carsten Riemann.
Et meget, meget glad og stolt og tilfreds tysk mandskab modtager her dagens første medaljer efter deres flotte sejr i dagens første heat. Og vi har nu andet heat, der nærmer sig de første 500 meter. Så vidt vi kan se, så er der kun 7 hold. Men i hvert fald ser det ud som om, at det er bane 2 og 5, der ligger bedst til lige pt. Og mens vi så ser det tredje heat på vej ned mod målstregen, så skal vi have sejrsceremonien i dagens andet heat, og det var jo kombinationen Danske Studenters Roklub, Heller Roklub og Bagsværd Roklub, der vandt i flot stil. Tillykke til Michael Ludvigsen, Jakob Jespersen, Michael Blomstrand og Ian Baden.
So the next race now into the second half there, and all the pace has been really set all the way down the course by lanes 8 and 5. Crew in lane 8, that's a Swedish combination, and in lane 5 it's the Ratzeburger Ruderklub, including the original Thomas Lange. There's a couple of people called Thomas Lange competing here, but this is the more famous of the various options on offer. Thomas Lange together with his clubmates from Ratzeburg. A cracking pace alongside the Swedes. The race is really going to be down to those two crews at the line. Meanwhile, the first Danish medals of the day. Delighted to see that getting out at the pontoon there to pick up that win. Not least, of course, a medal for Bagsværd itself, the rowing club on this delightful course. Coming to the finishing line now, and looks as it's going to be fairly close at the line. Ratzeburg and the Swedish combination have really been battling it out stroke for stroke all the way down the line. I think Ratzeburg's going to get there in the event about half a length up it was at the line. So a win there for Lange, Buro, Schanze und Lenigt.
Ja, og så har vi sørme allerede dagens næste løb. Fjerde heat i mændenes dobbelt 4. Og det er et fransk hold på bane 1. Stockholm Rutforening på bane 2. Tysk kombination på bane 3. Det er Hope fra Holland bane 4. Tysk kombination på bane 5. Bestum Kielen Roklub fra Norge på bane 6. Osnabrücker Ruderverein fra Tyskland på bane 7. Og så har vi Hvidovre Roklub ude på bane nummer 8. Og vi har allerede nu roet de første 250 meter.
So in this next race, again a heat of the men's C age category, quad 4s, so largely the 1970s represented on the course. The leaders in lanes 3 and 5, that's a German composite in lane 3 and in lane 5 from two different sets of clubs there. They've already found a clear water advantage over the rest of the field, which includes France in 1, Sweden in lane 2, the Netherlands in 4, Norway in 6, a third German lineup, but a purely club crew out in 7. And from Denmark, the other contenders for the medals here, they're over in lane 8. But it looks at the moment to me as if it's lane 5 that's just got a little bit more squeeze together with lane 3. The race, I think, is going to come down to those two. The Danes are hanging on gallantly, though, out on the far side in lane 8.
Ja, Hvidovre Roklub over skoven kæmper godt for sagen, men lige i øjeblikket ser det altså ud til at blive et opgør mellem de to tyske hold på bane 3 og bane 5. Der er nok en lille fordel til holdet på bane 3, her hvor vi kommer ind på de sidste 75 meter af løbet.
Medals meanwhile down on the pontoon for Thomas Lange, Jens Burro, Christian Schanze, Jörg Lenigt. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, die vier Herren am Siegerponton. Steering difficulties in lane 1 have cost them a lot of ground, but I don't think it would have made all that much difference. A cracking race to the line. It's going to be about a length's advantage in at the end of that race for the crew in lane 3. That's a German composite from 3 different clubs there. Chavez Torres, Christ, Mertens and Klatt.
Så har vi fået det 5. heat i gang her i dag på Bagsværd Sø. Der er jo kun 3 minutter mellem hver løb, så det er med at holde tungen lige i munden. Og der har vi et svensk hold fra Stockholm på bane 1, et tysk hold fra Ruderklub Oberhavel Henningsdorf på bane 2, Ardingly Rowing Club fra Storbritannien på bane 3, Smark fra Finland på bane 4, Sorø Roklub på bane 5, en tysk kombination på bane 6, en fransk kombination på bane 7 og en polsk kombination på bane nummer 8. 250 meter roet.
Bonjour mesdames et messieurs, nous avons encore une fois, pour la deuxième fois aujourd'hui déjà, un bateau francophone, si vous voulez, sur la course la France, une combinaison sur le couloir numéro 7 avec Bernard Padalou, Philippe Brédé, David Cornet et David Liot. Pour moi aussi un bon moment peut-être de vous dire le bonjour et bienvenue, re-bienvenue ici sur le lac de Bagsværd pour la 3e journée de compétition. Pensez s'il vous plaît aussi aux règles de trafic pour votre sécurité et pour la sécurité des autres. Ladies and gentlemen, as this race approaches us, a little reminder, please, to keep very carefully to the traffic rules. They're in the boating area in Russian, English, German, Danish, pretty well anything you could want. We do need to help the umpires and the marshals do their difficult task. There's not many of them, but it does require every crew, of course, to keep their eyes and ears open, particularly when passing lane 1 in the cool-down area. That's a tricky zone there. Tricky part of this race now for the crews in particular in lanes 2 and 5, who have done a lot of the pace setting down the course too. That's a Oberhavel Henningsdorf from Germany. And in lane 5, well, the chance of a second Danish medal here together for Sorø Roklub. That's the leading duo as they come to the line. Some good speed out there in lane 8 from the Polish combination as well into the last 100 meters or so, while the medalists from the previous race get out at the landing stage from KRG, VSV and RTHC, i.e. Leverkusen. Chavez Torres, Christ, Mertens and Klatt. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, euch 4.
Og så har vi et meget tæt opløb her i herrenes dobbeltfire. Det bliver til, det er lige før jeg tror, det bliver til målfoto her mellem det polske hold og Sorø. Måske var der en lille fordel til polakkerne over på bane 8, som kom med en meget flot slutspurt. Men lad os høre, hvad dommerne siger.
Very close run in there, but it was the Polish crew out in lane 8, to at least from our perspective, just squeezed out in front from Poznan and Warsaw. Szewinski, Stefanowski, Bednarek and Szczepaniak winning that 5th heat in this big draw for the men's quads. We have the last of the 6 heats now on the course behind them.
Og så er starten gået til det 6. og sidste dobbelt-4-løb for herrerne her. Der er 7 deltagere. Vi har Tiber Rowing på bane 1, de er fra Italien. En tysk kombination på bane 2, en international kombination på bane 3. Halifax Rowing Club fra Canada. Kungälv fra Sverige på bane 5. En tysk kombination på bane 6. Og så har vi et dansk hold på bane 7, en kombination af Danske Studenters Roklub og Bagsværd Roklub. Og vi har roet en 300 meter, og det ser ud som om det er bane 4 og bane 7, det vil sige det kanadiske hold og det danske hold, der i øjeblikket ligger bedst til.
Well, at the halfway stage, it was the two leaders were in lanes 3 and 5 in this quad race. Lane 3, that's an international lineup, and in lane 6, it's a multi-club German composite. Those are the two that have really been setting the pace all the way down the course, and it looks at the moment as if it's lane 3 that's just found a little bit more run on the boat in this second half. Their colleagues in lane 2 behind them having some steering problems, as are the crew in lane 1, veering towards each other. 3, another reason to turn on the gas and get away from any possible collision danger there. Really winding it up here, this crew of Enrique Baixinho, Agustin Garay, Andres Fernandez Madero and Ferrari Oma Teodoro. Wonderful name there, and has already picked up some medals. Talking of which, we have the winners from the previous race down on the medal pontoon at the moment, and that's the lineup from Poznan and Warsaw. Slavomir Szewinski, Dario Stefanowski, Gerard Bednarek and Pavel Szczepaniak. Excuse my Polish pronunciation. Here we go to the line. That was indeed a win for lane 3. Trasmaran, SCC and CNRP, the winners there in that 6th and last heat of the men's quads.
Og så skal vi i gang med dagens næste løb, som er 2 uden styrmand for kvinder. Der har vi på bane 1 en hollandsk kombination, på bane 2 en svensk kombination. Og så har vi Sandy Bay Rowing Club helt fra Australien på bane 3. Lear Rowing Club fra Storbritannien på bane 4. Tysk kombination på bane 5. Daventria fra Holland på bane 6. Og Strathclyde Park på bane 7. Og de er fra Storbritannien, og starten er netop gået.
Well, there's a Portuguese flag being waved on the medals pontoon, and no wonder, because Portuguese medal, not least to Enrique Baixinho, the little man at the bottom, I think, is how Baixinho would translate roughly into English. Agustin Garay, Andres Fernandez Madero, and Ferrari Oma Teodoro, the winners of the medals there, and a fan with a Portuguese flag there as well. Parabéns, parabéns, e muito obrigado. Parabéns por sucesso.
Ja, og så fik vi også Portugal på tavlen, og i mellemtiden så er vi halvvejs i damernes 2 uden styrmand, og det er i øjeblikket Lear Rowing Club på bane 4, der ligger og slås med deres landsmænd på bane 7 for Strathclyde Park om førstepladsen. Bane 2 ser også ud til at være okay med vores svenske venner, men der er også lidt styringsproblemer der. De ligger og roer lidt den ene vej og så lidt den anden vej. 250 meter igen.
Well, enough of watching men. Here come the first women of the day. And it's really two pairs in this race that have managed to break away from the rest of the pack. Over on the far shore, we have Strathclyde Park from Scotland. They've been setting the pace most of the way down the course, and the only crew that's really managed to go very much with them is in lane 4, the crew from Lee Rowing Club, rather further south in the United Kingdom, just outside London. Winding it up here, it's going to be a battle to the line between those two, but I think that Ali Ord and Gillian Connell have probably done most of the work it requires so far. This field really being torn apart, this first heat of the women's pairs. A big gap from first to last as they come into the closing stages, and again one or two little steering challenges, notably in lane 1.
Ja, og så har vi opløbet, og det blev Strathclyde Park over på yderbanen, der vandt foran Lee Rowing Club, som også fik lidt styringsproblemer til sidst. Det skal man passe på med. Det koster virkelig mange kræfter at rette op igen. Men altså, britisk sejr over på bane 7.
So a win there for the ladies from Strathclyde Park. It's also a host of many an international event. The 1996 World Championships were there in that Olympic year for all the non-Olympic events, and they've had a number of international events since then as well. We now have the second heat of these women's pairs on the course. It looks as if whoever wanted to row in lane 6, i.e. Wallingford, hasn't turned up on the start, and we do though have Daventria from the Netherlands in lane 1, Slavia Prague there in 2, Runcorn Rowing Club in 3, then some good speed in lane 4 from Winnipeg of Canada. Lane 5, that's the Swiss combination, the Basler Ruder Club and their friends from Küsnacht, and then out on the far side the Airport Rowing Club, Tegel of Berlin.
Så er det lige før vi har roet de første 500 meter i dagens andet heat i dametoget uden styrmand. Der skulle have været 7 deltagere, men bane 6 Wallingford er ikke mødt op, så vidt vi kan se. Men det er et hollandsk hold på bane 1, Tjekkiet på bane 2, Storbritannien på bane 3, kanadisk hold på bane 4, schweizisk hold på bane 5 og et tysk hold over ved skoven. Og lige pt. Så ser det ud som om det er det kanadiske hold fra Winnipeg Rowing Club, der ligger og fører her, hvor vi er inde på de sidste 400 meter.
Coming to the medals pontoon now for Strathclyde Park. We have some familiar figures because they've already picked up a number of medals here in Copenhagen. Ali Ord in the bow seat and Gillian Connell, the successful stroke woman there. And as we move now into the last 250 meters or so of this next race, the pace really being set in lane 4 by Frederica von Iverden and Andrea Lefort of Winnipeg Rowing Club from Canada. It's a long way to come from Canada to Copenhagen, but looks as if it's been well worth getting up early this morning for them. The only serious challengers really are over on their bow side in the lane next to them. That's the Swiss combination, and a good show from lane 2 as well. The crew in the lane 2, that's Slavia Prague. They had a very quick start, but they haven't really been able to build on that, and it looks as if Winnipeg are going to be coming to the line in with a fairly comfortable lead.
Ja, så er vi inde på opløbet, og det er stadig de dygtige kanadiske damer fra Winnipeg Rowing Club, der ligger og fører løbet her. Og så er der sådan en rimelig hård kamp om andenpladsen mellem på bane 2 det tjekkiske hold, og på bane 5 det schweiziske hold. Men altså, det bliver kanadiske medaljer i det her andet og sidste heat i damernes toer uden styrmand. Og selv Winnipeg Rowing Club har styringsproblemer her lige før målstregen. Men de får rettet op og vinder dette andet heat.
Behind them, the next race has started, and we get quite a lot older and quite a lot bigger women's F8s Saugatuck in lane 1 for the United States. Marlow Rowing Club, they're in 2. Avalon Rowing Club of the United States, together with an international lineup. Those are the 2 center lanes, and then on the outside, 2 international lineups, a more Australian one over in lane 5, and then a British and Dutch combo primarily in lane 6. Those are the 6/8s that are now bearing down on us, but first of all, just a confirmation of the win for Winnipeg Rowing Club in that second heat of the women's pairs.
Ja, og så går vi lidt op i bådstørrelse. Vi går fra dame 2 til dame 8, hvor vi har 5 deltagende hold, og løbet er allerede startet. Der er faktisk roet snart 500 meter. Vi har et amerikansk hold på bane 1, et hold fra Storbritannien fra Marlow Rowing Club på bane 2, endnu et amerikansk hold på bane 3, internationale hold på de 3 sidste baner, altså internationale hold på bane 4, 5 og 6. Og i øjeblikket ser det ud som om, at det er det engelske hold på bane 2 for Marlow Rowing Club, der ligger og kæmper om førstepladsen med det internationale hold over på bane 5.
Well, a close race in the 8s here. There's 5 of the 6 more or less in with medal chances. It's only lane 3, Avalon, that slipped back a little off the pack. Lane 2 cracking along there, Marlow Rowing Club. They've had plenty of opportunity, of course, to row together, whereas the international composites tend to be of fairly recent vintage. Over there, though, in lane 6, that multi-club British and Dutch lineup. Good speed there in lane 6. They're trying to squeeze away from their international rivals from Australia and friends in lane 5. It looks at the moment as if that's going to be between lanes 2 and 6 for the medals here. Speaking of which, we have our next medalist now coming to the landing stage. We're back with them in a moment as the 8s come down. Oh, some problems in lane 6. Suddenly there was a moment of hesitation there. Lane 5 hasn't really been able to benefit from that though, and as they come to the line, it's still just lane 6 who seem to have kept their nose in front after that wobble. They're about almost a length up on the end of the boat next to them, lane 5. So a win there for lane 6, Parry, Rayner, Toes, Bolt, Merite Bolt, yet another medal, unbelievable. Helen Bloor, Pauline Bird, Ice Van Dam, Hilary Cook and Laura Campbell. So another Danish medal. That one goes to Merite Bolt. Congratulations.
Og så skal vi have præmieoverrækkelse i det andet heat i dame 2 uden. Og det er det kanadiske hold, vi har nede på præmiebroen for at modtage deres medaljer. We have the medal presentation in the second heat of the women's pair. Winnipeg Rowing Club from Canada, Frederikke von Eyden and Andrea Leaford. Congratulations.
The next race is now on the course and well down it. This is the first heat of the men's F Coxed 4, so there should be no steering problems on this occasion. Great Britain there in lane 1, no crew in lane 2, Norway deciding to carry on with breakfast. Pirna for Germany in lane 3, 2 international crews in the centre lanes, one from Moscow and its friends abroad. Corinthians of Brazil, they've put together an international lineup in 5. Great Britain have a composite in 6, and there's another international crew built around Berlin and Vienna, primarily over in lane 7.
Dagens næste løb er 4 med styrmand for herrer. Bane 1 et britisk hold. Bane 2 Norge er ikke mødt til start. Bane 3 Tyskland. 2 internationale hold på bane 4 og 5. Storbritannien på bane 6 og en international kombination på bane 7. Og her hvor vi mangler cirka 250 meter, hvor der faktisk er lidt steering problemer. There is some steering problems in lane 4, Paul. although they have a Cox on board. But, well, we can't blame the weather this time for the steering problems. Det er faktisk bane 5. It's actually lane 5, the international combination in the lead as we speak.
Well, 11 hours away by air. Plenty of excitement in Brazil for the Paralympic Regatta, which got off to a cracking start yesterday. Here comes a cracking performance by the men from a little further south than Rio. From Sao Paulo, the Corinthians, a well-known football club who have a rowing section here, and they've had a good row in lane 5, being pushed hardest by the British Composite over on their bow side. That's the leading duo as they come down to the line. And the Cox in lane 3, well, 4. He was in 4, he's now in 3, but anyway, I just hope there's going to be no accident there. Going to be very close at the line, but in the Brazilian lineup, just a few seats up there on the British Composite to take another Lusophone medal after we saw the Portuguese pick one up a little earlier on. Please keep an eye out in the cool-down zone, particularly the 8s just crossing lane 1 and without bumping each other. This isn't Oxford and Cambridge, no need to bump the crew in front. Do be careful there, please. An 8 we have on the medals pontoon, and rightly so, because Jackie Parry, Pauline Rayner, yet another one, Gabriela Tosa, Merite Bolt, who needs a new cupboard just for her Copenhagen medals this year, Helen Blore, Pauline Bird, Ice Van Dam, Hilary Cook, and the Cox, Laura Campbell. Congratulations to you on that medal in the F category, women's 8s.
Ja, og der var vi desværre ved at have lidt drama igen her. Vi kan altså ikke understrege mange gange nok, at sikkerheden er altså den overhovedet allerstørste prioritet her ved den her regatta. Vær meget opmærksomme, når I ror væk fra banen, og kom væk fra banen så hurtigt som muligt. Dagens næste løb er undervejs. Der har vi 6 deltagere. Vi skulle have haft 7, men vi har 6 deltagere. Bane 1 Frankrig. En international kombination på bane 2. En australsk kombination på bane 3. Quintin Boat Club fra Storbritannien på bane 4. Litauen på bane 6 og et internationalt hold på bane 7. Vi nærmer os de første 500 meter. Og det ser ud som om det PT er det britiske hold på bane 4, der har lagt sig i spidsen.
So, jetzt nochmal auf Deutsch die Erinnerung, die wir in anderen Sprachenbereichen ausgesprochen haben, zum Thema Sicherheit. Bitte, meine Damen und Herren, vor allen Dingen die Steuerleute, sei es die nur steuern oder die mit dem Fuß steuern und auch noch rudern müssen, bitte immer die Verkehrsregeln einhalten. Die stehen unter anderem auch auf Deutsch angeschrieben, da im Pontonbereich, wenn Sie aufs Wasser gehen, da stehen die Regeln ganz klar. Und vor allen Dingen nach dem Rennen, wenn Sie dann die Strecke überqueren, Sie fahren ja direkt vor der Bahn 1 und da kam es bereits gestern zu einigen Beinahe-Kollisionen. Die sind zum Glück bei Beinahe-Kollisionen geblieben. Aber bitte die Ohren und die Augen auf, Blick über die Schulter, nicht extra Gas geben, wenn eine Mannschaft kommt. And the crew that's now entering lane 1, please, the Cox crew, could you get out of lane 1? There is a race coming down towards you. Da wird genau vorgeführt. Quod erat demonstrandum. Genau das, was ich meinte. Sollte ja eben nicht passieren, aber wunderschön, wenn eines vorführt, während ich rede.
Ja, og så har vi faktisk det, jeg vil beskrive som et ret tæt opløb. Bane 1 her i dagens andet hit. Det franske mandskab er kommet rigtig godt efter det, og det er bane 2 også, men det er stadig det engelske hold over på bane 4, der fører, og helt over ved skoven, der har vi en international kombination, som også hænger godt på.
Well, the second heat of the men's fours coming down now into the closing stages. Quintin Boat Club in lane 4. Jones, Aquilina, Peel and Hislop have had a very good row there, coxed by young Miss Adams. And if they can hang on to that, but they need to look right across to their bow side, because the international lineup over in lane 7 has had a much better second half than it had a first half. They've really turned it on now here, and as they come to the line, it's going to be fairly close. It looks though as if lane 7 has got that little extra turn of speed at the finishing line. It's going to be close. There's only about a canvas or less in it. Ooh, very close. It looked to me as if in the event Quintin Boat Club just got there in front, but that's a call for the umpires and not for the speakers. Great race in there, very close indeed. Medals down on the pontoon here. Parabéns, amigos do Brasil. Corinthians Paulista, Massimo Rodrigo, Marco Martins, Gilberto de Matos, Dorival Torres, and the Cox, Petra Inga. Parabéns, Brasil.
Og mens det brasilianske hold får deres velfortjente medaljer, så er vi i gang med dagens tredje heat. 6 deltagere, og det er i øjeblikket en kamp mellem det russiske hold fra Dynamo Tatarstan Kamaz på bane 1, og det amerikanske hold, vores gamle venner fra Occoquan International, og så helt over ved skoven et britisk hold. Det er de 3 hold, der i øjeblikket ligger og slås om førstepladsen med en lille fordel til det russiske hold på bane 1.
Well, this next race has really turned into 2 races, 2 sets of 3 boats, pretty well abreast in each particular case. Lane 1, Dynamo Tatarstan from Russia, up against Occoquan International in the red in the centre lane, and then over on the far side, the British Composite. That's the leading trio. The rest pretty well level behind them, but several lengths down on the leaders. And again here, ladies and gentlemen, please, the Coxes, keep an eye out, please, when you're in the cool-down zone. There is a race coming down towards you, and do keep a watch out there, particularly if you're heading towards lane 1. And rapidly approaching the finishing line now, the crew over on the far side, the international, the Great Britain Composite, I beg its pardon, and Occoquan. That's the chase to the line. Who's got just a little bit more left in the batteries for that last little push? It looks as if Occoquan's managed to wind it up just coming to the line. There's going to be about a canvas, about a deck in it, perhaps almost half a length as they came in that late last push. Great attacking finish there from Let's do be careful, please. Look out behind you and in front of you, Coxes. In front of you, Coxes, yeah. We do really want to avoid collisions. And to your side, there's crews all around you. And you really have to keep your eyes and ears open. And we really want to avoid accidents and collisions today. Care, please. Do support the work of the umpire there. It's a difficult task. Lots and lots of crews. 8 crews sometimes in these races to marshal. Needs all your help doing so.
Ja, desværre en lille bitte smule drama nede ved målstregen. Vi kan altså ikke understrege sikkerhed, sikkerhed, sikkerhed. Men det skyldes jo også, at vi har løb med 3 minutters mellemrum, og de her herrefire, de roer altså rigtig, rigtig, rigtig stærkt. Og nu kan vi alle sammen tage en lidt dyb indånding, for nu går det ikke helt så stærkt mere. Vi er nemlig i gang med dagens næste løb, og det er et singleskolderløb for damer. Og det går jo med al respekt heldigvis ikke helt så stærkt som herrefirerne. Dagens første heat, der har vi 6 deltagere. Det er en amerikansk dame på bane 1, en tysk dame på bane 2, endnu en amerikaner på bane 3, så er det Polen på bane 4, Frankrig på bane 5 og en russisk kvinde på bane 6. Vi nærmer os de første 500 meter, og det er bane 4, den polske dame, der i øjeblikket ligger og fører det her løb.
Medals now on the pontoon for Quintin Boat Club from Great Britain. Hugh Jones, the bowman. Steve Aquilina, Jeff Peel, the engine room. Ian Hislop setting the pace at stroke. And Jane Adams, the actually really crucial member of that coxed 4. moving from coxed fours to rather smaller and older women's boats. We have the single sculls, the one and only race in the I to K age category, and most of these ladies born in the 1940s, but we have on the course in lane 6 a 90-year-old, ladies and gentlemen, from Tsmania club in St. Petersburg in Russia, Galina Verchikovskaya. 1926 and still rowing strong. Wonderful performance to see a 90-year-old just proving yet again rowing is a sport for life. But let's not forget the ladies of the 1940s either. Alongside the 90-year-old, we have Saugertuk of the United States in 1, the Technische Universität Dresden in 2 for Germany, Pocock Rowing Center in the United States, Warsaw for Poland in 4, and Aviron Château-Thierry for France in 5. Medals, meanwhile, for Occoquan, the winners of that third heat of the men's coxed 4, Michael McGurk in the bow seat, Dick Findlay and Daniel Johnson, the powerhouse, Greg Benning setting the pace at stroke, and it's little Bill Webster in the bow seat, the cox there, who got them safe and sound to the line with no slaloming around. And that's made a big difference to some of the races yesterday. What's happening now in the women's singles? Well, it's lane 4 that seems to have found the best speed. Barbara Bolkowska, born in 1940, 76. Take my hat off to her as well. And Barbara Bolkowska here for Warsaw. She's found a clear water advantage over the rest of the field. Barbara Bolkowska of Warsaw now coming down towards the finishing line in a race which, as I say, includes a 90-year-old. Absolutely fantastic to see Galina Verchikovskaya. She's at the back of the field, but she's in the field and sculling hard towards the line. As, however, the next race comes down, I'm not quite sure who decided to put a quads race immediately after the oldest women's sculling section, but there we go. And a win there for Barbara Bolkowska of Poland in lane 4. And the umpire has gone over to have a look at Madame Verchikovskaya from St. Petersburg. Check all is well, because there are a number of quads bearing down on these scullers. Great Britain, Germany, international. Germany again, Poland, another international crew. Denmark, if you're a home fan, that's lane 7 you want to be watching, and the international crew over in lane 8. But the best of the pace, well, that's really being set in lanes 2 and 4 at the moment. Lane 2, that's a multi-club German lineup, and so is lane 4. So very much a German battle between two different composites there in the men's quads. This is the I category, so the 1930s and 40s well represented here. Two German quads cracking along at the head of the course, while the umpire encourages Madame Verchikovskaya to move out of the lane. But here she comes, our 90-year-old competitor coming to the line, ladies and gentlemen. Extra applause, please. Born in 1926, and that's a full 50 years before I started rowing. Good heavens, here we go. And for her 90th birthday, what a great way to celebrate. Another stroke or two to the line, and that women's scull race will be successfully completed. Congratulations to her. So, just coming now to the medals pontoon, Barbara Bolkowska, our sculler from Warsaw, the winner of that women's sculling event in the age category I to K. And then after that we'll have the medal ceremony for the quads that we've just seen. We've now moved up the age category to the youngest men here, and the men's doubles. We have a lineup, we hope, of a full 8 crews. We'll get back to you when that race gets properly underway. Barbara Borkowska now at the pontoon, has to prove that she really was born in 1940. Congratulations to her. The quad that's just landing behind her, that's the one from
and some pictures for the winner in the women I2K single scull for Barbara Borkowska from Poland. She had the win in that category. Then we also have René Camus, l'Aviron de Château-Thierry. As we have several categories in the same heat, all the winners of each category will get a medal. And I guess that's the case as well for Mrs. Camus. Félicitations à vous, madame. And then I guess that Galina Vescherkovskaya from Zmania, from Russia, will also get her medal for this amazing performance. She is born, as Paul said, in 1926. As we are not allowed to give the age of people, we just give the year of birth. It is more respectful. People have them to calculate by themselves. And also at the ceremony pontoon, we have the winners of the first and only heat in the men's quadruple scull category I, and it is a German combination with Andreas Miasny, Ludwig Berberich, Dieter Norenberg and Klaus Oppitz. Congratulations, herzlichen Glückwunsch!
Yes, and a medal for the win in the K women's category there for the St. Petersburg sculler, born in 1926, Galina Vescherkovskaya. The next race is now rapidly approaching the halfway stage, and this is a race in the in the men's doubles. Halle for Germany in lane 1, Poznan of Poland into Lyngby. Here they are in front of their home crowd in lane 3. Grunau from the Berlin area of Germany, they're in 4. A Great Britain composite racing in lane 5. Bagsværd in front of their very, very home crowd on their own lake in lane 6. And then over in lane 7 from Ljubljana in Slovenia, the one remaining men's doubles here. These are our youngest contestants here all born in the 1980s.
And with 250 meters to go, it is lane 8 who took a lead here. These are the rowers from Slovenia, from Veslaki Club Ljubljanica. Ljubljana is not Bled, where we will have the World Rowing Master Regatta next year, but not that far, and we will see probably more of Slovenian crews than rowing in that event. They have quite a clear lead, and in a second position it is lane 2, the Polish from Poznania, again a well-known place for the rowing fans, Poznan, with this rowing course which is nearly in the middle of the city, and a few more strokes and you will see the finish there with lane 8 Slovenia, Vito Galicic and Urban Ulkar taking the win in this. A second position for lane 2, it is Poznania. And then we have lane 3, Denmark, Lyngby, very close to Bagsværd Row Club. The two Danish crews really neck and neck.
So, and while we wait for the next race to come down the course, just a little reminder, if you'd like to find out who the 3,549 participants are here, one easy way to do that is by buying a t-shirt, because all those names are on the front and the back of that shirt that is available from the official World Rowing merchandise store, the one and only merchandise store here from World Rowing, down in the finishing area. Number of neighbouring tents include, not least, our charming colleagues from next year's host city, Bled, as Pat, my colleague, just mentioned, now in Slovenia. If you want to find out more about where you'll be rowing next year, where to stay, what to see, plenty of information there from that information stand, and about the Senior World Championships in Sarasota in the United States. They've got an information stand there. Plenty of other opportunities to buy kit and other souvenirs, both in the finishing area and down in the boating enclosure. And a big thank you to the many people manning those stands for us here. A important contribution to the overall pleasure of this regatta. Pleasure, I'm not sure is quite what they're thinking about at the moment, probably more about pain on the water though. And here we have the second heat of the men's doubles, Nottingham Rowing Club, they're in lane 1 for Great Britain. Lane 2, that's Alemannia from Hamburg, celebrating their 150th anniversary this year in lane 3, and looking in strong form in lane 3, the home double, Sten Christiansen and Emil Henriksen of Bagsværd. Over in lane 4 we have a German combination, then Christiana of Norway, Sweden's Halmstad Rowing Club, Denmark Tysu, the second Danish representative here, and Schwerin of Germany over on the far side.
And at the medal ceremony pontoon, we have Slovenia, Veslaki Club Ljubljanica, Vito Galicic and Urban Ulkar. Congratulations to you! And who will get to this medal pontoon next? And as it looks at this moment, it will be the home club. It will be Bagsværd Row Club, because they are leading here, it seems, but very strongly challenged by the crew in lane 6, by Sweden, Halmstad Gymnastic, Ho Ruden, but it was just a win for Denmark. Bagsværd, congratulations to you, just ahead of Sweden.
So while we wait for the next race to come down to join us, an opportunity to say mange tak. Thank you very much indeed to our 550 volunteers, and of course to their paid colleagues as well. but also to some of the organisations in the background that made this event possible. The local town councils of Gladsaxe, of Lyngby itself, Tørbæk, and down the road, of course, of the capital, Copenhagen. Very important financial and administrative help in the background here, without which this kind of regatta simply would not be possible. Also a big thank you to some other organisations that are supporting us here. Sport Event Denmark and Lokale og Anlægsfonden, as well as the local Chamber of Commerce in Kongens Lyngby, who amongst other things have organised the bus shuttle. So if you're going shopping, do go to Kongens Lyngby. The Handelsforeningen there will be very glad if you do. And a big thank you to TDC for their support. We're now with the third heat, though, of the men's double sculls, and very good row over in lane 7 by the Danish lineup there from Limvik and their colleagues there, Jesper Jensen and Christian Molvig, who we saw in frequent medal action yesterday. Here they come again in lane 7.
And on the medal pontoon, you just saw the pictures of the winning crew from Bagsværd Row Club, Sten Christensen and Emil Heinrichsen. Til Løger coming towards the finish line, and yeah, you see them. Ooh, they seem quite tired, because one of them just fell over on the pontoon. On the action, it will be another Danish crew, it seems, to come and take a medal from a combination from Lemvik and SR. Jesper Jensen, we saw him yesterday rowing with his dad, and today he is with Christian Molvik, and they take a win here in the third of the sixth heat of the men's double scull category A. And then very close finish for 3 of the other boats, lane 2, 3 and 8. Congratulations, we love to see such close racing here in this master regatta. Heat 4 of the men's double scull category A, with 7 of the 8 crews on the water. And we think it is A that is missing. This is Austria, the Wiener Ruder Club Pirat. Who do we have? We have Germany with Scholmewilzer Ruder Club in lane 1. Sweden, Helsingborg Row Club in lane 2. Denmark with Danske Studenter Row Club in lane 3. Ålesund Row Club, Norway in lane 4. Mladost from Croatia in lane 5. Argentina, Club Regattas de Rosario in lane 6. And Germany, a combination from RVT and LRV in lane 7. And it is this lane 7, the German combination, who is leading the field here ahead of lane 5 of what we think should be Argentina.
Well, the field really spreading out quite significantly in this race, and the differences particularly emerging over the second half of the course. The crew in lane 7 has been setting most of the pace all the way down the course, and lane 7, that's Sven Giersbeck, wonderful name, and Christian Spitzer, which is a nice one as well, FVT and LRV over in lane 7. We'll be checking that when they come round to the medals pontoon. Meanwhile, on the medals pontoon, we see the crew just pushing off there that had picked up its medals for a win in the previous event from Soro and Lemvik, Jesper Jensen in the bow seat, Christian Molvik at stroke. So another Danish medal there. Congratulations to them as they move away from the dock, and we'll be rejoining the action in a moment or two for the next race, which is the 5th heat of this large field for the men's doubles. So if you're watching the streaming now, the pictures that we're giving you today, at the moment you've got a nice view down the course. It's a new course this year. For the Masters, they've had to create 8 lanes, where previously there were only 6. And that has meant sending the course at a slightly different angle down this beautiful lake that you can see. The start is down on the right-hand side of your picture. The old finishing line is now no longer the finishing line. They've moved the whole course down 130 meters towards the city of Copenhagen, which is over behind those trees that you can see in the background of your picture on the screen at the moment. And that has meant that the crews come in at an angle. So rather than being perpendicular to the shore, the finishing line is diagonal. So sometimes there's a bit of parallax involved, and people think mum or dad is winning, and in fact it's someone else's mum or dad who's in the lead as they come across the line. Sometimes quite difficult for us to call. We're dependent on the photo finish sometimes when there are some really close races. That's what we want to see, but that little bit of diagonal shaping of the course has made the 8 lanes possible that you need at Masters regattas as opposed to the normal 6, but also increase the challenges of staying awake as a speaker in the morning.
And just being pushed off from the medal ceremony pontoon, we have the crew from RVT and LRV, the winners of the 4th heat of the men's double scull category A, Sven Giersbeck and Christian Spitzer. Congratulations, herzliche Glückwunsch. And also, I had a chat with some rowers this morning, and they were saying they're not sure they can come around. So don't be shy if you are in the boat park. Just turn around the corner, and you will see there is a lot of place to sit, to enjoy some merchandising. Also, a very nice terrace to have a coffee at this time, to have lunch, to have a beer later in the afternoon if you don't have to row anymore. And also watch the medal ceremonies, because we would like many more people to come and cheer for the winners.
Absolutely. Don't be afraid to applaud, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it's all about. 8 crews you could choose from now on the course to applaud. Ratzeburg Rowing Club there in lane 1. Ringsted for Denmark in 2. Protesia, one of the many Hamburg clubs, there in lane 3. Minerva Bath of Great Britain in 4. Aurun Taldea is the Spanish lineup in lane 5. Bestum Kielen of Norway. Schwerin of Germany there next to them in lane 7. And Halmstad of Sweden over on the opposite shore from the finishing tower. Cracking pace being set in lane 1 by Ratzeburg's Jens Burrow and Jörg Lenicht. We've already seen Lenicht in action this morning in a quad. Here again he is about an hour later in a double, so all credit to him. Their fastest challengers come several lanes to their bow side. Schwerin over on their left, and I think that's going to be a German battle to the line. Those are the 2 leaders in this heat, the 5th heat of the men's double sculls.
Yes, indeed, and you can see the pace. You can recognize as well that these are category A, so the youngest of the masters here. They were born up to 80, I see here in this list, and even 89 we had earlier. And it is a win for Ratzeburg Ruder Club, Jens Bureau and Jörg Lernig, just a good boat lengths ahead of lane 7, which is another German crew from Schwesenegger. But all the crews quite close together in this fifth heat. I would say about 4 to 5 boat lengths between the 8 competitors. So this means how competitive this field is in the A category of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. And the next heat is approaching now the 500 meters mark with in lane 1 France, le Rowing Club de Mulhouse. We don't have Pirner in lane 2, but we surely have Denmark, Copenhagen Rowing Club in lane 3, then Russia, Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club in lane 4, a Great Britain combination in lane 5, the Netherlands Roeivereniging de Laak in lane 6, and another German combination in lane 7. And as they come down to us now, it is lane 3 who is leading the rowers from Copenhagen, Bo Vestergaard and Jacob Hulving Nielsen. They have about a boat length lead, no more, on the rowers in lane 5, which are the British combination Ralph Humphrey and Sean Martin. So this means that in the last 250 meters, it will be the one who has the biggest push, the one who still has a little bit of less lactose in the legs, that will come as first. And as it is going there, I have the impression that Great Britain is giving a great push and coming near the crew from Copenhagen.
Down on the medals pontoon, meanwhile, we have Jens Bureau in the bow seat, Jörg Lernig in stroke for Ratzeburg, picking up their medals together with all the Papa Ratzeburger photographers there, just pushing off from the dock. Now, herzlichen Glückwunsch, geht nach Ratzeburg. Jörg Lernig schon wieder unterwegs, schon wieder eine Medaille zusammen mit seinem Bootskollegen Jens Bureau.
And it is indeed the crew from Great Britain now pushing very hard and taking the lead here ahead of Copenhagen Rowing Club. And it is a win with, wow, not even half a canvas between these two boats. But it is Great Britain in lane 5 that has the win. But congratulations also to Copenhagen. What a race, gentlemen. And when we think that this might be your 5th, your 6th race in the 3rd day of the 2016 World Rowing Master Regatta, it is pretty amazing. I heard this morning one guy last year in Haasewinkel did 13 races over the days. It is just amazing. I wonder how many times a week they are training to do this.
So the Great Britain lineup of Ralph Humphrey and Sean Martin now coming to the landing stage to pick up their medal for the 6th heat of the men's A category double sculls. Congratulations to the Poplar, Blackwall and District combo there, Humphrey and Martin.
And after this medal ceremony, we move back to the action on the Bagsværd Lake with the one and only heat in the women's coxed 4 category A today. It is the following lineup: Great Britain in lane 1, it is Lee Rowing Club. The Hope in lane 2, the Netherlands. Lane 3, the Sons of the Thames, Great Britain. Lane 4, an international team. Lane 5, another international team, Great Britain, Nottingham Rowing Club. In lane 6, Ålesund Row Club from Norway in lane 7, and Great Britain Marlow Rowing Club in lane 8. And it's a pretty closed field for all of them, except lane 2 with the Netherlands, this team from The Hope, who is leading here, challenged by lane, if this is 3, 4, 5, 6, lane 6, this is Great Britain Nottingham Rowing Club. If I remember yesterday, it was a very close racing, and the Dutch nearly just missed out of the medal, and they clearly want to take their revenge here in this heat. In a few strokes we will see whether they can manage. I must say that it's a very impressive stroke rate that they are doing there for coxed 4. For women, it's category A, the youngest one, but now they have a comfortable lead of more than a boat length, and they will take the win here in a few seconds. They're coming towards the finish line. De Hoop met Floor, Anneke, Willemijn, Diewertje and Lieselotte will come to the medal ceremony pontoon to get their medal. A second position for the crew in lane 6, Nottingham Rowing Club.
Well, on the right-hand side of your picture, ladies and gentlemen, on the screens or on the streaming, if you're watching it around the world, you can see the first of the 8 races coming down towards us, 4 in this men's D category. So the 1950s well represented here in these 8. Dynamo Moscow in lane 1, a German lineup in lane 2, Halmstad of Sweden, they're in 3, Neste from Finland, that's the 8 in lane number 4. Next to them, Ålesund's Row Club from Norway, and a crew based around Crab and EB, the international lineup in 6, and another multi-club German lineup on the far shore in lane 7. Best of the first half, at least. Certainly that was in lane 2 for the club from Osnabrück and friends there from Germany in the lead. They found some good pace in these 8s. The Cox, though, has got to keep an eye on what's going over on to his right-hand side. Uwe Liedtke looking across to lane 7 in particular to his German rivals. And they're the only ones who've really been able to keep up with this most impressive crew. Erika Wutschke, Jungermann, Schulze, Gere, Malisch, Bolt, Grapp, and Uwe Liedtke, the little man in the stern whom I mentioned. And 8's a little chance to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't tried rowing and you feel a little on the small side, don't forget Coxes play an absolutely crucial role. They certainly have here, not least in keeping the boats on the straightest possible line to the finish. Getting there fastest to the finish is now this German lineup in lane 2, an advantage of about 6 or 7 seats over their nearest rivals from Dynamo Moscow, who came powering up on the inside in the closing stages.
And on the Victory Pontoon, as you can see, with this beautiful sight of not only the pontoon but also the aids that just came in, we have the medal ceremony for the heat of the women's A category Coxed 4, and it's a win for the Netherlands for De Hoop. Proficiat, Floor Ramekers, Anneke Timmermans, Willemijn Pas, Diewertje Kooi en Lieselotte Hogewind. Second heat of the men's 8 in the D category, touring down to the 500 meters line with the Netherlands Wetterwille in lane 1, Sweden, a Swedish combination in lane 2, a Danish combination in lane 3, a German one in lane 4, an Irish one in lane 5, Monmouth Rowing Club from Great Britain in lane 6, and Germany, another combination in lane 7. Lane 2 is leading here. Lane 2, that's a Swedish combination. They just have to cross the bridge now. Previously they had to take a boat to come to Bagsværd, but now there is a bridge. Pretty easy for Sweden to come to Denmark. And lane 2 is closely followed by lane 6, which is a Great Britain Monmouth Rowing Club. It will be between these two boats, or will lane 5, this Irish combination, which seems to be pouring up now in the last 250 meters. They increased their stroke rate quite dramatically, and they're coming back with every stroke on the team from Monmouth, but still in the lead. It is the Swedish combination in the yellow, in the gold and blue outfit, and in a few strokes they will go for that medal. It is really a very controlled race for them. They took an early lead, kept it, but look at the finish for place 2 and 3, and it is a commercial, the Irish, because there is also commercial in it, the Irish combination that takes the second place. Then we have Monmouth. But what a race, so close. Thank you.
So as the crews now slow down in the cool down area, the camera reverts to the medals pontoon, and there we have Frank Erke, Jens Wutschke, Mike Jungemann, Thomas Schulze, Andreas Gere, Cornel Malisch, Michael Bolt, Thomas Grab, and Uwe Liedtke, the cocks there, lining up for their medals. Herzlichen Glückwunsch geht an die Kollegen vom RCO und RGRB, die ich soeben aufgelistet habe. Alle Babys der 50er und 60er Jahre da erfolgreich im Achter.
The third of the 4 heats in the men's 8 category D is coming just past the 500 meters line. It is the following lineup: an international team in lane 1, a German combination in lane 2, a Danish one in lane 3, a Croatian one in lane 4, another combination but from the Netherlands in lane 5, and finally a combination from Germany. And as they are near the last 300 meters, it is lane 2, the German combination, who is leading ahead of lane 5, the Netherlands, in a second position at this moment. But there is quite a large open water between the different boats here, which is quite seldom in an 8 race. So I'm not sure the rowers from the Netherlands will still have the power to come back on the German one, although it seems they are trying now, and there must be a reaction now in the German combination if they want to keep their lead and come first to get that medal with the Little Mermaid. They will have to push hard now, because the Netherlands are really pushing, but it's a little bit too late, and it is a German win in lane 2 for this third heat of the men's 8.
Yes, well, as you say, Pat, the field's spreading out a little bit more than one might have expected over 1,000 metre in 8, and I'm glad we've just avoided another collision there in the cool-down zone. Some quick reactions by one of the coxes. And now on the medals pontoon, we just see to the left of your picture our helpers in the bright yellow t-shirts pulling up the Swedish crew that won its medal in the second heat a moment or two ago. Per Löfsinger, Mikael Borg, Magnus Thomsen, Hans Augustsson, Jan Johansson, Roger Johansson, Sigvard Eriksson, Jürgen Nielsen, and the all-important cox, Ulla Helen Gregersen. Much the oldest and senior of this crew, and clearly had all her 8 men completely under control. Well done to them. Mycket bra, Sverige, and congratulations to you on that medal. About halfway through now this fourth heat of the men's 8s, an international lineup on the inside lane, and next to them are Marlow. Over to their bow side, a German composite. Then next to them, a Norwegian double club lineup in lane 4. Fredensborg Row Club from just down the road here, they've put together an entirely club crew in lane 5. And then on the far side, a Portuguese lineup in an 8. Not every day one sees a Portuguese 8 on international waters. Great to welcome them here as well. Looks though as if, so far at least, it's the German composite in lane 3 that's found the best of the pace, together with our Portuguese visitors. Those are the leading duo, and they're increasing their gap of clear water over the rest of the field as the remaining 4 8s drop back a little bit. And it's going to be the run to the line between the German crew that looks a little bit more composed, a little bit snappier on the catches, a little bit more together than their Portuguese rivals. But the boat's working for the Portuguese, no doubt about that, well clear of the rest of the field. And the last few strokes to the line are going to decide it, as the Swedish medal winners from the previous race push off from the dock. It's going to be a good hard race to the line, just another few strokes to go, and it looks as if Germany's going to win this by about 3 or 4 seats at the line. So really a close race for first, then well clear, plenty of clear water back down to the remaining crews. But a win there for the lineup from Hum and its various friends from around the German club scene.
But actually, when you see how close the finish was, it's a pity that the Portuguese did not go in a straight line. They had some steering problems at a certain point, and if they didn't have, we would have an even more close finish here between these two teams.
On the landing stage now we have Stefan Boob, Thomas Wissler, Harald Blum, Lutz Bayer, Klaus Winter, Mirko Döring, Stefan Schaaf, Wolfram Jaksch, And the Cox, Andrea Albrecht, getting out of the boat now to pick up their medal in for the third heat of the men's eights. That's a multi-club composite, lots of abbreviations in your program, ladies and gentlemen, for a series of German clubs winning their age category medal in the third heat of the Eights. Congratulations to them. Ganz herzlichen Glückwunsch an die Deutschen, die so gerade jetzt aus dem Boot ausgestiegen sind, von mehreren deutschen Vereinen. Und alles unter Kontrolle. Das hatte die Andrea Albrecht, ihre Steuerfrau.
And while you still see on your screen the German team that is congratulating each other before getting their medals, we see here that the first of the 6 heats from the women's quadruple scull category D already rowed more than 500 meters. We have Great Britain with Marlow Rowing Club in lane 1, Norway Orsmond Row Club in lane 2, the Netherlands Cornelis Tromp Hilversum in lane 3, combination from Great Britain in lane 4, Newport Seabase Rowing USA in 5, an Italian combination in lane 6, German combination in lane 7, and an international one in lane 8. And it is the German combination in lane 7 that is clearly leading here before lane 4, which is the crew from Great Britain. Really a very stretched out race here, heat here in this first one, category D. That means that it ranges between 58 and 70. I see the years of birth, but that means category it's an average of about 55, 56 years old usually. A few more strokes here for the team from Germany. A good combination here, very clean rowing for these ladies taking the win. And the second place with a little bit more of a steering problem here for lane 4 for the crew from Great Britain.
So, on the course now, we have the second heat of the women's D quads. Lithuania, they've got a lineup in lane 1. Oberhavel Hennigsdorf representing Germany in 2. Flying the Union Jack in lane 3, that's Lee Rowing Club. Norway's Arlesund yet again in lane 4. Exeter and Wallingford, they've teamed up for GB in lane 5. There's an international crew in lane 6. And then Bagsværd here on their own lake, so to speak, in front of their home crowd, definitely, for Denmark over on the far side. But after a pretty wobbly bit of steering that's taken them, in fact, into lane 2, the crew that started in lane 1 from Lithuania, Kondrutiene, Savachute, Rimkiene and Stakute Satiene, they are now leading in lane 2. That's an extra, of course, encouragement to go faster because they're being chased by crew in their own lane. They're now moving right across into lane 3. This looks like, well, I don't know, some people carry on like that on the motorway, at least in Germany, but this Lithuanian crew is going making it about as long 1,000 meters as they possibly could. They're now moving out of lane 3 into lane 4. Quite a remarkable performance there. Got some more clear water in lane 4, of course, because lane 4's hung back a little bit. If they win this race, they'll have rowed at least 1,100 meters. They're now storming rapidly towards lane 5, which is going to be a bit risky because they're under a lot more pressure. Yes, interesting one this. There's no side wind. Perhaps they have got problems with the crossed wires, or they're determined to have raced in all 7 lanes by the time they get to the finishing line, and that's what they're going to have done. A remarkable achievement to win this race. The Lithuanian composite moving from lane 1 to 7 and staying in the lead. Well, haven't seen that kind of performance for a while or two. There may be, there are some hands up in lane 2. I think lane 2 would like a word with the umpire, but anyway, first to the line, and with no accident, I'm glad to say. We'll wait to see what the umpires have to say about that most entertaining race that we've just watched in the women's quads.
And while we were watching this entertaining race, as Paul said, there were 2 medal ceremonies on the victory pontoon. The 8 from the women's 8 with a German combination with Alfred Mosel, Joachim Henkel, Gregor Velli, Birger Grüse, Ulrich Orbach, Michael Krakau, Thorsten Bekendorf, Andreas Odenkirchen und Klaus Todenhöfer. Herzlich Glückwunsch to you. And then we had a very happy German crew in the women's quadruple scull category D with Brigitte Hühn, Jutta Lollis, Carola Bösinger and Sibylle Roller. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, die Löge. Yeah, we still have the crew here who is from Germany, from Ruder Club Oberhavel, Henningsdorf, asking the umpire to have a word with them because of the special way of rowing of the Lithuanian quadruple scull that crossed all 7 lines to take the win. So no white flag for that race yet, and we move to the next heat because they're coming down now. It is the 3rd of the 6 heats of the women's quadruple scull category D, with the Netherlands in lane 1, the Hope in international team in lane 2. Lane 3, Wallingford Rowing Club for Great Britain. In lane 4, an international crew. Norway Ålesund Row Club in lane 5. 6 is Great Britain Ardingly Rowing Club, and 7 is Germany Rudergesellschaft Hansa. And it is quite close racing, I have the impression, between lane 4, the international crew, and lane 1, the Hope, with a slight advantage of about half a boat length, or maybe a boat length, for the international crew, with about 200 meters to go now. Checking, still no white flag, no flag at all for the moment for the previous race, but we concentrate on the one that's coming down now. A clearer lead for the international team with a lot of different clubs in it. If I look, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 clubs, so 4 clubs for 4 rowers, that's 1 each. It is quite amazing. I guess they can train together sometimes. If I look at the perfect catch, perfect drive of these ladies coming to take the win in this 3rd heat of the women's quadruple scull category D, and then very close for Rudergesellschaft Hansa, for the Hope, and also for the crew from Wallingford. Really very close racing there. In the meanwhile, we had a red flag for heat 2, which means no medals at the moment for this heat.
Well, we wait for the umpires to sort out what exactly happened and should have happened and might have happened in race number 3027, the 2nd heat of the women's quad sculls. We return to the action that definitely is on the course, we can say that. All 7, I'm glad to say, in this 4th heat on the waters. And in the national crew in lane 1, the Tideways Sculler School from London, they're in lane 2 for Great Britain. Roskilde Row Club of Denmark, Australia Australia's combo. That's in lane 4. Ruderclub Kaufleuten, one of the many clubs in Zurich, is in lane 6. Then there's a 3-club boat, I should say, from Germany in lane 6, and Port Chalmers United Rowing Club for New Zealand, there in lane 7. If you're sitting on the deck chairs close to the ground in the finishing area next to the finishing tower, by the way, your connection with Roskilde, who are on the course at the moment, is that those chairs came from the Roskilde Festival, the famous rock music festival, a wise purchase by the organising committee here. The international crew, meanwhile, closest to you, are rapidly approaching the finish. Lisa Clausen, Inga Koch, Mette Möller and Alita Decker. They have managed to put quite a lot of clear water back behind their stern to the nearest bows. Over on their left-hand side, over on bow side, going best with them are the Germans Ring, Chavez Torres, Bauer and Stöcker for that 3-club composite on the far side. But it looks as if lane 1 has got this well sewn up at the moment as they come to the line. And this will be the 4th then of the 6th heats. Meanwhile, down on the medals pontoon, we welcome the rather less contentious winners of the previous race. We'll get back to them in a moment when we get the camera on them. A good win there for the international crew in lane 1. Lisa Clausen, Inga Koch, Mette Müller and Alita Decker.
And just pushed away on the victory pontoon, the winners of Heat 3 in the women's quarter pole sculls in international team with Britta Hirschauer, Manuela Damm, Gabi Schulz und Silke Frau. Congratulations! In the 5th heat of the women's quarter pole scull category D, 2 crews are missing, Denmark and Switzerland, which leaves us with the following lineup. Australia, a combination in lane 1, in international crew in lane 3, a German combination in lane 4, combination from Great Britain in lane 5, and another combination from Great Britain in lane 7. And with 500 meters being rowed, it is lane 1, 2, 3, 4 that is leading here, the German combination. Quite a clear lead on the others, a very spread out field in this 5th heat.
Ja, og vi kan se, at tingene er mere eller mindre afgjort i det her 5. heat i damernes dobbelt 4. Vi er inde på de sidste 250 meter, og der er en klar føring til holdet på bane 4, den tyske kombination. Vi skal ikke undlade at huske at gøre lidt reklame for vores restaurant heroppe. Der er stadig mulighed for at få morgenmad og kaffe og te. Så hvis man er sulten eller trænger til en kop kaffe eller te, så er det bare heroppe i restauranten, lige ved speakertårnet, at det foregår.
Yeah, don't hesitate to come and join us here at the finish to enjoy a good cup of coffee in the sun on the terrace, which is just above the medal ceremony pontoon, where the international team just gets their medals with Lise Clausen, Inger Koch, Mette Möller, Alita Decker. Congratulations to you! And you can also see when you're sitting there, the finish. It's really the perfect place to be. Huh? You're in the sun and you can oversee everything, and you can see how far away this team has been rowing from the others. Lane. Are they still in the good lane? Because I had the impression they were in 4. Now it's in 3. No, it's 4. Okay. The lane, the combination from Germany here winning, and very happy win. You can see with the arms in the air. They have been leading from the start onwards. Really an impressive race here for them. Congratulations.
6. heat er undervejs, og der har vi 7 deltagere. Det er Upper Thames fra Storbritannien på bane 1, Avalon Rowing fra USA på bane 2, Tiber Rowing fra Italien 3, en australsk kombination på 4, Christiania Roklub fra Norge bane 5, Zürich fra Schweiz på bane 6 og et internationalt hold på bane nummer 7. Og vi nærmer os de første 500 meter, og det ser ud som om det er bane 5 og 6, der i øjeblikket ligger og slås om førstepladsen, Norge og Schweiz.
Yeah, the next heat is rowed a little bit more than 500 meters now with the following lineup. Great Britain, Upper Thames Rowing Club in lane 1, USA with Avalon Rowing Club in lane 2, Tiber Rowing for Italy in lane 3, an Australian combination in lane 4, Norway with Christiana Row Club in lane 5, the Rudergesellschaft Zürich for Switzerland in lane 6, and the international crew in lane 7. There are still 5 boats quite close together. It's lane 1 going a little bit into lane 2 at the moment, but lane 1, 4, 5, 6 and 7 with, I would say, a slight advantage for lane 7, which is this international crew, but they have to be very careful about Upper Thames Rowing Club in lane 1 trying to come back to their lane and losing a little bit of ground by doing this, giving the opportunity to the Swiss to take the second place at this moment.
Ja, igen kan vi se, at styringsproblemerne, som det britiske hold for Upper Thames har oplevet på bane 1, har kostet dem i hvert tilfælde en halv længde, måske mere. De lå rigtig godt til, men har nu ligget og sovset ude i bøjerne i hvert fald i 100 meter. De har stadig problemer. Det skal man altså ikke. Og det har betydet, at det internationale hold over på bane 7, og også det schweiziske hold er trukket lidt fra.
Yeah, and it is a controlled race now for the international team in lane 7. They don't have to increase the pace or anything. They have 2 or 3 boat lengths lead ahead of Switzerland, of Rudergesellschaft Zürich in a second place, and Norway, Christiania Row Club in in the third position. And on the victory pontoon, you just saw it very quickly while the last crews crossed the line there. There we come back to the victory pontoon, the medal ceremony for the 5th heat of the women's quadruple scull D, with a win for Germany. Congratulations to Sabine Grundlach, Elke Knaute, Ines Deutschland and Andrea Buhlen. Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Så har vi fået startet dagens næste løb. Det er første heat i herredobbeltsculler, og det ser ud til, at bane 1 fra Tyskland ikke er mødt, men det er et britisk hold på bane 2 og et brasiliansk hold på bane 3, tysk hold på bane 4, så har vi en dansk kombination på bane 5, Italien på bane 6, international hold på bane 7 og et svensk hold fra Stockholm på bane nummer 8. Og det ser ud som om det er bane nummer 4, Berliner Ruderklub, der ligger og har en klar føring i det her løb.
7 teams in the first heat of the men's double scull category G. Germany, Magdeburg did not go to the start, but we have Beauty Rowing Club for Great Britain, a Brazilian team from Associação de Romadores Master de Santa Catarina in lane 3, Germany with Berliner Ruder Club lane 4, Denmark, a Danish combination in lane 5, Italy with Ilva Bagnoli lane 6, 7 is an international one, and Stockholm Roder Förening in lane 8, and it is 2, 3, 4. It is the crew from Germany, from Berlin, who is leading here. Quite a comfortable lead again. We see some of the races are so close, and then in other races there is a very spread out field, and this is the case in this one. So it's a win for another German team again. And as you can see, a happy team from an international lineup that just got their medals on the victory pontoon for heat 6 of the women's quarter scull category D. Congratulations to Marianne Henny, Dinia Ammon, better known as D. Ammon, Jane Hagen and Helle Torp Eklund.
Og vi er cirka halvvejs i det andet heat i mændenes dobbeltsculler, og der har vi fuld palet. Der er 8 deltagende hold. Marlow Rowing fra Storbritannien på bane 1, et japansk hold fra Dankai JBC på bane 2, et hollandsk hold fra Demars på bane 3, internationalt hold på bane 4, et tysk hold fra Halesische Bølberg på bane 5, Ålesund fra Norge på bane 6, det Toda Canotatio Sabutja fra Italien på bane 7, og Danske Studenters Roklub på bane 8. Det er Jens Rokkedal og Jan Sederqvist. Og her, hvor vi kommer ind på de sidste 250 meter, er der en ret klar føring til den hollandske kombination på bane 3.
And less than 250 meters to go now in the second heat of the men's double scull category G, with a clear lead here for a Dutch combination, the Mars and CTC. They are in lane 2. Then there is a fight in lane 3. Sorry, there is a fight between lane 2, which is Japan, with Dankai and GBC. And lane 6, which is Norway, Ålesund Row Club. They are fighting here for the second place, but very clear lead here for the Mars and CTH, and they will take that very nice medal with the Little Mermaid back to the Netherlands, Martijn Romkolthof and Frank Verhulst. And they also take the medal back home. It is the rowers from Berliner Ruder Club, Helmut Krause und Hans Ulrich Schmid. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Dagens tredje heat i herredobbeltsculleren er godt i gang. Og vi har 8 deltagende hold. Det er et japansk hold fra Mitsubishi på bane 1, Leander Rowing Club fra Storbritannien på bane 2, Bagnoli fra Italien på bane 3, et brasiliansk hold fra Santa Catarina på bane 4, Stockholm fra Sverige på bane 5, Cornelis Trump fra Nederland på bane 6, så er der et litauisk hold fra Nemuanas, og så er der Limburger Klub für Wassersport, et tysk hold på bane 8. Og der er rimelig spredning i det her felt allerede. Det er bane nummer 4. Det er sørme vores brasilianske venner, der ligger og kæmper føringen med det tyske hold over i skoven.
And you can see them on your screen on the right hand side. The third of the 9 heats for the men's double scull G, with Mitsubishi Senior Boat Club in lane 1, Great Britain Landau Rowing Club in lane 2, Italy Ilva Bagnoli in lane 3, In lane 4 we have Brazil, Associação de Ramadores Master Santa Catarina, and they are clearly leading here at the moment. Lane 5 is Sweden, Stockholm Roodvereniging. Nederland, Cornelis Tromp Hilversum in lane 6. Lithuania, Rowing Club Piranha Nenmunas in lane 7. And Germany, Limburger Club für Wassersport in lane 8. Japan leading here, but not that clear anymore. If you look at the screen, it's really a neck and neck, a little ball ahead for Japan, but very, very close for Germany, for Limburger Club für Wassersport in lane 8. It's gonna be a tremendous finish here between these two. There are 4 lanes in between them, 3 boats in between them, but they can't see them. It's open water if they look at their left or their right, and they cannot really feel each other. They really have to look at each other at the moment to see who will take the win. It seems as if Japan has reacted correctly. Sorry, Brazil has. Thank you, Søren. Brazil has reacted correctly. I saw red, so I was in Japan already. Brazil has reacted correctly and taking again a boat length lead, and it's a win for Brazil. Congratulations to them, but also congratulations to the Germans from the Limburger Club for Wassersport, who did a very good job here. In the meanwhile, we didn't see them, but they got their medals as well. Proficiat Martijn Room-Koolhof en Frank Verhulst van De Maas en CTH voor jullie overwinning in de vorige reeks.
Og så har vi fået startet det 4. heat i herredobbeltsculleren. Der har vi et britisk hold fra Sudbury Rowing Club på bane 1. Endnu et japansk hold fra Mitsubishi på bane 2. En international kombination på bane 3, hvor jeg kan se Raimund Habel, han sidder, og han har der roet for Østrig og vundet flere medaljer i letvægtsinglesculler tilbage i 70'erne og 80'erne. Et svensk hold på bane 4. Så har vi Helsingør Roklub, Peter og Ole Rasmussen på bane 5. Et hollandsk hold fra Rinjan på bane 6. En tysk kombination på bane 7 og Fana Roklub fra Norge på bane 8. Vi nærmer os de første 500 meter, og det er bane nummer 4. Det svenske hold, der i øjeblikket ligger og fører, men også det internationale hold på bane 3 følger godt med.
So the 4th heat now, you can see them in the men's double scull category G with Great Britain, Sudbury Rowing Club, Japan, Mitsubishi Senior Boat Club, an international team, Sweden, Denmark with Helsingør Row Club, the Netherlands, Roeivereniging Rijnland, Germany, a combination, and Norway for Fana Row Club. And again, a very close racing here between lane 3, leading here at the moment. It is an international team, but they are followed very closely by Sweden. Only 3/4 of a boat length in between these two boats, and it will be up to the finish. Who will be able to increase the rate, or who will be able to still push enough on their legs to get that win? And it seems as it is the international team that has most of the power left there to come and finish first in this heat.
And on the pontoon, very, very happy, we have the Brazilian team, Luis Carlos Melo and Carlos Dutra. Very happy to receive their medals. Congratulations. Femte heat i herrenes dobbeltskolder er i gang. Vi har endnu et japansk hold, denne gang Nagoya Rowing Club på bane 1. Storbritannien, British Transport Commission Rowing Club på bane 2. Breissacher Ruderverein fra Tyskland på bane 3. Pols kombination på bane 4. Christiania Roklub fra Norge bane 5. Phoenix Rowing Club fra Australien på bane 6. En amerikansk kombination på bane 7. Og over ved skoven, bane 8, der var en træer fra Holland. Og i øjeblikket her, hvor vi kommer ind på de sidste 400 meter, der er det bane 2, det britiske hold fra Transport Commission, der ligger og slås om førstepladsen med bane 5. Og det er nordmændene og hollænderne over ved skoven. Der er 3 både, der ligger og slås om førstepladsen lige nu.
Yeah, and we are already moving to the heat 5 of the men's double scull category G, with Japan in lane 1 trailing a little bit at the back of the field. Then Great Britain, British Transport Commission Rowing Club in a nice third position at this moment. Germany, Breissacher Ruderverein. Then we have Poland also a little bit back at the field. Norway in a very good position there, Christiania Row Club. Then Australia, Phoenix Rowing Club. USA combination and the Netherlands met Roei en Zeilvereniging Daventria. It is all between Daventria and 5 and Norway for the win in this event. It's a canvas lead for Daventria for the Dutch team, and they take it, yes, with this canvas they pass the line just ahead of Norway, Christiania Row Club. What a race here again for this 5th of 9 heats of the men's double scull category G.
And we just finalized the victory ceremony in the 4th heat, where the international combination with Richard Andersson and Raimund Herbel received their well-deserved medals. Congratulations.
Just a technical thing, can I please ask for race 3027, the crew from Lithuania, the combination crew, and the crew from Germany, Ruder Club Oberhavel Henningsdorf, to come to the finished line, to the finished tower, to meet the president of the jury. So somebody from the crew from Lithuania and from Germany, from race 3027, the women's quadruple scull category D, please come to the finish tower and meet the president of the jury.
Og så nærmer vi os opløbet i det 6. heat i dag. Tysk hold på bane 1, Lemvig, kombinationen på bane 2, Adelaide fra Australien bane 3, Strela fra Rusland bane 4, Christiania fra Norge bane 5, Mitsubishi fra Japan bane 6, Ardingly Rowing Club fra Storbritannien bane 7, og Finland er næste Rowing Club på bane 8. Vi er inde på opløbet, og det er den danske kombination med Ole Rømer og Jørgen Jensen, der ligger på førstepladsen i øjeblikket. De presses lidt af bane 7, det engelske hold over, eller Ardingly Rowing Club over på bane 7, men det ser ud til, at danskerne trækker det her hjem. Der er godt gang i den danske båd, de styrer lige, og de nærmer sig målstregen. Der kan ikke være mere end en 6-8 tag tilbage, før de passerer målstregen som vinder af det her 6. heat af dobbeltskulleren. Nu kommer de derind, og der bliver råbt godt for tilskuerpladserne. Det er fint. Det bliver dansk sejr i det 6. heat. Der har vi den danske kombination over stregen. Tillykke med det.
Yeah, and you could hear it on the voice of Søren. It is a Danish crew that won here this 6th heat of the men double scull category J. Second place was for Ardingly Rowing Club in lane 7. Then we had the Russians from Strela and Mitsubishi Senior Boat Club, a German combination. We also had in this race Australia, Norway and Finland. And on the victory pontoon, we have the medal ceremony for the men's G category double scull heat 5. And it's a win for the Netherlands for Roeiv en Zeilvereniging Daventria, Proficiat Huib de Boer en Bertus Blom.
Syvende heat i herrenes dobbeltsculler er på vej. De har netop passeret de første 500 meter. Vi har 8 hold med. Det er Christiania fra Norge på bane 1, en international kombination på bane 2, tysk kombination på bane 3, Ardingly Rowing Club fra England bane 4, schweizisk kombination bane 5, Mitsubishi fra Japan bane 6, en dansk kombination på bane 7 og en peruviansk båd fra Club de Regattas Lima på bane nummer 8, 250 meter tilbage, og det er en klar føring til den tyske kombination på bane 3.
Yeah, and less than 200 meters to go now in the 7th heat of the men's double scull category G, with a clear lead for lane 3. That's a German combination with Werner Rösch and Willem Dieter. In a second place, it is quite close between Switzerland, a Swiss combination, and Great Britain, Switzerland in lane 5, and Great Britain in lane 3 with Ardingly Rowing Club. Then we have lane 7 with Denmark, who is in a 4th position, still pushing to try to come and pass the line in a 3rd one. But one thing is clear, it's that it is another win here for a German crew, for the German combination from TUE and LRC. Other competitors in this race were Norway with Christiania Row Club, an international crew, Japan with Mitsubishi Senior Boat Club, another Danish combination, and Peru with the Club de Regattas Lima.
Og vi har netop overstået præmieoverrækkelsen i dagens 6. løb, hvor det blev dansk sejr. We have just completed the victory ceremony in the 6th heat, where the Danish combination won. Tillykke til Ole Rømer og Jørgen Jensen. Congratulations.
We should.
Ottende heat har netop passeret 500 meter her i mændenes dobbeltsculler. Tysk kombination på bane 1, Bedford fra Storbritannien på bane 2, Rheinland fra Holland bane 3, polsk kombination bane 4, japansk kombination bane 5, engelsk kombination bane 6, Fana fra Norge på bane 7 og Canberra Rowing Club fra Australien bane 8, 250 meter tilbage. Og det er et rimelig spændende løb, vi har her. Bane 1, den tyske kombination, bane 2, Bedford Rowing Club, og bane nummer 7, nordmændene for Fana Roklub, ligger i øjeblikket og slås om førstepladsen.
Yeah, and 200 meters to go now in the 8th. That means the last but one heat in the men's double scull category G, with lane 6 clearly leading here, a German combination. With, a combination from Great Britain with Tom Bishop and Charles Perry. They have controlled the race. They took an early lead. We could see them really building, constructing this victory here, and they will take this in a few strokes. In a second place, we have another British crew with the Bedford Rowing Club in second place. In third one, it is quite close between lane 7, Norway, and lane 1, Germany. And further in this race, we have the Netherlands with Roeivereniging Rijnland, a Polish combination, a Japanese combination, and Australia. and they have been just pushed away from the medal ceremony. The German combination with Werner Rösch and Willem Dieter. Congratulations!
Så nærmer vi os de første 500 meter i det 9. heat. Ja, det er utroligt så mange deltagere, vi har her i den her herredobbeltskolder. Og der er dansk deltagelse på bane 1. Det er Roskilde Roklub, Knud Jensen og Søren Antonsen. Og så har vi et norsk hold på bane 2. Nej, det ser faktisk ud som om Roskilde ikke er der, så det må I da lige have med undskyld. Men i hvert fald så er der et norsk hold på bane 2 for Drammen Roklub. Vi skulle også have haft et japansk hold på bane 3. De er der heller ikke. Tysk kombination på bane 4, engelsk kombination bane 5, international kombination bane 6, Greifensee fra Schweiz bane 7 og vores venner fra Occoquan International USA på bane 8. Og det er, havde jeg nær sagt, vanen tro, amerikanerne, Occoquan International over ved skoven, der pt. Ligger og fører det her løb.
And unfortunately, we're missing two crews here in this last heat of the men's G double scull. We don't have the Danish, but we have from Norway, Drammen Row Club. We then have in lane 4, because Japan is not there, a German combination, a combination from Great Britain in lane 5, an international one in lane 6, Switzerland in lane 7, and USA Occoquan International in lane 8. It's in lane 2 we have these Norwegians, and I heard this morning that Stein Gunnar Hoff, he was rowing across the Atlantic just a few weeks ago, and he capsized and was rescued only 2 weeks ago. And now he's here on Lake Bagsværd, taking a second place in this 9th heat. But the first place is, without any surprise, very often it's the case for Occoquan International, with Charlie Hammond and John Van Blom. And they got their medal just now for Great Britain, Tom Bishop and Charles Perry. Congratulations! And at the victory pontoon, checking who these gentlemen are from Occoquan International and getting them their medals. Congratulations to Charlie Hamlin and John Van Blom. And just a few words about Occoquan International. It is a very small town in Michigan, but not all of them come from that town actually. They recruit, if I might say so, good rowers all over the world and propose them to row together in this team. And this is why they win. I told them, you win 9 times out of 10, and they told me very modestly, no, 8 times out of 10. But really impressive to have all these good rowers. Loads of them have been former Olympians with some Olympian medalists in it, and it's really a good thing to have them at the Masters, at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Thank you. And just if you wonder what's happening for the moment, there is a short break in the program. The next start will be at 10:47 with the first heat and the only heat in the women's category JK Coxed 4. And the break is finished, and we move to one heat of coxed 4 women's category J and H. Actually, we have 3 boats in category G and 1 in category H, so a little bit older one. Who do we have? We have an international crew in lane 1 with ERV, Riverside and Canberra. A second international crew with a lot of people. In lane 2 you have a KRC UK, BBLRC, FR and Hope. That's easier. USA in lane 3 also is a combination. And then the only category H team, which is in lane 4 with TU Dresden Minden, FR and CRC. They rode already a little bit more than 500 meters, although for the first 2 boats, which are the international team in lane 2 and the one in lane 1. Then we have lane 4, so the category H, and closing the field is the USA combination. You can see them now crossing the line.
And on the course here again in lane 2 we have Merete Bolt. Why do I keep on talking about Merete Bolt? Well, she's quite a heroine rather, in Denmark of World Masters rowing, and internationally indeed teams up regularly with some British ladies with whom she also likes going to the theatre, as she reveals in the portrait of her, Merete Bolt, on the website here. The World Masters Regatta has its own website. There are various portraits. Yesterday we had a 90-year-old athlete. Today we have Merete Bolt, who's a little younger than that, but has been around in Masters circles, both as an organiser and a competitor for many, many years. Go and have a look on the website. A nice little portrait about her. There's also a report about the Wi-Fi, how difficult it is to get that going around Bagsværd, and all the efforts that have gone into making that happen. So that's on the World Championship website. Plenty of efforts on the water as well. This has really split into 2 different races, this one. And Merete Bolt and her international colleagues, Jackie Darling, IJs van Dam and Birgit Sims, continuing to lead from the start, more or less, as they have done, and just another stroke or 2 to the line, and medals for them. Clear water ahead of the crew next to them in lane 1. There's a lot of clear water back to the remaining 2 contestants, but as we have 2 age groups in this race, there'll be 2 medals, so not just a race for the G category, but H as well. H on the far side, beating one of the Gs, so all credit to the oldest ladies on the course there as well. So, coming to the medals pontoon on your screen, if you're watching this in one of the catering tents or online around the world, here comes that international lineup for yet another medal, representing 4 different clubs. IJs van Dam, she's from the Hope Club in the Netherlands. Merete Bolt with her in the engine room for Fredensborg Row Club, just down the road here. And then the 2 British representatives there, Birgit Sims and Jackie Darling, together with their cocks, Hilary, Cook, about to get their medals here. And first of all, of course, they have to prove how old they are, if they really are who they claim to be. That's why you'll always see on your picture, first of all, a couple of ladies go through the boat and ask to see their accreditations, and it's not until they've proved that they are who they claim to be that they're allowed to get a medal. medal opportunities again on the water behind them, and here it looks as if the lineup from Minerva Bath Rowing Club from Great Britain has found a fairly comfortable lead early on in this heat of the men's I to K coxless pairs. There's a German combination in the lane next to them in lane 2. Denmark, they're in lane 3. Then over in 5 we have an Australian composite and Nottingham Rowing Club complete the field on the opposite shore. But it's Minerva Bath Rowing Club's Arnold Cook and Klaus Riekermann who have really set the pace all the way down the course. They're encountering lane 1 syndrome, though it must be said, as that's now become known, the Bagsværd triangle in lane 1. 1 or 2 steering issues for them, but they're well clear of the rest of the field. Meanwhile, we also have the winners of the H category who've come for their medal to the pontoon, and can't see them on the screen at the moment, but believe me, it's true. Lizzie Hastrup, Veronica Zimmert, Crystal Luther, Mary Jane Wurster, and Janine Raab from the TU Dresden, Minden, the Friedensburg Row Club, and the Krefelder Ruder Club. Congratulations to them. And in the background there, you can see the first of the men's pairs in the next race. Here, though, is the race that's just short of the line, and they're going to come home at a nice low rating, very relaxed, having done all the work early on. That's the lineup from Bath in the west of England, from the Minerva Club there. Arnold Cook in the bow seat, Klaus Riekermann setting what at the finish line was a fairly leisurely pace at stroke.
And again in this heat, 2 medals will be given, because you just saw Minerva Bath Rowing Club winning for category I, but you will also, in a few strokes, they started in lane 6, another crew from Great Britain, from Nottingham Rowing Club, winning their category, the category J. And the next race is the men's single scull B, with 8 rowers in the first heat on the paper and on the water, which means Germany Ruder Club, Protesia Hamburg in lane 1, Russia with Nizhny Novgorod in lane 2, Denmark Sorø Row Club in lane 3, Sweden Drolhausen Rotsokop in lane 4, La France, le Cercle Nautique de France in lane 5, Lee Rowing Club for Great Britain in 6, Brazil Grêmio Nautico União in lane 7, and Germany Ruder Gesellschaft Hansa in lane 8. And it is lane 2 who is leading here at the moment. We quite used to see some Russian crews being in the lead. I heard this morning over breakfast as well the people from Occoquan saying that they're very often in a battle with the Russians. Here no Occoquan, but the Russians in the lead, and high stroke rate here for Dmitry Pavlov, still pushing hard in the last 200 meters. He has open water with the second in this race, who is from Sorø Row Club, Christian Molvik. I think we already saw him even today, but he continues pushing as much as he can to take a comfortable win here and not be surprised in the last strokes by somebody coming back. A few more strokes for him, and he will pass the finish line. As you see the yellow and black pillar on the other side, and it's a win for Russia, for Dimitri Pavlov. A second place is for Sore Row Club, and then on the far end in lane 8 it is Germany, Rudergesellschaft Hansa. And on the victory pontoon we have the winner in the category I, and in category J you can see the yellow ones. These are Minerva Bath Rowing Club. It is Arnold Cook and Klaus Riekemann. Congratulations to you for your medal. And you can't clearly see them, but they're also on the pontoon, the winners of category J from Nottingham Rowing Club, William Payne and Mike Collier. Congratulations to you too. In the next heat of the men's single scull B, we have 8 competitors on the paper, but we only see 7 on the water. It's a little bit complicated to know who's not there. We'll give you for the moment the full lineup, and then we will see when they come a little bit closer who did not take the start. We should have Chile with Club de Deportes Nautica Estrella Blanca in lane 1, Germany Rudervereinigung Dessau in lane 2, Brazil Club de Regattas Bandeirantes in lane 3, the Netherlands The Hope in lane 4, Germany Rudergesellschaft Hansa in lane 5, Szczecin for Poland in lane 6, the rowing club from Bled in lane 7. This is Jerzy Silvnik, one of the key persons as well in the federation there, and Iran with Tehran Rowing Club, Masoud Solimani, Rosbahani, a very international feat here again. And 1, 2, 3, 4 seem to be there. It's a little bit further than we don't know who is rowing, but for the moment it is Karsten Albert or Albert Karsten. We still don't know who is in the lead for Rudervereinigung Dessau. And actually it is Iran who did not come to the start there. We see now clearly that lane 8 is empty, and still Rudervereinigung Dessau, Germany leading here. And for the second position it is in between Slovenia and lane 1 Chile for the second place. And again, very young rowers, if I may say. They're born in between 77 and 79 in this heat, and a clear win, we can say. Not an easy, but a clear one for Rudervereinigung Dessau, for Karsten Albert. Then for the second place it is lane 1, so Chile in a second place, and then we have the Netherlands and Slovenia.
So while we wait for those scullers to come to the medal pontoon or to come nearer to us in the next heat to the finishing line, the first round of today's commentators quiz question. We have had the odd entry, the one about the southernmost club in Germany. We had a good entry there, strong entry, but it wasn't in fact quite right. It was the second most southerly one that came in as an answer. I've had one question that's been easy for Germans, one question that's been easy for the Swiss. Here's a nice easy one for our many British fans. Whether from, for example, the delights of Ardingly Rowing Club, who are here with one of the biggest and friendliest entries and fan clubs one could possibly wish, fairly vociferous as well as in delightful uniform, or whether you're here for the first time ever at a Masters event but normally do coastals, so if you're from Shoreham on Sea. Here's a nice easy question for our British visitors, but I hope some other people may know this as well. A bit of history here, and I'm keen on history. Which is the oldest rowing club in Great Britain? The oldest rowing club that's still racing today and has been for a very long time. Which is the oldest club in Great Britain? I'll give you a little hint. It's not Leander. Okay, so we'll take them off the list and ask you which is the oldest, still extant, still racing, and very much alive British rowing club. And you can send your answers to me, paul.castle@web.de, or you can come up and see me in the tower if you don't make too much noise, or grab me in the lunch tent or wherever, where my colleagues are selling delicious food on the terrace here or down at the rowing club. Meanwhile, we have a medalist on the pontoon, and I'm glad to say that it's the winner of the men's B single sculls. This is the man all the way from Nizhny Novgorod in Russia, Dmitry Pavlov, on your screen there, all on his own, together with his photographer. No, it's not. I'm being told it's not the photographer. Who is it? It's the German. It's the man from Dessau, I beg his pardon, in East Germany. I need to pay more attention here. Carsten, we believe, I'm pretty sure he must be called Carsten. He was born in 1977. Carsten Albert, Rudervereinigungen Dessau, picking up that medal, which means I missed Dmitry Pavlov getting his finish in Novgorod. My apologies to him for that. But here comes the next race, and bit hard to spot all the scullers, see who is in which lane on the camera shots that you're getting at the moment. But over on the far side, we have the man from the Wiener Ruderclub Donaubund, one of the several Viennese clubs who are represented here, along with Lia. But this is Marko Milodinovic from Vienna over on the far side, who's found a fairly significant gap of clear water to put between him and his closest rival in lane 6 from Arlesunds Rowclub in Norway. Third place behind them is the man in lane 4 from Dynamo Moscow. But a confident win there for the man from the Viennese Donaubund rowing club, so the Danube Federation Club from the Austrian capital.
And we move back to action with Heat 4 of the men's B single scull with le Cercle Nautique de France in lane 1, Brazil, Pesado Sport Cup in lane 2, Germany, Hallische Rudervereinigung, Bölberg und Nelson, Great Britain, Leicester Rowing Club, Croatia, Veslaki Club Zagreb, Romania with Nadia Florilor, and Spain, Arcote Arun Taldea. You have 3 rowers there in the middle. It is as if it was an Olympic regatta. The 3 in the middle are the best one in this one. So lane 3, it's Halscher, Bulberg and Nelson, Leicester Rowing Club, and the Croatian Velaski Club Zagreb, who desperately want that medal. They have been battling all through the 1,000 meter, the 3 of them, with now I think a slight advantage to Croatia, with Ante Ramadan here trying to increase again with a reaction from Leicester Rowing Club again. It is really good to see such high standing rowing. Just Karsten Kuttner, who decided, no, I have to spare some strength for the other races, but it's only half a canvas in between these 2, and he can be really happy here, the Croatian, to win this after such a harsh battle with Great Britain. Congratulations to you. And in the meanwhile, he was very quick on the water and very quick to get his medal. Marko Milodinovic from Wiener Ruder Club Donaubund got his medal. Congratulations.
And these gentlemen will need to be quick as well, because there are 6 scullers coming down very fast behind them. And in lane 1, it's Rotation Berlin, of whom we've seen quite a lot in action so far. Poznan in 2 for Poland. Fribourg of Switzerland in 3 next to them. It's the Hope of the Netherlands, and out in the lead, the English Rowing Club. From Russia, the English Rowing Club, Alexander Karbalov has led from an early stage here. And then over on the far side, we have our friend from Brazil, Hugo Rafael Eleuterio from the Botafogo Club on the Paralympic course. Of course, his club back home closed this week for obvious reasons. But the English Rowing Club from Russia, with the easy-to-spot Russian blades, leading this field towards the finishing line. And last little push, just 2 or 3 more strokes, and then he'll get his little toot at the line. Alexander Karbalov, born in 1974, where with the men's B single sculls here. That was the 5th heat in this big field, and we've still got 4 more to come. Meanwhile, down at the medals pontoon, you can see on your screen the winner of the previous race, the man from Zagreb in Croatia, Ante Ramadan.
Congratulations, pictures, and back in the boat, and in the boat as well we have the competitors of Heat 6 of the men's B single scull. They passed the 700 meter already with roeivereniging De Laak met Peter Millas, Dinamo Bosco Rowing Club with Sporting Clube Carminese from Portugal, Neste Rowing Club from Finland, Poland Poznania, Germany Ruder Club Protesia Hamburg, and Norway Moss Row Club. And it is lane 1 who is leading here, Roeivereniging De Laak. There is also a strong rowing community, master rowing community in the Netherlands. We know about the student combinations as well. A lot of them row at university and continue then rowing in their old university or in clubs, and they're very successful. You saw it on the Olympics as well, and I see some of our Dutch friends there sending merchandising, selling merchandising, who must be very happy to see other Dutch win here. Roeivereniging De Laak met Peter Mittas. Die takes the win and the medal home. Very close then between the boat in green with Dynami Moscow Rowing Club and all on the other side, Moss Row Club, very close for them for places 2 and 3. At the medal ceremony, we have Alexander Kabalov from English Rowing Club in Russia, the winner of the 5th heat of the men's single scull category B. Congratulations!
So down on the right hand side of your picture, ladies and gentlemen, you can now see the next race on the course here. Roskilde Row Club for Denmark on the inside lane, the White Marsh Boat Club of the United States there in 2, Akademiska Rådföringen for Sweden in 4, and then the Warsaw Sports Club for Poland in 5. One of the other Viennese rowing clubs from Lia in lane 6, and then Banyoles out on the far side for Spain. That race now into its last 300 metres or so, at least at the front of the field. 4 scullers have really set themselves apart in those 4 more central lanes from the 2 back runners on the outside, but best to show at the moment is, by the looks of it, the man in lane 6 from Vienna's Lia Club, and from White Marsh Boat Club in the United States. That's Keith Wobisser for White Marsh and Matthias Schreiner of the Viennese club. So just pushing off from the dock, having picked up his medal again very quickly. The cameras weren't quite fast enough to catch him. From De Laak in the Netherlands, Petra Mitas, the winner there of the previous heat of the men's B single sculls. And it still looks at the moment here as if it's going to be a Viennese win. Matthias Schreiner, Mr. Carpenter, one would say in English to him, or White Marsh Boat Club's Keith Wobisser. And this is going to be an exciting race to the line. It looks at the moment as if Schreiner may just slightly have the edge, but as this is a diagonal finish, and certainly, oh well, Mr. Wobisser in the United States really winding it up there. It's going to be close, but I think that Schreiner may have done enough work early on, but a great finish there by Wobisser takes him right up. It's going to be very close. I think he got there just in the end, my word. White Marsh Boat Club going right up the ramp with the ratings to, I think, just pip Mr. Schreiner from the Viennese club as they came to the line.
And you can see them on the far hand side. The next heat 8 of the single scull men category B. It's the last but one. We have two rowers missing, it seems, Ireland and Great Britain, which leaves us with Germany, Jenner Canu and Hervé in lane 1. In lane 3 is Swiss, Grasshopper Club Zurich. Mexico, Instituto Politecnico Nacional. In lane 4, Germany, Ruderige der Tungemeinde in Berlin. In lane 5, and Sore Gro Club from Denmark in lane 6. And while they are approaching the 500 meters line, we have on the pontoon the winner of the 7th heat, and this is Keith Wopser from White Marsh Boat Club in the USA. Congratulations! And as you can see as well, the flags are hanging quite lazily, if I may say so. There is really perfect conditions here today again on Lake Bagsværd for this 2016 World Rowing Master Regatta. Only the first day we had a little bit of wind, but yesterday and today really, as you can see, perfect conditions, sunny and windless. They're coming now. You can see it. It's quite a close race between lane 1, Jenner Canu and Ruderverein, and Grasshopper Club Zurich, lane 1 and lane 3. Quite close together, I would say, with a slight advantage for the Swiss rower, for Michael Ben in lane 3. And again, a little bit of steering problems for lane 1. We're really wondering why. There must be something strange with this lane. But if you look at the trays left by the boat, you can clearly see there is a little bit of a steering issue. And it's not the rower, I would say, because it's very often... Oops! And it just took a little of this Albano system. What a pity for him, for Lane Thorsen here in lane 1 for Germany. He lost a little bit of ground, and now it will be very hard for him to come back and try to get the medal from Michael Ben from Grasshopper Club Zurich, who just continues. He will not wait, and that's for sure, and he takes a easier win than we would have expected, unfortunately, because of this little boy from the Albano system that was taken by Lane Thorsen.
Now on the water, the 9th and last heat of the men's B single sculls, and this one includes Olaf Klein from the Landshuter Ruderverein, a man who's been around on the international masters circuit for many years, and has already picked up several medals here in both sweep or cruise, and his favourite boat, the single scull. Olaf Klein leading this field home as well. Over on his stroke side, it's the Swedish competitor from Hammarby, Dynamo Moscow, over on Klein's bow side in lane 3. Then a bit back off the back of the field, Kherson Rowing Club Masters from the Ukraine. Next to him, then Commercial Club of Ireland, and all those 5 crews now coming to the line, but Olaf Klein of Landshut down in Bavaria, a little way away from the capital Munich, comes to the line well clear at the head of the field, and picks up yet another medal. While we're talking about medals, the man on the medals pontoon at the moment is Michael Ben of the Grasshopper club, the Grasshopper Club, the better known perhaps in many circles for their football team, but a very successful rowing section for many, many years, including the likes of Xeno Müller, who won 2 golds for Switzerland in the single scull at the Olympics. Grasshoppers in Zurich. And quite a lot of Swiss clubs, in fact, have a football section, sometimes one that became entirely independent and rather more famous. So Basel Rowing Club, who are also represented here, their winter football section became a club that went on later to beat the likes of Liverpool. So that's the reason why Basel Football Club colours are exactly the same as the rowing colours. Now, that was something you didn't know, wasn't it?
And we move back to the next race, and we change categories and type of rowing. We're now going for 4 heats of the men's 4 category E, with the Netherlands Jason Roeivereniging in lane 1, Germany Ruderclub am Baldensee in Essen in 2, Great Britain Ardingly Rowing Club in 3, then an international crew in 4, Sweden Jönköpings Rotsökalp in 5, an Irish combination in 6, and Portugal in 7. And it is lane 4 who is leading the field at this moment. This international crew with FEC and LIA, whatever that might be, followed at about 1 boat length by the Irish combination. I only recognize commercial, the other one I don't know. It's a BBC, but obviously not television. And still in the lead, about a boat length now. FEC and LIE take the first medal in this event, in event 315, just ahead of Ireland, and still battling for the 3rd place. We have Germany giving everything they have, and then the Netherlands, and also giving everything is Ardingly Rowing Club, and doing this leaving their lane, coming in lane 2. Again, a lane issue. It will be the recurrent thing here, I think, in late both for this 2016 World Rowing Master Regatta.
Let's call it creative navigation. Creative navigation there by Ardingly Rowing Club. Not the first and not the last, I'm sure, of people to take a slightly longer route around to the finishing line. Jönköping, glad to see them on the course there. The hosts last year of a wonderful Baltic Cup for the other end of the age range, and building themselves up, continuing to become Sweden's new rowing centre. Good university block there. There's a high school that's moved there recently. Keen sportsmen, and a great local club run by Carter Arnold, who I'm glad to say is here in Copenhagen to enjoy his club mates. He's the president of Jönköping Rowing Club, to enjoy his cruise. And on the course at the moment, the next 6 crews are moving, some of them very rapidly, some slightly more gentlemanly fashion, towards the finishing line. Looks at the moment as if the Argentinian lineup in lane 2 has found plenty of good speed, together with their Latin American rivals over on the far side, the men from the White Star Club in Chile. Those 2 leading the field. In the centre lanes next to them, pushing them all the way, we have crews from Australia, Norway and Great Britain, and bringing up the back of the field we have have in lane 1 the German multi-club composite. But with just another few strokes to the line, and it looks as if the crew in lane 2 are from the two Argentinian clubs, CRR and CNRP, are going to pick up the medal here by about 3/4 of a length. So a good win there for Andres Fernandez Medero, Gerardo Bufarul, Eduardo Calvagna and Ruben Tamagnone.
And in the meanwhile, you see on the victory pontoon again the checking of the names for this international crew, FEC and LIE. It seems it is okay as the medals are coming forward now and are presented to Hans Kung, Raimund Habel, Attila Strohmeyer and Laszlo Kokas. Congratulations!
An Austro-Hungarian lineup. That's really historical stuff there between FEC of Budapest and LIA of the Viennese capital. So that's a real Danubian historical combination. Great to see Austro-Hungarian, I should say, Austro-Hungarian relations still working so well. FEC and LIA pushing off from the dock. And I'm sure the camera will in just a moment pick up the next race, which is coming towards us with 6 quads on the course. Quintin Boat Club for Great Britain, a Swedish lineup in lane 2, Slavia Prague leading the field in lane 3, together with their rivals from Occoquan across in lane 6. Tucked in between those two are a German composite and an international crew, but the international crew having a few problems to keep up with the kind of pace that Occoquan in particular are setting, together with Slavia Prague. Those two crews leading at the moment. The behind them there's a closely bunched duo from Quintin Boat Club in lane 1 and their rivals in lane 4 from Minden and other German clubs. But Occoquan, they've found really a second set of batteries in this second half of the course, winding it up yet again. On the far side, Chris Shinners, Jim Lowe, Daniel Johnson and Greg Benning. We've seen some of them land a number of times at the victory pontoon. Looks as they've got a good chance of doing so again, depending of course on what the Czechs can pull out of the bag over the last few strokes. They've certainly wound up their rating now. The lineup in lane 3 from Prague, but Occoquan calm and collected. No, they've just got another stroke or two's work to do. The Czechs have got an overlap on them, but it wasn't quite enough with that late surge. Another win there for the United States.
And here on the victory pontoon we can see the Argentinian composite that won the second heat of the men's E4, and all our congratulations go to Andres Fernandez Madero, Gerardo Bufarul, Eduardo Calvagna and Ruben Tamagnone. Congratulations! A lot of hugs here for this win with this Argentinian combination of two clubs. And while they are congratulating, you can't see them for the moment, but you will in a few moments. 6 crews participating in the 4th and last heat of the men's E-Coxless 4, with Brazil, again, Sport Club Corinthians Paulista, Great Britain, a composite crew, an international crew with Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club, the Czech Republic with Slavia Praha, Sweden, Kungsgraf Row Club, and another German composite crew. It's lane 3 with this international crew with Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club, who is leading the field here. We're quite used to see them leading the field as well, a little bit like we used to see Occoquan International leading it in the previous race, but they can still be challenged, but it will be hard because there is open water between them and the second in this heat, which is Sweden in lane 6, battling hard with Brazil in lane 1 for the second position, together also with the Czech Republic. A little bit further we then have the German crew and the composite crew from Great Britain, but a few more strokes and it's yet another win for Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club. Congrats to them. A second place for Sweden, and then Germany, Czech Republic, Brazil and Great Britain.
On the medals pontoon now, we have the men in red, Chris Shinners in the bow seat, Jim Lowe and Daniel Johnson, the engine room guys there for Occoquan International, together with their strokeman Greg Benning, picking up their medal from the third heat of the men's fours. We've just watched the fourth heat, and that concludes the programme of men's E coxless fours. We'll be moving on in a moment or two to the first heat of the women's B double sculls, a popular event this one that takes us through for the next few races with 6 heats all lining up the crews in the women's doubles. But Occoquan moving away from the dock to make space for Dynamo Moscow, who will be the next in there to pick up their medals. They'll just be coming into view on the left-hand side of your pictures. If you're watching this on the screen, of course, many of you are not watching this on the screen. You're here live, I'm glad to say. So I have to bear you in mind from time to time in our commentary as well. But there is a live stream going out. You can also listen to us, should you want to do so, on radio. 88.2 is the wavelength to tune into Radio Copenhagen, so to speak. Radio Masters, we'd prefer to call it. On the course at the moment, the Women's B Double Club Norway in lane 1, Bestum Kielen, Daugava of Latvia, Swolsha of the Netherlands, Lyngby of Denmark, of course, Poznan, they're in lane 5, Uster of Switzerland are in 6, Kassel from Germany, they're over in lane 7, and completing the field on the far side of the course, a Finnish double here in the women's B event. So these are ladies born by and large in the 70s and 80s, and the fastest of that particular generation seems at the moment to be the crew in lane 5. That's from Poznan in Poland, a host of many great rowing and canoeing regattas over the years. And they're being pushed, though, pretty hard by the crew over on their bow side, on whom they'll have to keep a close eye. That's Ruderklub Uster, who are here with a number of crews. Uster, that's just on a little lake to the north of Lake Zurich, if you're wondering where they come from. Had an Olympic finalist this year, one of the very few Swiss women scullers ever to have made it to the Olympics, also came from this same club. And Uster has gone from strength to strength in recent years, I'm glad to say, but it looks at the moment as if Poznan has got the edge as they come to the line. They've got about a length advantage over the rest of the field. A strong late push on the inside lane from Daugava, whom we saw win medals yesterday, isn't going to quite do it for them. And medals here for Poland, a combination of Wędrzakowska and Szczepaniak in lane 5.
And in the meanwhile, the rowers from Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club just got their medals. Gennady Astakov, Valdis Michaelis, Igor Rasimonov and Marinus Lek. Congratulations to you, gentlemen. And again, a full house here for the second heat of the women's B double sculls with Denmark. Be ready, the supporters, for Roverengen Kwik, the oldest rowing club in Denmark. Germany in lane 2, Schweringen Rudergesellschaft. Croatia with Mladost. Norway, Christiania Row Club. La France avec le Rowing Club de Mulhouse. Canada, Winnipeg Rowing Club. Japan, Killer Whale Rowing Club. And Spain, Barcelona Club de Rem, with more than 600 meters to go now. It is Denmark who is taken a clear lead on the others in the field.
Coming to the medals pontoon now, we have the winners of the previous race. That's Regatta and Larissa, our contestants from the Poznania club in the Polish city of Poznan. Congratulations to them on their medals. It looks, though, in this next race as if the home crowd will have something to cheer for. Kwik coming very quickly to the finishing line. Astrid Hastrup and Sarah Lauritsen making a good pace towards the finishing line. They're the first crews into the last 250 together with their rivals over on lane 6. Labels in lane 6 from Winnipeg Rowing Club. Killer Whale Rowing Club. Yes, that's one of those names that takes a little bit of getting used to. It's not kill a whale, but killer whale, as in the beast itself. And they're a little low off the pace over in lane 7 for Japan. That speed all coming from the Kwik combination on the lane closest to the home crowd and the Danish fans. So let's hear it, please. Don't hold back, Danish fans. Want to hear a little bit more applause and perhaps a few more down near the medal ceremony in future. Got a nice little group there now, but we've got plenty of space up above the medals platform for lots more fans to come. Again, that slight kink in the straight line that doesn't quite seem to happen in lane 1, but that hasn't held back Kwik at all. Hastrup and Lorentzen leading pretty way all the way down the course, and bags of clear water at the line. Now on the course, the third heat of the women's double sculls. Arlesund for Norway in 1, Smark of Finland there in lane 2, Roskilde for Denmark in 3, Hope and Rhineland have teamed up for the Netherlands in lane 4. We have a Norwegian composite next to them in lane 5, Nürtingen for Germany there in 6, Bürgel, and I'm pretty sure that's the Krefeld Ruder Club. They're the international crew, but that wouldn't be terribly international. Copenhagen Rowing Club, probably it is in that case, in lane 7, and Lyngby Dema Row Club, ladies only affair, in lane 8 for Denmark. But out in front at the moment, it is that international lineup of Judike Schäfer and Sibylle Roller, who are rolling down the course towards us in the middle section of this race. The centre 3 lanes, well, they're a little more evenly matched, but there's a lot of water between 1st and 8th in this race, I think it's fair to say. Let's see if we can pick up a camera shot of our next medalists, who have now come into land, and those will be the medalists from Kwik. Hastrup and Lauritsen got the camera on them now. Congratulations to them. Be nice to see. Oh yes, we've got the next generation of rowers down there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fem Bjørnar are all down there. That's great to see the next generation of Danish rowers on the medals pontoon as well. But there's plenty of space, particularly up on the brick area above them, for more fans. and the fans of the crew that's now coming to the lane to the line in the lead. Bürgel and CRC, Schiffer and Roller, a good win for them by about 2.5 lengths ahead of their nearest rivals in that third heat of the women's B double sculls.
Yeah, and a nice shot of the winners, the Danish winners of the third heat here. The second heat here. A lot of people here, and we really would like to see more cheering and more enthusiasm, because the rowers, they really give their best every time, and they deserve a little bit of help from the crowd. Ooh, we have a person in front of the camera there. We move to the next heat with the fourth heat of the women's B double scull, with Finland's Mark in lane 1, Norway a combination from CR and Berg in lane 2, Denmark with Køge Rowing Club and NRV, the Netherlands Cornelius Tromp Hilversum in 4, Sweden Hammarby EF Roodvörning in lane 5, Germany Havel Brandenburg lane 6, and an international crew in lane 7. And it is lane 4 who is leading the field here. The crew from the Netherlands, Cornelius Tromp Hilversum. They're quite easy to recognize with their bright orange colors, but they're really challenged there by the Danish crew with Anna Karina Gravat and Annette Lindberg Fredriksen. There is only maybe a length between those two boats, which means that in the finishing part, last 200 meters, they could try to give a push, but it seems to be the opposite, and the Dutch team is increasing the pace there, trying to get rid of the Danes, trying to have open water between them so that they can go in a more relaxed way to the finishing line, but they come back again. Look, that is a very nice racing. Every time you have the impression the Dutch can go, but the Danish come back again. Then the Dutch push even more. The Danish try to come back again. How will this show on the last meters? Look at the screen. It is really, really very close. There is not even a half a canvas between both of the boats. There is only a ball between both of the boats. It will be the one who gives the last stroke who will be winning this. And I dare not say who it is. This will be a work for the jury. They are the best placed for this. They have all the instruments. So sorry, ladies. Sorry, Evelina and Inge and Anna Karina and Annette. I can't tell you who won at this moment. You'll have to wait for the umpire to ask you to come to the medal ceremony. And in the meanwhile, they're going away from the medal ceremony. They got their medal. It is the winners of the third heat, the international team, with Judith Kirchschäfer and Sibylle Roller. Congratulations!
So while we wait for our next medalist to come to the pontoon after that very close finish, the next race is now on the course. Mark of Finland in this fourth heat of the women's double sculls in lane 1, Norway in 2. No, I'm going to have to redo this. Køge are in lane 3. Cornelis Tromp of Hilversum in lane 4. We've all been watching them. Moving on to the next race is Arlesund's Road Club of Norway in lane 1 now. Energi Berlin Rudern are for Germany in 2. Danske Studenters Road Club, they're in 3. Nautic de Tarragona for Spain, they're in lane 4. And Czech lineup in lane 5. Mölndal for Sweden in lane 6. And Milton Keynes Rowing Club, they're in lane 7. Looks at the moment though as if it's lanes 5 and 2 that have had the best road so far. 2, well, that's Energi Berlin. We've seen plenty of Funke and Winkler so far already here today. And in lane 5 we have the Czechs, Valsova and Hajkova, who also will be making a return to the medal pontoon if they win this race. Seen them there already as well. But it looks as if the umpires have decided who won the previous race, and they are coming round now to pick up their medal. We'll rejoin that as soon as the camera gets to the pontoon.
And we'll go back to the action with this fifth heat of the women's double scull. And at the moment it is lane 5 who is leading. The crew from the Czech Republic have a clear lead on the crew in lane 2. Energi Berlin in a second place, challenged by Milton Keynes Rowing Club all over in lane 7. And very quickly there on the pontoon, Proficiat, Cornelis Tromp Hilversum, Eveline Verraert and Inge Nijhuis. They get their medals in a few minutes, and they will be joined in a few minutes as well by the rowers from the Czech Republic, keeping their lead there, challenged again by Milton Keynes Rowing Club, but it is a clear win with about a boat lengths lead for the Czech Republic. Congratulations to you.
So, on the course now, and coming in towards the last 250 metres. Heat 6 of the women's B-double sculls, Strathclyde Park from Scotland in lane 1. The Basler Ruder Club from Switzerland, they're in 2. Halifax have come all the way from Canada to race in lane 3. Bistum Kielen of Norway a little adrift in lane 4. In lane 5, a Swedish two-club composite, Schwerin, they're over in lane 6 for Germany. And on the far side, lane 7, completing this field, the Danish entry from Soro Row Club. But lane 1 really well clear of the field here. Strathclyde Park, Gillian Connell and Ailey Ord, we've seen them at the medals pontoon several times already at these Copenhagen Masters. It looks like it's going to be a repeat performance. The only crew really able to go with them seriously is Soro Row Club's Ruth Köster and Linda Milling over on the far side. But looks as if Strathclyde Park has got this one worked out. They've just got 3 sets of boys to go to the line, and then it's another medal for Connell and Ord. Meanwhile, on the medals pontoon, we didn't quite pick them up, but it's the Czech Republic, Zuzana Valsova and Pavla Hajkova, the stroke woman, very happy with their medals in their very visibly Czech strip of red, white and blue.
And as the rowers from the Czech Republic move away from the victory pontoon, we move to heat 1, of the single scull of the men's H category. We have in lane 1 the Netherlands, Roeivereniging Rijnland, Great Britain with Clydesdale in lane 2, Germany, Dresdner Ruderverein in lane 3, C-Club Zurich in lane 4, Japan, SETA Rowing Club lane 5, Denmark, Roveringen Quick in lane 6, Great Britain, St Andrews Boat Club in lane 7, and Australia, Phoenix in lane 8. But I only have 7 on the water, which means that 4 seems not to be there, if I'm not misled. So no C-Club Zurich in this heat, but leading the field is Japan with SETA Rowing Club, Atsushi Adachi. I think I already saw him winning earlier this week, so no big surprise to see him again here in the lead. And what a lead! The only one who could nearly follow the pace was Henk Stefels from Roeivereniging Rijnland in lane 1. But when I say nearly, it is also several boat lengths between the leader from Japan and the rower from the Netherlands. In the third position we have Denmark for Quick, John Grunwald trying to keep the pace as well. Quick, the oldest rowing club here in of the 150 rowing clubs of Denmark, but a very impressive row here for the Japanese Atsushi Adachi from SETA Rowing Club, Japan, who takes the win in this first heat.
Medals, meanwhile, for the ladies with the most charming pairs of socks that we've seen so far today. I think it's fair to say Gillian Connell, and yes, jumping up and down for the oh, careful, no accidents, please. Nearly broke a skull, quite apart from an ankle. Ailey Ord, best just stand and smile when the cameramen come round at that age. But anyway, Strathclyde Park pushing off now from the pontoon, having very nearly broken a bone or two, jumping up and down for the camera. But well done to them, and we look forward to welcoming our Japanese competitor from SETA Rowing Club here in a moment or two as well. Good to see St Andrews Boat Club on the water, didn't quite get there in top form. Great Britain's most successful female athlete comes from St Andrews Boat Club. So there we go. Good to see one of the male athletes given a bit of an airing as well. On the course now behind them, we have the scullers coming down, all 7 of them on the course, which means we've dropped one of them somewhere. We'll have to find out who that is. I think it's lane 1 has decided not to turn up. That was Viking of Germany, gave it a break. Time for lunch, the Germans decided. Upper Thames Rowing Club, they're in lane 2. Fredericia of Denmark in lane 3. Out in the lead though for the Jarun Rowing Club of Croatia. That's Ricardo Grushnov in the lead, ahead of the St. Petersburg Scala in the lane next to him for Russia. Then a little adrift at the back of the field, Uazaki Rowing Club of Japan. Chateau-Thierry of France, looking good and up with the leaders over in lane 7. And Christiania Row Club competing the field for Norway just behind him. So, at the finishing line now, still leading as he's done from an early stage, the man from Jarun in Croatia. A good win there for Ricardo Grushnov, finishing up with a clear water advantage at the finishing line. And I hope we'll get a camera shot or two in a moment of the man who's picked up his medal, the second medal here in Copenhagen, on the medals pontoon. We have at the moment the man from Seta Rowing Club in Japan, Atsuji Dachi. Just see the bows of his boat just peeking out there on the picture there on your screens. If you're watching around the world on the streaming, a still delightfully sunny day here in Copenhagen, flat, calm conditions. Some of these races a bit of a challenge to commentate, ladies and gentlemen, as you may not be able to see if you're around the world, but there are some quite large gaps and differences in speed in some of these age groups. The next ones are already on the course, chasing the single man who's still on it from the previous race.
And again, we have a gap in the people here who went to the start in the competitors, but we have the following lineup in Heat 3 of the men's single scull H. La France, Aviron de Sévrier, Rive Gauche in lane 1. Germany with Ruder Club Favorite Harmonia in lane 2. I think it is the crew from the rower from Marlow Rowing Club who is missing. Then we have Denmark with Randers Row Club, USA Berkeley Paddling and Rowing Club. I love that name. The Netherlands Roeivereniging Rijnland, Denmark Holsbrø, and Ireland with Lee Valley Rowing Club. Quite a closed field. If you look from 4 until 8, they're still more or less leveled, especially 4, 5 and 6, but then we have some of the other rowers who have difficulties keeping up with the quite high speed for H category here in this heat. Leading the field is in lane I'm missing 8 as well, as I see here. No, I have 8. 8, 7, 6, 5. Lane 5 is leading USA Berkeley Paddling and Rowing Club, in with about a boat length ahead of the two around him, which are Denmark and the Netherlands, Randers Row Club and Roeivereniging Rijnland, with the rower from Denmark trying to push and come back. Then we have lane 8 with Ireland still in touch with the leaders, but with only 200 meters to go, it will become very hard for him to come and challenge for the medal. As you can see, it is still the rower from USA who is in the front of this race, but don't forget the Netherlands just next to him. We see in a few minutes, a few strokes even, on the video what it will give, but it is a win for USA, for Berkeley Paddling and Rowing Club. He has been leading throughout the race, the 1,000-meter race, a second place for Roeivereniging Rijnland, and then in the third position we have Denmark with Randers Row Club. And in the meanwhile he has received his medal here at the Victory Pontoon from Veslaki Club Jarun, from Croatia, Ricardo Gruznov. You see him rowing away over the merchandising stands. Don't forget, if you want to find back your name on the t-shirt, on the collector's t-shirt sold by World Rowing Merchandising, go and collect it now, because they might go very easily, and surely you need the rest of the day to try to recognize all your friends in all those names, and also pay a visit to all the other merchandising booths that you have here on Lake Bagsværd.
Well, this previous race just comes across the finishing line. A call for Søren Christensen. Søren Christensen to come to the tower, please, if you can. Thank you very much. Moving into the crucial last 250 meters, the fourth heat of the men's single sculls, Nemunas of Lithuania in one. From Kassel in Germany, we have the crew in lane 2. Lane 4, it's Dresden for Germany again, Lyngby of Denmark there in 5, Carlo for Ireland in 6, Engelholms of Sweden in lane 7, and Tomon Rowing Club of Japan. Now, one man's really been on this course over the kilometre, all essentially on his own, done all the work from a very early stage. Klaus Oppitz from the Kasteler Ruder- und Kanu-Gesellschaft. So, like quite a lot of other clubs, that's a combined effort with another water sport, canoeing. We've seen that in a number of other examples, not least from Sweden as well. The Dutch tend to combine it with sailing, but Germany canoeing is quite a popular combination, of course, with rowing. And here's another example from Kastel on the Main and Mosel corner of Germany. Klaus Oppitz winning there in this H category men's single sculls. Congratulations to him. Ganz herzlichen Glückwunsch geht nach Kastel an Klaus Oppitz.
And what a nice shot here from the winner, Daniel Board from Berkeley Paddling and Rowing Club. Very happy, and a lot of good shots from his fan there on the Victory Pontoon. Quite amazing. He's rowing with some gloves, which I was always told is quite difficult, but maybe now the technology has changed and we have a better quality of gloves to do this. Also, you could see that he has a little mirror on his head so that he can see behind him. Easier as well not to have to look behind every single stroke.
So next heat coming down towards the finishing line, well into the last 250, at least at the head of the field, the Skala from Cornelis Tromp Hilversum of the Netherlands. And this field now starting to open up quite a bit. And over on the far side, the one man who can really go with the Hilversum Skala is the Danish Skala from Fredericia Row Club in lane 7. That's the leading duo as they come down towards the line, but it looks as if Fred Duin of Hilversum is going to get there just in front. The rest of the Skala's not really in the picture at the moment. Who else have we got on the course though? Bærum of Norway, Pirna of Germany, and Heidelberg's younger of the two rowing clubs from Heidelberg in lane 5, British Transport Commission Rowing Club, they're there too. And it's going to be the run to the line now. It looks as if it's going to be a length and a bit in it as they come there for a win for Hilversum. Already picked up quite a few medals, not least, of course, this Skala himself had a good row yesterday. And here we go. So we'll have another Dutch medal handover in a minute or two. Meanwhile, just moving away from the medal pontoon is the winner of the previous race, Klaus Oppitz of the Kasseler Ruder and Canoe Gesellschaft 1880. So they've been around for quite a while too, 136 years for them. That reminds me of today's quiz question. Here's a chance to win a ticket to the grandstand at the Rotsee in Luzern next year. If you can get the answer to me, and if you happen to be drawn out of the hat, which is the oldest British rowing club, still going strong, still going very strong. In fact, I've seen a lot of them this year, and they've been around now for, we're getting on for 200 years, in fact. So, answers to me, paul.castle@web.de, or in person, I hope soon in the lunch tent. And our colleagues there are serving up great food. So either go to the rowing club, Bagsværd Rowing Club, put something in the club kitty, or come to the Tuborg Terrace up here above the finishing line. In the course of the day, of course, you've also got the option of a barbecue, chicken, beef and frankfurters as well, I'm glad to say, as a vegetarian option.
And again, a very nice shot here, a close up from Fred Duin from Cornelis Tromp Hilversum. He will receive his medal in a few minutes after they cleared and they made sure he is the one and only Fred Duin. En congratulations, proficiat voor uw overwinning in de 5e reeks van de skiefheren categorie H. And quite a few people there happy to congratulate Mr. Duin. And don't hesitate to come and join us for these celebrations. It is a very nice place here to be. You see a full strength of the rowing course and you can enjoy some good food and drinks. And you can see it behind the happy Dutch here on the podium. We have the next heat coming down, the last heat in the men's single scull category H, with all the rowers, I think, on the water. We have USA with Marine Rowing Association, Great Britain with British Transport Commission Rowing Club, Lithuania with Rowing Club Academie Remigum, the Netherlands with Isala, Japan, Mitsubishi Senior Boat Club, Denmark, Köger Row Club, and Germany with Krefelder. And it seems that it is, like very often, I must say, in these competitions, lane 1 and 7 who are battling for the medal with Little Mermaid. It is USA Marine Rowing Association and Krefelder. It is all between Landon Cantor and Werner Busch at this moment.
6. heat i mændenes singlesculler, og det er det amerikanske hold, den amerikanske overlanderen Carter på bane 1, der ligger og slås med Krefelder Ruderklub fra Tyskland, Werner Busch, ude på bane 7, og det bliver blandt de to, vi skal finde den endelige vinder. Jeg tror måske, at den amerikanske roer på bane 1, han har en lille fordel her. Vi kommer ind på de sidste 250 meter, og dejligt at kunne konstatere, at vejret stadigvæk, som det har været hele tiden med den her regatta, er fuldstændig fantastisk. Vi har perfekte forhold for de aktive.
Yeah, perfect conditions here again on Lake Bagsværd today. Even better, I would say. It's getting better and better. We shouldn't stop tomorrow. We should continue with the races the whole day.
It's actually funny that you were saying that, Pat, because before I went down here this morning, I saw the weather forecast, and the weather forecast for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday next week is about 25 degrees and same kind of weather. So why not?
Yeah, who's in to stay just tells the organizing committee, but maybe not the husbands and spouses of the organizing committee team members, because it's long hours that you have to work for presenting these good conditions to the rowers, and I think they did a great job. Coming to the finish line now, the last heat of the men's single scull category H, with a very close racing between 1 and 7. It's difficult to say who will win. I would say that it is lane 1, but only with a canvas. Marine Rowing Association, Landon Carter, I think, took the win just ahead of Krefelder, Werner Busch. But what a race here, and the others will be coming, and I hope they will not have any problems, because the last rower of this heat is in the middle of an armada of Coxed 4 men's category C, storming down here, but he saw it and he's moving out of the course, fortunately.
Yeah, well done by the rower, far away, and he's out of the lane now. Vi har så dagens næste løb, så kommer bullerne ned ad banen, og det er en 4-mands styrmand for herrer. Vi har en tysk kombination på bane 1, Irland på bane 2, Storbritannien på bane 3, Tjekkiet på bane 4, Norge, Ålesund på bane 5, Schweiz, Zürich på bane 6, Irland og et internationalt hold ude på bane 8, og det er i øjeblikket bane 3, Storbritannien Minerva Bath Rowing Club, der ligger og kæmper om førstepladsen sammen med det internationale hold fra Rosario over på bane nummer 8.
Yes, storming down. We can say that this first heat of the men's Coxed 4, you have in lane 7 the Club Regatta de Rosario. Then you have lane 1 here with Germany, a combination. Lane 3 with Great Britain, Minerva Bath Rowing Club. All three of them quite close, but it will be a win for the ones who just pushed out of the course. A poor single sculler. A win for the Club Regattas Rosario. A second place for the British combination. Then Minerva Bath Rowing Club, followed by Ireland. Then we will have as well Norway, Switzerland, and Germany again. But what a race it is. Yeah, be careful please. You are Coxed 4, so you can see there are some rowers there. And at the medal pontoon, we have the victory ceremony for Landon Carter from Marine Rowing Association. Congratulations to you. A little tap of on the shoulder of also some team friends and some pictures for him. Look at the beautiful medal that you receive with these little mermaids. Everybody wants to take one home.
Andet heat i mændenes firmas styrmand har passeret de første 500 meter. Irland på bane 1, Holland det håb på bane 2, Zürich for Schweiz på bane 3, tysk kombination bane 4. Et internationalt hold på bane 5, så har vi Ålesund fra Norge på bane 6, Monmouth Rowing Club fra Storbritannien på bane 7 og en tysk kombination på bane nummer 8. Og i øjeblikket der er det bane 1 og 7, der ligger og slås om førstepladsen, det vil sige, det er irerne, og det er den britiske båd fra Monmouth Rowing Club over ved skoven på bane 7, som i øjeblikket ligger og slås om førstepladsen.
Yeah, and the second heat comes in a little bit calmer conditions down to the finish line, with Ireland, Fenor in lane 1, the Netherlands, the Hope in 2, Zero Club Zurich Dry, Germany, a combination in 4, International Club de Regattas Bandeirantes, Norway, and then we have Monmouth Rowing Club and Germany. Monmouth Rowing Club on lane 7 has been leading since the 500 meters mark, but they attacked very seriously by the German team in lane 8, but also the lane 1 is still very close with Ireland. They have been battling all the time. Coming down to the finish, it will be really nearly a dead heat, but it is a very small win, very short win, but it is for Germany. Congratulations, lane 8 just passed before lane 7, Monmouth Rowing Club, but what a race. Also Ireland and Norway. Actually 4 or 5 of these boats were really very close together, and this is so nice.
And we have the victory ceremony now from the first heat, where we have some Argentinians dancing a local folklore dance, I think. In any event, gold medals to Nestor Bodetto, Carlos Magnis, Marcos Morales, Gabriel Shortini and Amy Michaud from Club Regattas Rosario. Congratulations.
And it's so nice to see all these happy faces here on Lakes Bagsværd, Søren. I guess it pays off for all the hard work you did during the last years.
It has been 3 years, which has included a lot of hard work, and as we have mentioned before, there's 550 volunteers supporting this event, and of course, it's worth all the hard work to see, our Argentinian friends here really celebrating as if they'd won a world championship. It's beautiful to see, and it's also beautiful to see how fortunate we are with the weather that we have discussed before. I think we can now allow ourselves to call this regatta a big success, and we can be very happy and very proud, and it's been lovely to see all the happy rowers from all over the world coming to Lake Bagsværd to row hard and to fight for the lovely medals.
And some others are fighting for these lovely medals there. It is the third and last heat of the men's category C, coxed 4, with Germany, Frankfurt, with Ireland coming from Galway, with Great Britain, Stourport Boat Club, with a German combination, a British combination, with the Boat Racing Federation Oblast from Ukraine, the Polytechnica from Wrocław in Poland, and Estonia SAC. And again, 3 boats still in the contention for the medal. It is lane 1, lane 4 and lane 8. Lane 8, which means Germany, Germany and Estonia. We saw Estonia winning a medal also at the Olympic Games. I think it was one of the first times since Yuri Janssen some years ago. So it's very good to see smaller nations to do this. Again, what a race here between these Estonians and two German teams. German team in lane 1 who has a little bit of a problem. And again, such an exciting race. Impossible to see, but it is Germany in lane 4 who takes the win here in this one. And it is then Estonia in the second place. But again, what a race. Gentlemen, we can only congratulate all of you, and ladies as well, for the spectacle you put to us. And it is the German combination now that is celebrating there on the medal ceremony. They're getting their medals. Dirk Luther, Bernhard Klöter, Michael Schlüter, Ulf Sauerbre and Holger Geisler. So congratulations to all of you. You have really done a great show. Well done.
Det har været fuldstændig fantastisk at se både det andet og det tredje hit her i mændenes 4 med styrmand. Det har jo været 100 dele, det har været 10. del, der har afgjort både det løb, hvor vi ser det tyske hold, som får deres velfortjente medaljer nu, men også det løb, vi lige har overstået. Det er jo simpelthen fantastisk, som der bliver gået til den. Man skulle tro, det var et senior-VM, det her.
And it seems as if in the next heat, which is the women's 4 in the category E, there has been a false start because we saw some boats turning and going back to the starting block. So there will be a little bit of break now between we have the next start. This will allow us as well to see the next medal ceremony. And at the medal ceremony, you see the cocks coming out of the stern there. Andrea Albrecht, she has been taking these rowers up to the finish. And it is a win here. They will get their medals in a few moments for Klaus Winter, Mirko Döring, Stefan Scharf and Wolfgang Jakst. Congratulations to you. You can celebrate. I don't know how many races you already did. I was told this morning, Søren, one of the Occoquan guys, did last year 13 races in Hasevinkel. Any clue whether we have some that did more? But I have the impression some names keep coming and coming and coming up.
It's very, very impressive to participate in so many races, and again it shows the high level that these rowers are showing. And in this final and the final before, we saw races as if it was the Olympic Games or World Championships, you know, maybe 1/10 of a second in between. Only on the last few meters it was decided. It has been extremely exciting, and this is of course also why we see that the winners, as we saw in the race before and we see in the race now, they are extremely happy and proud, and so they also should be. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Ja, og så fik vi efter den første fejlstart endelig startet damernes 4 uden styrmander. Der har vi Soccer Talk Rowing Club fra USA på bane 1. Vi har et britisk hold fra Marlow på bane 2. Praha fra Tjekkiet på bane 3. En tysk kombination på bane 4. En international hold på bane 5. Britisk kombination på bane 6. Australsk kombination på bane 7. Og Riga fra Letland på bane 8, og vi nærmer os nu de første 500 meter, og det er det tjekkiske hold på bane 3, som foreløbig er kommet bedst fra start.
And there was a false start in the race, the only heat of the women's Coxless 4, but now it's a good start for the full lineup, which is USA Sangatuk Rowing Club, Great Britain Marlow Rowing Club, the Czech Republic Slavia Praha, a German combination, an international combination. Then we have a Great Britain combination again, an Australian one, and in lane 8 Latvia, the Riga Rowers Club. And as it seems here, it is lane 3 who has taken the advantage, Slavia Praha. We already saw them winning in this event, these ladies from the Czech Republic.
Det er flot roning, de tjekkiske piger. De viser her på bane 3. God teknik, ligger lige i banen. Og de kan jo så se konkurrenterne. Det er det, der er fordelen, hvis man sådan kommer godt afsted fra starten og kommer hurtigt afsted fra starten. Så har man jo den fordel, man kan holde øje med, hvad de andre de prøver at lave. Men som det ligger nu, så øger de stille og roligt deres føring, og der er ikke rigtig nogen, der har sådan vist tegn på angreb endnu. Bane 2 har styringsproblemer nu, det har bane 1 for øvrigt også. Og det gør jo kun situationen endnu nemmere, hvis jeg må have lov at bruge det ord, for de tjekkiske piger på bane 3, som stille og roligt kører den her sejr hjem.
Yes, and it is still lane 3, Slavia Praha, who is leading here with about 2 boat lengths lead ahead of 2 boats chasing very hard, and these 2 boats are a German combination and an international crew, a German combination of 3 different clubs and an international crew from Lee and RRD, but I think even pushing very hard one another, because they're battling for the 2nd and 3rd place. They will not have enough to come back on the club from Praha, Slavia Praha, the Czech Republic, who will take another win here. We saw them already on the victory pontoon. Is it because they row in red that they win? We don't know, but it seems to be a recurrent thing. And what a race for the 2nd place. Look at this. It is impressive, really. And it is the German combination who is just still ahead of the international one. A very good race again.
Så har vi dagens næste løb godt undervej. Det er damedobbeltskolder, og det er det første heat. 5 deltagere. USA på bane 1, Polen på bane 2. USA, det er Soccer Rowing Club, og så er det Bosnia fra Polen. Så er der en amerikansk kombination på bane 3. Og så har vi en dansk kombination på bane 4, og Rheinland fra Holland på bane 5. Og her, hvor vi lige nøjagtigt passerer de første 500 meter, så er det bane 2, det polske hold, og så i første række Rheinland fra Holland og bane 5, der ligger bedst til, men det er hollænderne, der fører.
Yeah, and we will come back in a few minutes to the race because here on the medal pontoon we have the winners of the race for the women's coxless 4 category. Very happy faces again, and I can understand from Ivana Varlyukova, Oldriska Peña, Zenka Norkova and Hedvika Malekova. A big congratulations to you. You deserve a round of applause, but they first make sure you are who you pretend to be. On the water, just moving across, you can see them behind you. You have the first of 2 heats in the women's double scull category H with USA Sangatuk Rowing Club with Poznan in lane 2. For Poland, USA, a combination in lane 3, a Danish combination in lane 4, and the Netherlands, Roeivereniging Rijnland in lane 5. And it is the later one that is really leading the field here. There are a class above the others. A class above the others were also the 4 from Slavia Praha, receiving their medals now, as they did previous day as well. Congratulations to you.
Og så har vi opløbet her i det første heat i dobbeltskolderen, og det er, som vi jo hele tiden har set, fra start til mål, Rheinland fra Holland, som stille og roligt kører den her sejr hjem. De er ganske simpelthen suveræne, og de viser flot roning.
And another win for Roeivereniging Rijnland. They seem to have a good master community there, training hard and taking quite a few wins here, while it's a lot of kissing and hugging on the medal pontoon. The second in this race will then be the crew from USA, Sangatuk Rowing Club. And yeah, the other ones are coming very quickly. You can see them just behind there. They're already closing up the 4 other rowers in the same event. Heat 2 of the women's H double scull with USA, a combination from VBC and PRC. Norway, Christiania Row Club, an international team, and the Japanese from Mitsubishi Senior Boat Club, with the Norwegians in the lead at about 300 meters from the finish line.
Ja, og vi har jo travlt, så vi har allerede det andet heat godt i gang, og de er nu på vej ind på opløbet. Og der er 4 deltagere, et hold fra USA, så har vi Christiania fra Norge, et internationalt hold, og Japan Mitsubishi over på bane 4. Og det er sørme vores norske venner fra Christiania Roklub, som har tilroet sig en meget, meget klar føring, og de vinder det her løb suverænt.
Yes, sovereign, I understood in the Danish, and that's true. They are sovereign here, the rowers from Christiania Row Club, really leading the field far ahead from the others, and there is no competition in this event this time. It is they just took the win here. Maaike de Vlas, and she doesn't seem like a Noor, and I was told yesterday that actually she comes from the Netherlands, but is living and rowing there for Christiania Row Club. And Janne Spilling, the second place for the international team. Then we have USA and Japan. On the victory pontoon, other Dutch getting their medals. Roeivereniging Rijnland, Lia Brouwer-Vogel en Marianne de Jong. Proficiat dames, een hele mooie wedstrijd hier. En misschien nog eentje morgen in de mixte ploegen.
Første heat i mændenes toer uden styrmand er på vej ned mod mål. Det er Dynamo Moskva for Rusland på bane 1. Så er det et polsk hold på bane 2. Cap Queen for Irland på bane 3. Brisbane for Australien bane 4. Marlow for Storbritannien bane 5. Fransk hold på bane 6 og en britisk kombination på bane 7. Og det er Dynamo Moskva, som vi har set flere gange ved de her mesterskaber. Det er det russiske hold på bane 1, som selvom de har lidt styringsproblemer, de er lidt ude i bøjerne, som ligger til at vinde det her løb. De fører det her, hvor der mangler ganske få meter.
Yeah, and again some steering problems here, but a very harsh competition again for the medal here. But the medal will again go to Russia, with Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club here taking the first place just ahead of Ireland Kappa Quinn, and then a harsh competition for the third place between Poland from Wlokarski and Great Britain, a combination. We still have as well then France with a combination ASM and CNN. We have Marlow Rowing Club and Brisbane and Rowing Club also in this race. Very quick here for these gentlemen. And at the medal pontoon, we have the winners of the second and last heat of the women's double scull category age. Congratulations to Maaike de Vlas and Janne Spilling from Christiania Row Club. Very happy faces. That's what we like to see, and that's why we are here like all the others. I think from the organizing committee, from all the volunteers, always happy faces, such as the rowers showing proudly their medal.
Så er vi mere end halvvejs i dagens andet heat i to uden styrmand. Bane 1 Storbritannien, Shoreham Rowing Club. Bane 2 Omsund for Norge. Bane 3 ikke mødt. Bane 4 Storbritannien, Ardingly Rowing Club. Fransk kombination på bane 5. Roskilde Roklub og SR Roklub på bane 6. Og Okotran International, vores amerikanske venner, på bane 6. Og det er netop den amerikanske tog uden styrmand, som fører her, hvor der mangler 200 meter.
And the second of the three heats of the men's F pair with no surprise, USA Occoquan International leading the field here far ahead of two boats trying to battle for the second place. And these are the crews from France and from Great Britain, the French combination CNV Cass and Ardingly Rowing Club. A very harsh competition between these two to get the second place. There is no medal for the second, but anyway we see them going until the end. What is sure is that Occoquan International takes the medal home, and then I would nearly call it a dead heat. Oh, just in the last little stroke, maybe the French stopped too early. Ardingly in a second place, and then the French, and then we still have in this competition Shoreham Rowing Club, Denmark with Roskilde, and that's it. And Norway, Årsmund Row Club.
And we just finalized the victory ceremony in the first heat of the men's straight pair. As we saw, winner Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club with Gennady Astakov and Igor Anisinov. Congratulations.
So a nice close-up view now on the medals pontoon. We've sharpened up our pictures on the medals thanks to our colleague with a close-up camera. Much better shots than we were getting early on this morning. And the medal winners from the previous race, that's Chris Shinners in the bow seat. Jim Lowe smiling away at stroke. If he takes his hat off, we'll get even better shots of him. But in this sunshine, important, of course, to keep covered up. Looks as if we might be having another Okokwan medal any moment now, because here they come. Darko Mikcic this time and Vlado Kricek again in the men's F pairs, so plenty of depth of talent in the Okokwan International Renter crew set up. Here they come, and the only crew that's really been able to go with them is Wallingford's Cusack and Morris. It's going to be fairly close at the line, but a hint of clear water behind the Okokwan stern when they got there after the 1,000 metres. Well done to Okokwan, 2 medals in a row for them. And we'll now move on from men to women, and from pairs to 8s. That'll be the next race on the course, and we'll rejoin the action there in a moment or two. So, as we've got a bit of a break until those promised 8s come round, and we haven't yet got our next medalists at the pontoon. A chance again to say Mangetag, thank you very much indeed. Ganz herzlichen Dank, merci infiniment. Hartelijk bedankt and all the rest of it. Mille grazie, muito obrigado to the volunteers around the course, the men and women, boys and girls in these really bright winter jogging shirts and jackets. Hard to not to see them in their luminous gear around the course. Couldn't run this kind of event without you, so thank you very much indeed. You have made this event possible, together of course with the local town councils, town and community councils, Gladsaxe, Lyngby, Tarbæk, and down the road, Copenhagen, yes, the capital indeed. Complicated arrangements around the lake here need everybody's support to make this event possible, and have had a lot of it from the civil servants in the neighbouring communities here. Sport Event Denmark, more than generous to us, as well as is Lokalen Anlægsfonden and the local Chamber of Commerce, who kindly run the bus service to Kongens Lyngby. So if you're going to Kongens Lyngby by bus, take a shopping bag. There's 500 or so stores to choose from around the town, and they look forward to welcoming you there. Welcomed to the medal pontoon. Meanwhile, is yet another Okokwan lineup. Darko Mikcic in the bow seat, Vlado Kricek at in the stroke seat, obviously, as it's a pair. That's all that's left. And my thanks continue as they continue to get their medals. TDC, another most welcome supporter here. On go the hats again. That's a fine example. Do keep covered up in the sunshine, ladies and gentlemen. Keep the sun cream on, the hats on. And that's true of the little children, of course, who are running around here as well. Delighted to see them. Masters often have grandchildren attending. Keep them out of the sun, please, as well. A publicity spot, of course, a little commercial for our colleagues in the catering areas. The barbecue tent well hidden behind the old finishing tower. The rather more visible Tuborg Terrace up above the finish there. And then down at Bagsværd Rowclub, a chance to put a penny or two in the club kitty here. Plenty of food and drink to choose from down there as well. So we look forward to welcoming you to the catering. Good Danish stuff as advertised on the website, whose stories today include a rather nice one about Mette Bolt, the heroine of Masters Rowing and Mistresses Rowing, I suppose. It's fair to say since, well, I won't reveal since when. You have to go and read on the website to find out how long she's been up to that. Well, we look forward later on to a rather special guest presenting some medals. We'll get to her when she comes along, and hope she'll be with us fairly soon. And a thank you to the organising committee, the many on the organising committee who, not least, have done a fantastic job on the weather front. And I don't know whether it was Ole Lindskov or Corey Sørensen who spoke to St. Peter and his friends at the Met Office, Anna Meissner, Rainer Modest, Merita Bolt herself, perhaps Karen Stahlschmidt might have had a word. But anyway, this is most unexpectedly beautiful weather for Copenhagen, or at least Bagsværd, in September. So thank you to the organizing committee for that as well. Ganz, ganz herzlichen Dank, habe ich jetzt gerade gesagt, den Freiwilligen und unseren auswärtigen Unterstützern. Und jetzt kriegen wir die Information zu ganz, ganz wichtigen Sachen im Zusammenhang mit Catering und Wohlbefinden. Das kommt zuerst jetzt allerdings auf Dänisch. Ich werde es dann nachher mal auf Deutsch und Englisch wiederholen.
Så ønsker vi også at gøre opmærksom på, at den store restaurant med den flotte terrasse her ved siden af Paul og mig i speakertårnet, de lukker klokken 14 i dag. Og det gør de, fordi de skal gøre klar til aftens Masters Party. Men der er jo grillteltet bag speakertårnet, hvor Paul og jeg sidder, og så er der vores andre boder. Og hvis man er sulten eller tørstig, så er det bare derhen. Det foregår, ladies and gentlemen. We have a small announcement in as much as we will be closing down the big restaurant with the terrace next to Paul and me at 2 p.m. today, because they have to make ready for the Masters Party tonight. However, the grill tent behind the commenting tower is open all afternoon, and so are the rest of the areas where you can buy food and beverage. So please feel welcome to go to those places as well. Samtidig vil vi godt benytte lejligheden til at takke alle de mennesker, der har støttet os her de sidste 3 år, for at vi har været i stand til at arrangere det her store arrangement. Det drejer sig selvfølgelig først og fremmest om Gladsaxe Kommune, Lyngby-Taarbæk Kommune og Københavns Kommune og Sport Event Danmark. Lokaler Anlægsfonden og Handelsforeningen i Kongens Lyngby og TDC, tusind tak for jeres støtte. Uden jer havde det været umuligt at arrangere det her. Og selvfølgelig også tak til alle de frivillige, som har stillet op for at hjælpe os i dag.
So, nochmal, ich habe gute Nachrichten und schlechte Nachrichten für Sie, meine Damen und Herren. Die guten Nachrichten sind, heute Abend steigt die Masters Party hier im Zielbereich. Das heißt allerdings, dass das Restaurant ab 14 Uhr mit der Terrasse zumacht. Dicht ist es da im Catering-Bereich, aber weitere gute Nachrichten. Hinter dem ehemaligen Zielturm bleibt alles am Grill wie gehabt. Da ist das Zelt auch weiterhin dann offen. Auch im Bagsværd Row Club, also im Ruderclub vorne, kriegen Sie nach wie vor auch was zu essen, auch wenn das Terrassenrestaurant zugunsten der heutigen Masters Party um 14 Uhr bereits zumachen muss. Mesdames et messieurs, une petite information gastronomique très importante afin que vous le sachiez. Le restaurant avec la terrasse, très jolie vue sur la Corse, à côté de l'ancien tour d'arrivée, va fermer ses portes aujourd'hui à 14h, à 2h de l'après-midi, parce que tous mes collègues, les collaborateurs et collaboratrices côté catering doivent préparer le soi-disant Masters Party ce soir. Mais pas de peur, il y a toujours quelque chose à manger. Par exemple, dans la tente avec mes collègues experts du grillade qui sont derrière le tour d'arrivée, l'ancien tour d'arrivée, ainsi que le club d'aviron de Bagsværd. Là aussi, il reste toute l'après-midi quelque chose à manger.
「
«
「 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « « 「
Well, the next race has now started. They'll be with us fairly soon, and I guess the camera will pick them up as they come down towards us. Great Britain in lane 1 with Cantabs, Peterborough City and a few other friends there. Copenhagen Rowing Club, they're in 2. Look forward to seeing their women's C8. There's an international lineup next to them in 3. Wallingford are in lane 4. Then a very international lineup in lane 5. Great Britain, Sons of the Thames, Wallingford and a few friends, they're in lane 6. And then a 3-club lineup for Germany in lane 7. And completing this magnificent picture on the flat Calm Lake, 8 8s again, is the Swedish composite on the far side. A great sight, ladies and gentlemen. Do look down. You don't often get to see any race with 8 8s all in parallel. It's happening here in Copenhagen at the Masters. The camera will be with them in a moment or two. It looks at the moment as if the international crew in their luminous green shirts in lane 5 are setting the pace together with their German rivals in lane 7.
Ja, så skriver vi igen historie her på Bagsværd Sø, og det gør vi, fordi vi ved den her regatta igen ser 8 8'er buldre ned over banen. Det har vi aldrig set før på Bagsværd Sø, og vi kommer sandsynligvis heller aldrig til at se det igen. Så nyd øjeblikket. Og her, hvor vi har passeret de første 500 meter, der er det internationale hold på bane 5, der har taget føringen.
You're watching history, ladies and gentlemen. This has never happened before, at least not before this regatta. This is a rerun of the delightful sight we saw the other day, 8 8s coming down the course here in Copenhagen. You don't get that at regular FISA regattas because there's only 6 lanes. Here we go, and that's 72 competitors here storming down towards the finish. There's only really 2 crews with a chance of the medals, and the cocks of the international crew looking across to see his rival in the German crew. Beate Krause, the German cox, looks as if she's just got her crew a little bit ahead. They've chosen the right moment to wind it up as they come to the line, but it's going to be close as the rest of the field spreads out behind them. There's about 4 seats in it or less as they come to the line. The gap is closing. It's going to be very, very close indeed. Oh, it's going to come down, I think, to the umpires. Looks at the international crew just surge through to get there by, yes, only just 3 or 4 seats in the event. The international crew there from a whole string of clubs. We'll welcome them to the pontoon in a moment or two.
Endnu et fantastisk flot opløb. 8 8'er og kamp om sejren til det sidste.
The next race is on the course, and again the magnificent sight of 8 women's 8s. This is the C category still, so it's the 1960s primarily that are on the water. Great Britain in lane 1, Norway, their composite is in lane 2, the United States in lane 3, an international crew is in lane 4, Germany has another crew in lane 5, Great Britain's Lee Rowing Club has put out an entire club 8 in lane 6, De Hoop rivaling that for the Netherlands in lane 7, and Upper Thames Rowing Club, they're in lane 8. They're a little off the pace though at the moment, Upper Thames. That pace is being set primarily in lane 1, so well away from Upper Thames by the MRC-BRC combination, the 2 British clubs that have teamed up there to race. Meanwhile, those lanes 6 and 7 looking strong as well. Lee Rowing Club and De Hoop, we're here with a big squad. That club whose name means what it sounds like, hope. Yeah, Die Hoffnung. Hope has another secondary meaning, but I won't go into that here today. In lane 1 and looking very good indeed, locked in. If they can just keep away from the Bagsværd triangle, which has caused all sorts of steering problems this week. But there's a Cox in the stern, and in this case it's Anna Brazinova who's steering that crew. Over though in lane 6 and 7, the pace winding up as well as they come into the last 250.
Og endnu en gang 8 på banen. Nyd det her fantastiske syn, mine damer og herrer. De kommer stormende ned mod målstregen. Og det er det engelske hold, det engelske kombination af MRC og BRC, som faktisk fra starten har sat sig på det her løb. De ror teknisk meget flot, og de fører klart, mens der er anderledes hård kamp om andenpladsen.
Down at the Victory Pontoon. We can't actually see them on the screen at the moment, but we can certainly see them hugging each other live. Delighted winners from the previous race, the International. There they are in, yes, a glorious Technicolor, very bright. Jutta Lullius, Carola Bösinger, Ilona Hiltunen, Karina Hein, Vita Rimkine, Gabriela Rockenbauer, Katrin Gleier, Iris Vogtner and the Cox, Deborah Bregenzer. Almost at the line now. It's going to be very close, but all that work that they did early on has paid off for the British 8 on the inside lane. They get there about 3/4 of a length ahead of the rest of the field. That's Ruth Naylor, Martel Slabbert, Lorna Loretto, Lisa Knill, Jane Chiswell, Jean Main, Helen Hugo, Kim Martin Smith, and the Cox I'd already mentioned before, Anna Brazinova, that second heat of the women's 8s. Wonderful sight. So the next generation has joined the medal winners as well. That's wonderful. Don't yet know where the Olympics will be in 2032, but with that 50-50 quota coming in to play from Tokyo onwards, good news for the younger generation of young ladies. Who knows? Maybe in a future Olympic participant we're looking at there with the curly locks. Meanwhile, further down the course, the next race has started. We've got a little bit older, and we've switched now to Coxed 4s and moved up the age category. We're in the 1940s now with Germany in lane 1, a primarily Australian international crew in lane 2. I hope so. We've lost lane 1. Absolutely right. Where's it gone? The dreaded Bagsværd triangle has swallowed another victim. So Hum and Co have decided either to stay at lunch or just avoid danger. North Shore and Co, they are on the course though, Australia. Great Britain has a 3-club lineup built around the Upper Thames squad there in lane 3, and then there's an international crew racing against them in lane 4, but it is lane 3 that heads this arrowhead formation as they come down the course. Lane 3, that's Stephen Denley Hill, Tim Lincoln, Arnold Cook, Klaus Riekemann, and the all-important Cox, Mary Yee. So our international winners of the first women's 8 race now getting back into their boat. We're delighted to welcome the winners of the second race, the MRC BRC British Composite. They'll be out and getting their medals in a moment or two as well.
Det er Søren op for speakertårnet. Kan I høre mig? Det er Søren op for speakertårnet.
So a very clear lead here for the crew in lane 3, MBRC, UTH and ARD. The ARD is Ardingly, the crew with the arguably most elegant strip here. Stephen Denley-Hill, Tim Lincoln, Arnold Cook, Klaus Riekemann. We've seen them in action earlier on today in other crews. Mary Yee steering them down safely down lane 3 and safely towards a medal. It'll be a win for Ardingly and their friends from Upper Thames, etc. As they come to the line in a moment or two. Meanwhile, at the medals pontoon, that British lineup that I was talking about has now got out. We'll see them get their medals in a moment or two. There they are, in close-up. Thank you very much to our camera lady. Plenty of congratulations. A happy, happy crew, and rightly so after that very good row. Ruth Naylor, Martel Slabbert, Lorna Loretto, Lisa Knill, whom we've also seen coxing here, so she's a real all-rounder. James Chiswell, Jean Main, Helen Hugo, Kim Martin-Smith and Anna Bratzinova. No doubt about who won the men's fours though. Bags and bags of clear water back behind the stern of the crew in lane 3, and we'll welcome them to the medals pontoon in a moment or two. In the next race, we have a crew that's not afraid to enter in lane 1. A full 5 here with the international J age group category. So that's the 1930s well represented there, apart from the cock, who's a little bit younger. Then another J category in the lane next to them, international. A primarily New Zealand and Australian international crew are in lane 3. Then a multinational crew in lane 4, and the only single nation crew, they're out in lane 5, but a composite from various clubs, and they're also in the J category. The crew in lane 4 is an older age group, so that's the 1920s and 30s, and they have amongst them Sidisek Adamik, who was the star of yesterday's news stories on the World Masters Rowing website. You can still go and see his story about why he's still rowing at the age of 90 and why it's such fun and why he enjoys beating younger men. Well, they're not quite up with the pace there in this particular race, but the men they're racing against are 10 years at least their juniors, so fair enough. And fair beauty indeed on the stand, getting their medals, the ladies from Great Britain's MRC and BRC. And at the crucial moment, of course, I always forget what the abbreviations stand for, but they know, and their fans know, and that's the main thing. What's happening in this fours race? Well, over in lane 5, it looks as if Gerhard Scharlemann, Ludwig Berberich, Helmut Meyer, Paul Schmidt, and in the cock seat, Jürgen Oelke, who's not really much younger than the rest of them, are in a reasonably comfortable lead at this stage.
Så har vi passeret de første 600 meter i dagens næste løb, som er en firma-styrmand for de sådan lidt ældre drenge, og det kan man vist roligt tillade sig at sige. Vi har folk, der er født i 20'erne og i 30'erne. Så det er jo fuldstændig fantastisk, at vi endnu en gang ser et bevis på, at roning har ingen alder. Rowing has no age. Man kan ro simpelthen. Faktisk har vi jo haft folk, som ikke var i stand til sådan at cykle og gå særlig godt, men så snart de kom ned i robåden, så gik det fint. Og vi har jo vores tjekkiske ven, Sadisak Adamik, som sidder med i båden på bane 4. Han er født i 1926 og er 90 år gammel. Og nu, her hvor vi nærmer os opløbet, der har vi bane 1 og bane 3 og bane 5, der ligger og kæmper om førstepladsen. Men stor respekt til alle 5 deltagende hold.
Absolutely agree with that. Bags of respect for the gentlemen and ladies, of course, of this age, still racing up and down the course at an age at which many have long decided just to sit around in front of the TV on a Saturday afternoon. Here they come out in lane 5. It looks as if the German combination did the necessary work early on. They've been pushed all the way though by their rivals, particularly in lanes 1 and 3. Haven't been allowed to break right away, but there's going to be about a length in it at the line, so a pleasing win there for the representatives of Münster, I think it is, and then we've got Frankfurt and Germania in there as well in that multi-club German lineup. Those were the J's coming across the line, the last of the J's just getting there. And then at the back of the field we had the oldest men on the course, 1926, 1931, and a youthful Cox, our 1960. But 1926 and 1931 coming to the finishing line now. Applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful performance to see them. And this isn't their first race, don't forget. They've already been up and down this course a couple of times. So really full of admiration for these participants here.
Meantime, we have the victory ceremony taking place at the pontoon, and this is the crew from Great Britain that won the first heat here. Well-deserved medals to Stephen Denley Hill, Tim Lincoln, Arnold Cook, Klaus Riekemann, and Mary Yee. Congratulations.
Six scullers on the course, which is good news because I was not expecting there to be 7, so here they come. Rhineland, the sculler is in lane 1, Commercial of Australia in 2, a little off the pace at the moment. Loch Lomond Rowing Club, Eva Rankin is up top ranking in lane 3, then next to her Daniel Rowing Centre of Israel in 4, and vying with Loch Lomond for the lead is the Hungarian sculler Kamila Kostolani in lane 5, and over on the far side lane 6 from Grünau in Germany, Silvia Kietzer completing the 6-boat field, all of them born in 1955 or 56.
Så har vi en dameskolder helt ned over banen. Der er 6 deltagere, og det er på bane 1 Holland, på bane 2 Australien, på bane 3 Storbritannien, på bane 4 Israel, 5 Ungarn og 6 Tyskland. Og det er i øjeblikket den britiske dame, Eva Rankin, der fører det her løb foran den ungarske deltager over på bane 5. Men det ser ud som om, at den engelske pige på bane 3 har kontrol over tingene, selvom hun bliver presset over på bane 5.
It's going to be very close at the line. Really nothing to choose between those two scullers, really both winding it up. It's going to come down to a bow ball decision, definitely too close for me to call. It was either lane 3 or 5, I can reveal that, but in the event between Hungary and Great Britain, there can't be much more than a bow number between those two scullers. We'll await the umpire's decision on that one, when they've probably had to expand the photograph a few times. Meanwhile, down on the pontoon, and I hope we'll get a view of them fairly shortly, the German winners of the previous race, the J category. They'll soon be joined by the winners of the K category as well. The crew's now all across the line. We hope we get back to the medals pontoon and see Gerhard Scharlemann smiling at bow. Ludwig Berberich, well, behind them come in the next winners. We'll get to them in a moment. Helmut Meyer, Paul Schmidt and Jürgen Oelke have got their medals. The crew you can see on the screen if you're watching that, that's the crew, the international crew that won the K age group category. Adamik, the bowman, he was the one in yesterday's portrait on the website. Otto Schäfer at 2, Thor Olsand at 3, William Horkey, the strokeman, and Rosemary Langhammer, born in 1960, a positive infant compared to the members of that crew. And there you go, that's honesty all the way. Even a star of the website has to prove he really was born in 1926. Our colleagues down on the pontoon, very strict all the way. Everyone has to show their accreditation.
Så har vi fået startet det andet heat i damesinglesskollerne, og vi har netop passeret de første 500 meter. Det er Storbritannien, Gloucester Rowing Club på bane 1. Så har vi Daventria fra Holland på bane 2. Fontainebleau, Frankrig på bane 3, Canada, Saskatoon Rowing Club på bane 4 og Canberra Rowing Club fra Australien på bane 5. Vi er inde på de sidste 200 meter, og det er den franske dame fra Fontainebleau, der i øjeblikket har en føring på en cirka 3 længder i et noget spredt felt.
So here come the next scullers. Same event, women's F, the second heat, Gloucester for Great Britain in 1, Daventria of the Netherlands there in lane 2. Then the leader and the clear leader, Fontainebleau Association Nautique, Jules Tué leads the field as she's done most of the way down the course. Canada in lane 4 from Saskatoon, and Canberra out in lane 5 for Australia. But a very, very dominating win here for the French sculler in lane 3. Magnifique course en skiff catégorie F. Elle veut pas arrêter, Elle rame toujours. C'est bon, madame, vous pouvez, oui, arrêter, bien sûr. Freinez. Joël Tué, Fontainebleau avant Association Nautique. Mes félicitations là pour médaille, enfin pour la France. Et une autre Française, si vous écoutez Madame Aurélia Gerber ou Gerber, si vous pouvez passer le tour d'arrivée, l'ancien tour d'arrivée pour voir moi, Paul Castle, le speaker, j'ai un petit message pour vous. Aurélia Gerber du Rowing Club de Mulhouse, s'il vous plaît, à la tour d'arrivée chez les speakers. Mais là, c'était Fontainebleau qui a gagné le skiff. And when we're talking about people winning in single sculls, we now know who won the previous race. That race went the way of Eva Rankin from Loch Lomond. Finally got that really, really close race. Picked up a medal there. She's just pushing off from the pontoon. You can see it on the bottom left-hand side of the picture. That must have been one of the very closest races of the day. Congratulations to Eva Rankin for winning the previous heat of the women's single sculls. We now move from singles to doubles, from women to men, and have a full fleet of 8 crews on the course. Søren, over to you.
Mange tak. Ja, så nærmer vi os afslutningen i det første heat i mændenes dobbeltsculler, hvor vi har en dansk kombination. På bane 1, det er Ian Baden og Michael Blomstrand. Så har vi et tysk hold på bane 2, hollandsk hold på bane 3, argentinsk hold på bane 4, Irland på bane 5, Tyskland bane 6, Frankrig bane 7 og Storbritannien bane 8. Og det ser ud til, at Ian og Michael, de lokale gutter her, har tænkt sig at sætte sig på det her løb, for de ligger i hvert fald at føre her, hvor der mangler en cirka 100 meter, og det er det franske hold over på bane 7, de ligger og kæmper med, men jeg synes, hvis de kan få styr på deres styring, hvis jeg må sige det, for de er meget tæt på at komme ud i bøjerne, så skal de nok hive den her sejr hjem, og det gør de også. Det bliver det danske hold på bane 1, som vinder. Tillykke.
Well, that's why I hand it over to you, Søren. A great Danish win in front of, I hope, a lot of home fans there. Well done to Blomstrand and Baden for that medal in the first heat of the men's D category double sculls, so the early 1960s. Meanwhile, on the medal pontoon, we have the winner of the previous race from Fontainebleau avant Association Nautique, and some nautical skills required sometimes on this course, but in these beautiful flat calm conditions, that's less important. Joël Tué, félicitations madame. Sourire pour les photographes, les paparazzi ainsi que les mamarazzi, s'il vous plaît, oui. Congratulations to Joël Tué picking up her medal in the women's single sculls.
And Paul, you talked about the very close finish we had in the first heat, and it was so lovely to see how happy Eva Rankin was with her well-deserved medals. They fight out there, they fight it all the way, but once they have passed the finish line, you know, they have really earned their medal, and it's lovely to see also here with the French lady how happy they were. Congratulations to both these fantastic rowers. Og så har vi sejrsceremoni i dagens første heat, dobbeltsculler for herrer. Og det var jo Hellerup Roklub Bagsværd Roklub-kombinationen med Ian Baden og Michael Blomstrand, der vandt efter en meget flot præstation. Tillykke, drenge. Velrådet.
Very young masters on the victory pontoon, trying to feel how it is to get a medal. So in a few years, I guess we will see her back here on the Bagsværd with some boats. Nice to see there are some very enthusiastic little fans here. But coming back to the action, it is the second heat of the men's double scull category D, with a Danish boat from Roklubber Furesøen here in lane 1. Then we have Poland, a combination in 2, a German combination in 3, Peru with the Club de Regattas Lima, they're back in Peru. Spain with Recto Arun, Argentina Parana Rowing, Nederland De Hoop, and Academische Ruder Club 2 Monster. And it is lane 5 who is leading here, if I'm not mistaken. So that would be Spain, Getso Arun here with quite a comfortable lead on the others in this event. The only one who tried to follow a little bit the pace were the Polish in lane 2 and the Germans in lane 8. But a win there for the Spanish crew.
So we look forward to welcoming the Spanish winners there to the medals pontoon in a moment or two. Meanwhile, the next heat of the men's double sculls is on the course. Germany's Oberhavel Hennigsdorf club are in lane 1. There's an international crew in 2. Arlesund's Row Club of Norway, they're in lane 3. Stockholm have sent a crew into lane 4. Out in lane 5 we have the Ratzeburger Ruder Club with Thomas Lange, multiple world and Olympic champion in that crew. And then out in 7, the Smack of Finland and the Nyborg Row Club of Denmark flying the home flag, but it looks at the moment as if most of the pace has been set all the way down the course by Christian Schanze and Thomas Lange of Ratzeburg in Germany. They're being pushed hardest by their rivals in lane 2, Andreas Kral and Igor Botseglov, who have teamed up to form an international crew.
And a big push at lane 2 from the international team, Andreas Kral and Igor Botseglov, to try and go and take that medal that Ratzeburg Ruder Club thought they would take home easily. It doesn't seem that easy anymore. Look at the strength, look at the speed they are trying to put in the boat, and a reaction now from Ratzeburg in the last one. And no, I really think it is lane 2, this international crew, that will go home with the medal, and they can also say they beat Thomas Lange. That might be something they will write on their wall in a few time. Meanwhile, they checked whether the Spanish were the right ones on the medal pontoon, and they are. So it is a medal for Getzo Arun, for Javier Sanchez and Victor Lorente. Congratulations to you. And it is as if they say bye, but we'll be back on the pontoon. And we can now move to the next race, which is Heat 4 of the men's double scull, with the Swiss Masters in lane 1, showing they are the Masters here, as they are in the lead in this event after 700 meters. Denmark, Lyngby Row Club in lane 2. Germany, Werdener Ruderverein in lane 3. An international crew in lane 4. Russia, a combination crew in lane 5. Germany, Sorpersee in lane 6. Sweden with Kronvås Row Club in lane 7. And the Norske Studenter Row Club in lane 8. And lane 1 leading the Swiss Master, followed by lane 4, which is this international crew in second position. And we saw that no race is raced until it is completely finished with the previous one. So they have to continue pushing as hard as they can to try to keep that lead. The Swiss Masters, these are Jürgen Träger and Kurt Strutzina. And it's a D category, so born in 65. And again, a little bit of a strange steering in lane 1. But it seems they can keep their lead and go and take that medal. Swiss Masters first, a very good row for them here in this event. As soon as we saw them, they were leading. Be careful! Behind you! Behind you! Yeah, you won and you nearly had a crash. That would have really been a pity. On the medal pontoon, we have the winners there from the previous heat. And look at these happy faces from Andreas Kral and Igor Botseglov. And a big hug for them. They seem as if they don't believe it themselves. They have been beating the Olympic and world champion. Come on, how good can a day be on Lake Bagsværd?
So, die Schweizer Meister, bitte Löge und Lose, bevor sie wegfahren. Huh? Also, das war jetzt wieder ein klassisches Beispiel, wie man nicht ins Ziel fährt oder am Ziel vorbei. Bitte, meine Damen und Herren, die Verkehrsregeln sind da, um Sie zu schützen und auch um andere zu schützen. Wir wollen Kollisionen vermeiden. Wir hatten ein paar beinahe Zusammenstöße gestern und heute. Wäre schön, wenn wir die komplett vermeiden können. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember the traffic rules. We just again there nearly had a collision. We've been very fortunate so far that we've had no full crashes, but we've had some crews trying pretty hard. So let's try and keep yourselves and everyone else safe, if you would, please. Next race on the course is now just short of the 250 meter mark with a Dutch composite in lane 1. Aarhus of Denmark, they're in 2. Fürstenwalde of Germany are in 3. Next to them, the crew from Stockholm. Then there's an empty lane, and then Strela of Russia and Öringen of Norway completing this 6-boat field in the 5th heat of the men's double sculls. Looks as if this could be another good run into the line. We've had some very close finishes. Looks at the moment, though, as if the crew in lane 6, Strela of Russia, has had the best of the first 900 meters or so, but behind them there's quite a battle on for the positions. Has Strela, at its rather low rate of striking, realised what's going on in lane 5? Lane 5 really winding it up there. Lane 4 rather, Stockholm attacking again as they come to the finishing line. It's going to be very close, but Strela of Russia, I think, just a bow ball and a half ahead of Stockholm, who left it just a little bit late with that charge to the line.
And at the Semmering pontoon, the medals for the Swiss master Jürgen Träger and Kurt Schrutzina. Congratulations, gentlemen. And we will move now to the 6th of the 13 heats of the men's double scull in the D category, with the lineup where we have all crews that took the start. International crew in lane 1, Germany with Ruder Club Fürstenwalde. In lane 2, an international one, Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club in lane 3. Denmark with Hummebeck Row Club in lane 4. Australian combination in 5, Brazil Sport Club Corinthians Paulista in 6, a German combination in 7, and the Roeivereniging De Laak in lane 8. And nothing is said in this race. If you look, you see that lane 3 seems to have a small advantage, Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club, but when I look at the speed of lane 1 and lane 2, it seems as if they could still give a push and try to come back and close that gap. There is open water for sure, but we saw already that this is possible. Will the international crew and the German one try and come and take that medal? It is not that sure anymore, because Moscow there, they have reacted correctly and kept their lead. Also on the other side, between lane 7 and 8, there is a fierce battle for a place, for a qualifying place, if I may say so, in this race, not for a medal. And it is another win for Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club, and then really very close together, the international and the German crew. Meanwhile, we have Sweden on the victory pontoon, and it's a win for Stockholm's Roodvereniging, for Robert Vigert and Jan Berglund. Congratulations!
So you got that one right, Pat. Absolutely was Stockholm. So my apologies. I'd seen them just a whisker down, but they're a whisker up at the finishing line. And we hope for some more exciting finishes, not least in this next heat of the men's double sculls. German lineup on the inside lane, next to the local favourites, Fredensburg in lane 2. then an international crew in lane 3, all the way from the Tiber in Rome, the Italian lineup in lane 4, a Russian composite from St. Petersburg and Moscow in lane 5, Arlesund, the Norwegian club of which we've heard so much, there in lane 6, Marlow Rowing Club are out in 7, and the 8th of these doubles, that comes from Kalkberge in Germany, but it's really all about lanes 5 and 1 at the moment. Strela and Smaya, the Russian composite of clubs there in lane 5, and their only serious rivals at the moment, the 2 German scullers on the inside lane. That's the next heat of the doubles as they come down to us. Meanwhile, it's medals again for some very familiar faces on the pontoon from Dynamo Moscow. The man in the stroke seat, that's Valdis Michalis, and his bowman Mikhail Yurshenko, getting their medals there to add to their already substantial collection from this Masters Regatta here in Copenhagen. Coming down to the line in still perfect, wonderfully smooth sculling conditions, the 2 leading crews here, but it looks as if the crew in lane 5 is going to pick up another medal for Russia by a decent amount of clear water after that attack rather faded in lane 1 from the German composite.
And the medals were already given, so that means we can immediately go to the next heat of the men's D double scull with Denmark, Sorø Row Club in lane 1, Argentina, a composite crew in lane 2, another composite crew but from Great Britain in lane 3, Neste Rowing Club from Finland in 4, Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club from Russia in lane 5, Bernberger Ruder Club from Germany in lane 6, a Swedish combination in lane 7, and the all-famous Okokyon International from USA in lane 8. But it doesn't seem as if this time they are leading. For me, it is lane 3 leading at the moment with David Burns and Max Stewart Woods. You will see them shortly appearing on your screens if you're looking on the streaming or in the tent here. And yes, it is clear that it's for once not Okokwan leading. They told that they would win 8 out of 10, and this is one of the 2 other ones. So a clear lead here for Great Britain. Then for the second position it is lane 5, which is Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club. Meanwhile, we have at the Victory pontoon the medal ceremony for the just previous heat with a Russian combination from Strela and Znamia, Andrei Kuzmin and Alexei Bukov. Congratulations to you as well for your win in heat 7. Coming back to heat 8, will it again be a win for Moscow, Dynamo Moscow in lane 5, or will it be Great Britain combination in lane 3? Again, a very close racing. Wow, this is just impressive. Look at this, the 2 baubles coming nearly together, but I think it is lane 3 that it is the crew from Great Britain who took the win. Congratulations to them, and also to the other crews who have been going up to the end here with all their strengths and determination.
next on the course, and about 250 metres into this race, the 9th heat of the men's doubles. An international crew in lane 1. Bagsværd on their home waters in lane 2. That's Eriksson and Sparzu, if you're a local fan. Commercial Rowing Club of Australia in lane 3. Occupying the lane next to them is a US composite. Then there's a bit of a gap across to Great Britain in lane 6, and a gap again to the German double over on the far side in lane 8. This crew, this race, still fairly young. We're only about halfway through, but it looks at the moment as if the two outside lanes are setting a lot of the pace, particularly the international lineup of Michael Weber and Nigel Bakker in the lane on the closest to the grandstand side when they get there in a couple of minutes' time in lane 1. Medal time, meanwhile, on the pontoon. We have a visit from Great Britain. David Burns in the bow seat. Mark Stewart Woods, his stroke man there, winning the medal in the 8th heat of the men's double sculls. MRC and BAAC, their clubs, and Marlow Rowing Club here with a large delegation, I'm glad to see. Most welcome to them. David Burns, Mark Stewart Woods, proving who they are and getting out of their boats to receive their medals. Meanwhile, on the course, lanes 1 and 8 continue to stamp their authority on this race. Lane 1 in particular, but again, it's those dreaded steering problems in the Bagsværd triangle, leading lane 1 to clip a couple of boys as they come on down the course. They really are rowing along the Albano system, hitting boy after boy. That's going to make life difficult. Oh, an almost boat-stopping crab on that one. Lane 1 in all sorts of problems. I don't know if lane 8 has spotted what's going on. The German combination of Horbach and Ordenkirchen, if they have, they'll know that this is the moment to attack, with lane 1 in encountering some steering problems, catching a crab there. It's going to be a lot closer to the line than it looked as if it was going to be at about the halfway stage. Here they come, and I think that mistake there may have given the race to the Germans over on the far side, but the international lineup really picking it up again. They've come right back into the picture. A win for Michael Weber, or Michael Weber, and Nigel Bakker for the international lineup in lane 1, despite their little shipwreck along the way. So while we wait to welcome our next medalists at the pontoon, time for the 10th heat, believe it or not, and we haven't even finished yet. Sandy Bay Rowing Club in the men's double in lane 1. Middelfart of Denmark in 2. Then we have a Great Britain lineup in lane 3. The Swiss have teamed up from Zurich and friends in lane 4. Over in 5 we have a Warsaw combination, and then Norway, they're in 6. Austria, the Viennese combination out there in lane 7, and SC Magdeburg, a most successful rowing club internationally, not least in Olympian terms, they're over in lane 8. But the speed, well, that's mainly apparent at 750 metres in lane 7. The Donaubund and Lia tie up there, the Raimund Habel and Marko Milodinovic, whom we've both seen win a couple of medals here already in Copenhagen. It looks as if they've got their eyes set on yet another one, leading the field out in lane 7. Who's able to go best with them? Well, that's the crew in lane 4, who have kept the pressure on best so far up against them. The Swiss combination of Beat Bachmann and Ewald Grobert. Plenty of international successes for them in the past, but not able to match the firepower of the Austrians in lane 7. Habel and Milodinovic look as if they've got another medal sewn up by a pretty sizable margin at the line. First to come into the view of the camera in the closing stages stages, and plenty of clear water between them and their nearest rival. So congratulations to the Austrians, as we're joined at the medal pontoon by the latest winners. Hope we'll get a nice close-up shot of them in a moment. Michael Weber and Nigel Bakker, where are they on the big screen? We'll wait for this race to come across the line and then get round to showing them as well. So there we are, just pushing off again from the dock. That's the winners of the previous race, the RCR VLRC International Combination. Nigel Bakker, the man in the stroke seat, slightly closer to the camera as they push off, and Michael Michael Weber in the bow seat. 1959 and 1965 in that D category. We look forward to welcoming the winners of Heat 10, and then have a little bit of a break in the programme until just after 2 o'clock. It's still the same event though, men's double sculls, 2 more heats, 3 more heats indeed to come, a total of 13 heats of the men's double sculls. So, a little bit of peace and quiet now for you spectators, once we've said hello and goodbye to these medalists. Raimund Habel, he's the man in the bow seat, Marko Milodovic at stroke here, Donaubund and Leah of Austria. So, I've asked the question about Leah in the past as a quiz question. Here's your last chance, ladies and gentlemen, to send me the answer to today's quiz question, which has nothing to do with Leah of Vienna at all. The question is, which British rowing club is the oldest? Which British rowing club that's still going strong today has been rowing the longest? And if you can get that answer to me in the tower, come and say hello. It's all nice and informal here, or grab me in the meal tent. I don't think I'll be at the Masters party somehow. And or send me an email, paul.castle@web.de, and tell me which is the oldest British rowing club. Your chance to win a ticket to the grandstand. Believe me, those tickets are not cheap, to the grandstand and the Rotsee Luzern for the 11th of July next year. That's the final Sunday of the World Cup. So, ladies and gentlemen, the racing has restarted here, bang on time. An international lineup are in lane 1. This is the 11th heat of the men's double sculls. Fredensburg, more or less in front of their home crowd in lane 2. Lymington Amateur Rowing Club for Great Britain in lane 3. The Cercle Nautique de France, that's the crew in lane 4. Next to them is the Estrella Blanca lineup from Chile, the white star on the Chilean flag, giving its name to that rowing club. Bærum of Norway, they're in 6, and then out on its own over in lane 8 is Halifax Rowing Club from Canada. We've had 10 heats of the doubles already. Here comes the 11th. These are young athletes of the 1950s and 60s, and it looks at the moment as if all the pace is being set in a two-boat battle on the 2 inside lanes. That's the international combination, primarily Polish in lane 1, and the Danish combo in lane 2.
Yeah. 150 meters to go in this 11th and heat from the men's D double scull, with an impressive row here again in lanes 1 and 2, and that's the international crew and the Danish from Fredensborg Row Club. The Danish, they have the most supporters here, I would say, so I hope it will help them, but also a good push for the international crew that's still a little bit ahead, and it will be a win for the international crew with about a canvas on the rowers from Frederiksborg. But again, a very impressive one. Halifax Rowing Club comes in the 3rd position over in lane 8. And we welcome at the Victory Pontoon the winners of this 11th heat. It says an international team, but we say Szczecin from Poland on their bodies there. It is Jaroslav Bulkiewicz and Eugenius Martiashik. Congratulations to you for your win in this race. It was a very harsh stride between you and the rowers from Fredensborg Row Club, Ulrik Axel Jensen and Søren Henriksen. But you took the medals, and you will get them in a few minutes as soon as they will have checked who you are. It seems to be okay, and the medal girls are coming to present you with this well-deserved Little Mermaid medal. Congratulations! And while they receive their medals, the following heat, the 12th, is on its way with a lineup with Great Britain, Dar Totten Amateur Rowing Club, nobody in lane 2. In lane 3 we have Ukraine with Kiev Rowing Club Masters, Germany a mixed crew, international crew, the Norwegians from Orsmouth Row Club, the Russians from Znamia, and Denmark, a combination from Frederica and MRK. And you can see them at the end of the pontoon there. You can see the little boats coming in, while loads of pictures and hugging is taking place on the pontoon. On the water, it is a lane 3 leading here. This means a Kiev Rowing Club master Sergei Bokorin and Alexander Lyapin, names that ring a bell also, but most of the names now start ringing a bell because they have been competing in several events up to now. They have built a good lead here, and it would really be surprising if one of the boats could come back to challenge them for the medal. But then you have 4 crews that are nearly lined up, and this is the crew from Denmark that will be make Søren very happy, Frederica, and MRK with Hardy Olesen and Frede Norskef Nielsen, a Danish crew which is pushing harder, although with a low tempo, but you can see that the boat flows quite easily with a much higher tempo, I must say. The Ukrainians from Kiev Rowing Club are now going towards the finish line and will finish with about 2 boat lengths lead on the Danish crew, completely on the other side in lane 8.
So just setting off from the pontoon, 2 very satisfied poles with their medals, looking a little the worse for wear, though that race seems to have taken it out of them. Not surprisingly, another 1,000-metre race in the sunshine for these children of the early 1960s. Some more of those on the course at the moment. The last of 13 heats of the men's double sculls. Dart Totnes for Great Britain, they're in lane 2, but a little off the pace that's being set elsewhere. For example, in lane 3 by Hungary, and by the Dynamo Moscow crew in lane 5. Then next to them in lane 6 there's a 2-club German composite, and the 2 remaining lanes on the far side, the Netherlands in lane 6, and Kiev again, whom we've just watched winning the previous heat, then in the lane furthest from the grandstand side.
Yeah, and they really look exhausted here on the pontoon. The rowers from Kiev Rowing Club Master, Sergei and Alexander, they have given a lot to keep ahead of the Danish crew there, and you can tell on their faces. But anyway, they come out of the boat to get their medals. A big congratulations to Kiev Rowing Club Master, Sergei Bokurin and Alexander Lyapin. Oh. and a real gentleman from Kiev there. Very happy with the medal, but on the water, look at the race. It is 3 boats nearly neck and neck with lane 3, Great Britain, with lane 4, Hungary, and then you have Russia there, and I think it is a win for Great Britain, for Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club, but what a close racing again. What did they eat, all these rowers, to give us such a great spectacle here? It is very fine conditions given by the Lake Bagsværd, and really also all the conditions around them that allow them to perform at their best.
While we wait for the next medalists on the pontoon, the men's G category 8s, the 1940s and 50s well represented here, and another fine sight with 7 8s coming down the course towards us. Great Britain are in lane 1, Russia in 2, a German lineup in 3, Norway's Sandefjord Row Club, they're out in lane 4. Mitsubishi Seniors, that's the Japanese crew, in lane 5. Occoquan International in lane 6 and in the lead, again in their very familiar red strip, and then an international lineup in white over to their bow side. The 6 back runners are very evenly matched. Occoquan, the only crew that's really been able to break away from the rest so far. They've put quite a chunk of clear water between them and the rest of the field. A very even battle on behind them. Meanwhile, we look forward to some pictures on the medal rostrum, and that would be Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club that we'd see when that comes to that. But the Hungarians rather in the green and red. Yes, green and red is Hungary, right. Attila Havas and Tony Todt. Meanwhile, no green on the on the course at the moment. It's very much in the hands of the red crew at the head of the men's 8. Lots and lots and an increasing amount of clear water back to the rest of the field. Occoquan's Darko Micic, Chuck Pieper, Paul Knight, John Van Blom, Charlie Hamlin, Roger Borgard, Chris Shinners, Jim Lowe, and the Cox Bill Webster. They keep recycling them in all sorts of different sizes and shapes and combinations, and they just keep on winning. Haven't won every single race, but an awful lot of them. Our Hungarian medalists now leaving the medals pontoon in the opposite direction to the 8s. Occoquan come in unchallenged at the finishing line, about 3 lengths up on the rest of the field. A good battle between lanes 1 and 2, but no serious effect on the outcome of this race. That was the first heat of the men's G8s. We've got 2 more to come.
Og efter det meget spændende 8-opløb, så er vi meget stolte og meget glade for at kunne meddele, at Dansk Forening for Rosports Protektor, hendes kongelige højhed, prinsesse Benedikte, er ankommet for at se nogle løb og i øvrigt nyde den gode stemning herude på Bagsværd Sø.
We are extremely honoured to welcome the patron of the Danish Rowing Federation to the course today, none less than Her Royal Highness Princess Benedikte of Denmark. A very, very warm welcome to you, Your Royal Highness. Thank you very much for joining us here today in Bagsværd.
Et c'est un grand honneur de pouvoir accueillir ici à cette régate mondiale d'aviron master à Bagsværd Son Altesse Royale la Princesse Bénédicte. Elle est la patronne de la Fédération danoise d'aviron également, et c'est une longue tradition que la famille royale danoise a de protéger l'aviron. And I will switch to English because it's maybe a language everybody understands easier. I was here in 71 at the European Championships, and also then the King and the Queen were there just as spectators, and they're always very keen on looking at rowing, and this is a big honor for us. Thank you so much. And in the meanwhile, we have Occoquan International that has reached the victory pontoon to get their medals for the win in the first heat of the men's 8 category G. As you see, they still recycle, as Paul said, the same rowers. They are always in big team, and they train together only at the Master Regatta. But back to the action on the screen, you can now see Heat 2 of the men's 8 category G with Roeivereniging Rijnland, Great Britain, Denmark, Aalborg Row Club from Juland, Japan, a combination, Denmark again, a combination, Japan and Norway, and it is lane 3, and this is lane 2, sorry, I was hoping, Great Britain leading here far ahead of the others, a combination of Upper Thames and Bedford probably, so they have here clear water lead on the other teams of this second heat where you have 2 Danish team, which is quite good as well, because being able to have these teams on the waters shows how good Danish rowing is, how dynamic Danish rowing is. So, and a win for the team from Great Britain, Upper Thames and Bedford. And you can see the victory pontoon there with the team from Occoquan, Darko Miksik, Chuck Pieper, Paul Knight, John van Blom, Charlie Hamlin, Roger Borgard, Chris Shinners, Jim Law and Bill Webster getting their medals, one more to take back to your respective countries.
6 more 8s on the course, chasing the ones that have just come across the finishing line in front of Her Royal Highness Princess Benedikte of Denmark. Delighted to see you here. Her father, a former oarsman, sadly no longer with us, but the royal family has stayed, as my colleague said, proud and generous patrons of the Rowing Federation, and I hope enjoying a chance to look at the racing as well as to talk to the VIPs. Great Britain are in lane 1, Fana Row Club of Norway trailing a little in their wake in lane 2. Lane 3, that's an Australian composite in this 8. Lane 4, we have an international crew alongside the men in green from Nagoya in Japan. And one of the 2 leading crews over on the far side, a multi-club German lineup. And all the pace here is being set on the 2 outside lanes. The Great Britain combination of Quintin Boat Club, Wallingford and their friends on the inside lane. Over on the far side we have Alemannia and the Berliner Ruder Club and a string of other German clubs involved. It's a battle between two crews in white this time, coming down to the line. They've got about 150 meters to go. It's really all about that final burst. The Cox, who's now steering across lane 1, please watch out, there is a race coming down towards you. Time to get out of the way. Keep away from lane 1, please, Coxes. Do be careful. There's a race coming down towards you. The second 8 in particular, get well out of the way, please. And here they come, the charge to the line, the last few strokes. It looks as if the Germans have got their nose just in front over on the far side, but it's going to be very close as Great Britain attacks back. There's about a seat or two in it, and it looks as if Great Britain has snatched victory from the Germans on the inside lane. So a very good row there by Charles Parry, Stephen Banks, Ian Andrews, Colin Barrett, Robert Milligan, Tom Bishop, Sean Morris, Colin Cusack, and their Cox, Rachel Haycock. Meanwhile, on the pontoon at the moment, we have their compatriots from Great Britain: Shirl Mussel, Christopher Wisby, Clive Cooper, Jeremy Dobbin, Michael Harris, Richard White, David Catlin, William Sadler, and then the man who kept them on the straight and true, Morgan Bainham Williams, the considerably younger Cox. Fair amount of confusion in the cool down area, lots of 8s. That's a wonderful sight on the one hand, but Coxes, please do keep your eyes open. There are crews coming in all the time. Safety first, gentlemen, please, and ladies in particular, the Coxes. Keep an eye out, please, for the crews coming in and leaving this zone. Thank you very much.
And beautiful sight of the Finnish area, and they will soon be there because they already rode about half of their race. The first heat of the women's quadruple scull category A with Norway Ålesund Row Club in lane 1, Swiss combination in lane 2, Norway with Bustikelen Row Club in lane 3, a combination from Great Britain in lane 4, a combination from Germany in lane 5, a combination from Denmark in lane 6, an international crew in lane 7, and the Netherlands with De Hoop in lane 8. You will soon see them on your screen, and it's again quite an exciting race we have here with lane 5 that is leading at the moment. It is Germany with a combination with RGG and SCBK. But nothing is set, you know, because quadruple scull, they move very quickly, and you have to be very concentrated as well to keep all 4 of them well in the rhythm. And the little mistake you could do, just a little bit of inattention, and everything can happen. And I don't hope it for the team in lane 5, but you never know, it will give also the possibility for others to come back. Look for instance at lane 2, who is pushing very hard at the moment. This is the Swiss combination, as well as the international crew in lane 7 and the Netherlands in lane 8. The danger is coming from the outer lanes there, from lane 7 and 8. They are competing against each other. They are pushing each other very hard and coming back on the Germans by doing this. Again, what an exciting race in the quadruple scull. There is only a canvas between the leaders, half a boat length between the leaders and the 2 other crews, but they kept their lead, and congratulations to the German combination. It was a tough race, you can see it at the body language of these ladies, but a very beautiful one. And in the meanwhile, you see them arriving at the victory pontoon, getting out of the boat, the winners of the third and last heat for the men's 8, with Charles Perry, Stephen Banks, Ian Andrews, Colin Barrett, Robert Milligan, Tom Bishop, Sean Morris, Colin Cusack and Rachel Haycock. The Cocks, congratulations!
So while they get their medals and the crews from the previous race cool down, including Sigrid Baer, whom I'm delighted to see in the bow seat of the Swiss lineup. She's a German oarswoman of considerable talent and strengthening the Uster and Zurich lineup there. And I've had the pleasure myself, I'm glad to say, being allowed to row in the same boat as her from time to time, and always learn something. A real technician, Sigrid Baer, a great finesse. And on the course, plenty of finesse as well here in the second heat of the women's quads. This has got Norway in 1, an international crew in 2, Germany 3, Denmark in the centre lane, lane 4, Germany again in 5, the Netherlands are in 6, second Norwegian lineup are in 7, and over on the far side there's a Danish composite, but well, the pace is being set on the inside lanes. It's a 1 and 2 in particular, lane 2, the international German and Dutch combination that's storming fastest towards the finishing line. They're into the last 100 metres or so, and it looks as if that international lineup has turned on the pace when it mattered, but the crew in lane 1, the Norwegian composite, they're not allowing themselves to be shaken off at all. It's going to be a battle all the way to the line. Meanwhile, looking better and better over on the far side, De Hunze of the Netherlands. They've come right back into the picture, but as we come down to the line, it looks as if the multi-club crew, the international crew, are going to be about a length up, but you're going to have to watch as you come into the finishing area. Ladies, watch out, steady on behind you. Well done, just got out of the way. Do have to keep your eyes open if you're in the cool down zone. Don't just sit around and wait to be hit. We'd hate to see that happen. Got to watch out for the crews, and if in doubt, let them past. On the medals pontoon, and there they are. Yes, a very brightly coloured lineup there on the medals pontoon. We have Sylvia Zerentin, Berit Becker, Scarlett Gilleshun, more or less matching the colour of her strip, and Jana Hauschild, the winners there, just being helped up along the pontoon by one of our many volunteers. The medals there for the first heat of the women's quad. There they are. Smiling faces on the medals pontoon. Herzlichen Glückwunsch an die Kolleginnen vom RGG und SCBK, Zerentin, Becker, Gilleshun und Hauschild.
And they're moving away from the medal pontoon now, the winners of Heat 2, and we turn our eyes to Heat 3 of the women's quarter pole scull category A, with Bagsværd Row Club in lane 1 for Denmark, of course, Netherlands, Enschede's Roeivereniging Tiro in lane 2, Finland, Mark and VVV in lane 3, Latvia with RRC and Dogava in lane 4, Norway with Bestokillen Row Club in lane 5, and in lane 6 we have Australia with Sandy Bay Rowing Club, and we were greeting Her Royal Highness Princess Benedict, but in the boat from Australia, Jane Stephens, she's a sister to the Danish Crown Prince Mary. So it is very Crown Princess Mary. So this is also very nice for her to see them here on the water in lane 7, looking to be in third position at this moment, the Australians, while it is lane 4 leading here. This is Latvia with RRC and Daugava. In a second position, the Dutch crew from Enschede's Roeivereniging Tiro. In a second position, quite comfortable as well. And then it will be between Australia and Finland for the third position in this heat. And a few more stroke for the crew from Latvia, and they win the third and last heat of the women's category A quadruple scull. Is second place is for the Netherlands, and then it will be Australia, and also very welcome to them. And there they come for a next event. It is the men's category B4 with Spain, Barcelona Club de Rem in 1, Germany, Rudergemeinschaft Rotation Berlin in 2, La France, l'Union Nautique de Montauban in 3, Germany, Alemania in 4, the Netherlands, The Hope in 5, Ireland, St. Michael's Rowing Club in 6, Denmark with SAS and BR in 7, and an international crew in lane 8, and it seems as if it is Spain who is leading the field here.
Opløbet i herre 4 uden styrmand første heat, det er det spanske hold fra Barcelona, her nærmest på bane 1, der har fat i det her løb lige fra starten, og de ligger faktisk og fører med et par længder, og det gør de foran det hold, der ligger på bane 5. Det er hollandske De Hoop, og så har vi jo også et dansk islet over på bane 7, kombinationen SAS og Bagsværd Roklub. Men i hvert fald har vi de klare vinder af dagens første heat, de 4 uden for herre. Der har vi Barcelona ind over stregen til en klar sejr.
And indeed, it is a win here for Barcelona Club de Rem. A very beautiful win. There are not that many Spanish crews here today. Félicitations à vous aussi, felicitaciones. And another felicitation for congratulations for the Latvian crew that took the win in the third heat of the women's quadruple scull category A. It is from Arces and Daugava, Evita Youngborg, Vineta Lupica, Anda Kunzina and Santa Svilna.
Andet heat i mændenes 4 uden styrmand er lige ved at nærme sig de første 500 meter. Vi har 8 hold med. Det er et tysk hold fra Osnabrück og Ruderverein på bane 1, Stavanger fra Norge på bane 2, Dynamo Moskva på bane 3, Royal Air Force fra Storbritannien på bane 4, tysk kombination på bane 5, Praha fra Tjekkiet på bane 6, en tysk kombination bane 7, og så et dansk hold på bane nummer 8. Og her hvor vi nærmer os de sidste 250 meter, der kan vi se, at det er holdet på bane 3, ikke overraskende det russiske hold fra Dynamo Moskva, der fører løbet, og så er der rimelig hård kamp om andenpladsen mellem bane 5 og bane 7, det vil sige det tyske hold og det ligeledes tyske hold ude på bane 7, men foreløbig en klar føring til det russiske hold fra Dynamo Moskva, her hvor vi har 200 meter tilbage af løbet.
And the second heat of the men's 4 in the B category with a lead for lane 3. It's not surprising neither after what we have seen throughout the weekend for Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club, but very closely followed by other teams here, by the team in lane 6, which is Germany, and also in lane 7 we have Germany again, 2 German combinations chasing the boat from Dynamo Moscow, but they keep their pace, they even increase it, they're very close to the Albano system, but fortunately it didn't make any problem, and it's another win for Russia, for Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club, the 2 Germans combinations then, and a little bit of a problem for the crew which was in lane 2 for Norway, that left a little bit their lane, but fortunately they were ahead of Osnabrücker. The Czech Republic was also in here, and a crew from Brünn.
Out of interest, we can let you all know that in lane 2, the Stavanger Row Club team that just passed the finish line, Toby Bird has birthday today. Happy birthday, Toby. We hope you have a great day here at Lake Bagsværd.
And the third and last heat from these 4 with Germany, Finland, Germany, the Netherlands, Norway, Argentina, Great Britain, and another German crew. And it is quite close racing. But lane 6 leading here, Argentina, they also put down very good prestations here. Club de Regattas de Rosario, will it be another happy win with them, for them in this event? They are leading here, and indeed they will take another Little Mermaid medal back home in their luggage. Then we will have in lane 3 Germany, just ahead of another German crew in lane 1, and then we have the other crews crossing the line now. But on the pontoon we have also a medal ceremony, and this is for the crew from Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club. With Sergei Strunin, Vladimir Azarenko, Mikhail Beknazarov, and Konstantin Zavanov. And I would like to ask you to look a little bit at the bow seat of the crew from Denmark who just raced. For Denmark you had Eskild Ebbesen, and I think he's well known. Søren, do you know his palmarès, or a little bit, because everything is too hard?
Ja, det er jo dejligt at se, at dansk roningens største navn, Eskild Ebbesen, som vi nu ser ro forbi i de gule trøjer. Han vinker ind til os. 6 verdensmesterskaber, 5 olympiske medaljer, det er blandt 3 af guld. Den største af de største. Har der ikke helt glemt glæden ved at ro her på Bagsværd Sø. Og dejligt at se Eskild her i dag. Dejligt at se, at du stadig ror, selvom du er jo efterhånden blevet, så vidt jeg husker, 44 år gammel. Men det er jo ikke nogen alder. Vi har jo set folk, der var dobbelt så gamle som dig, Eskild, ror her i dag. Så velkommen tilbage på Bagsværd Sø til dig, Eskild.
And after this multi-medalist Eskild Ebbesen, who takes part here with his club, we move to another event, which is the single scull men category E, with nobody in lane 1. That means Marlo is not there. We have Portugal in lane 2, Chile in lane 3, Great Britain in lane 4, Brazil lane 5, Canada lane 6, Australia. Oh, there is no lane 6. Australia in lane 7 and Germany in lane 8. Difficult to say, but I would think that Jürgen Hock for Ludwigshafen Ruderverein is leading in lane 8. Not that much, because also in 5 it is quite close for the Brazilian. Can the Brazilian on the pontoon also encourage him? It will probably help him, but it will be a little bit too late, because the win is for Germany, Ludwigshafener Ruderverein von 1878, Jürgen Hock. Very tired, be careful not to fall in the water, please. Then Australia with Corio Bay Rowing Club and Brazil.
And meanwhile, we are in the middle of the victory ceremony here in the third heat of the men's 4. And as we saw before, very, very, very happy Argentinian crew from Club Regatta Rosario. Nestor Bodetto, Carlos Magnis, Marcos Morales and Gabriel Giorgini. It's nice to see when people are really, really happy when they win a medal. Congratulations!
And we move to the second heat of the men's E single scull with Germany, Harmonia, with Sweden, Stockholm's Roodvereniging, with Ireland, Belfast Boat Club, the Netherlands, Roeivereniging Breda in 6, Finland, Neste Rowing Club, and Great Britain, Hanley Rowing Club. You see that we are missing 2 lanes, lane 3 and lane 4 are empty, which leaves us with 6 contenders for the medal here. And it is Germany, Ruder Club Favorit Ammonia, who is leading here, while you hear all the fans from the Argentinians giving a lot of voice here, and it is very nice to have this. I would like to hear that more, actually. People are quite shy, I have the impression. Would be nice to have a lot of cheering for all the crews here. And it doesn't seem to need cheering. Raymond Kruse here in lane 1, although I see there as well in the orange shirt, Roeivereniging Breda is very challenging him, but it is still, wow, what a short win for Ruder Club Favorit Harmonia, just in front of Roeivereniging Breda and Great Britain with Hanley Rowing Club.
Siegerehrung im ersten Lauf, Männer einer. Gewinner Ludwigshafen Ruderverein von 1878, Jürgen Hock. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Jürgen. Så nærmer vi os de 500 meter i dagens tredje heat i herresinglesculleren, hvor der er lidt forfald. Vi har Durham fra Storbritannien på bane 1 og Galatasaray Rowing Club fra Tyrkiet på bane 2. Så har vi ikke nogen hold på bane 3 og 4. På bane 5 har vi et tysk hold for Wassersport Verein, Meppen. Så er der en russisk roer fra Tsamaya. Bane 7 er der heller ikke nogen, og så på yderbanen har vi et spansk hold fra Transmerano. 300 meter tilbage, og det ser ud som om det er en kamp mellem vores tyrkiske ven på bane 2 og så helt over ved skoven, den spanske roer.
Yeah, and here we have Great Britain with Durham Amateur Rowing Club, Turkey, Galatasaray. Paul was talking about some football club. This is also a well-known one. In lane 5, Germany, Wassersportverein Meppen. Then we have Zamnia from Russia. And all on the other side, we have Spain with CDE Transmenaro. These are the contenders in the third heat of the men's single scull category E. And it is a fight between lane 8 with Agustin Garay and lane 2 Fatih Ilmi Orer. So between Spain and Turkey here for the win in this third heat. Very difficult to see who is leading here because they're far away from each other, but on the video it is much clearer, and it is a win for Spain, for Agustin Garay from the club of Transmerano, ahead of Galatasaray Fatih Ilmi Orer.
Siegerjung in zweite Lauf, Männer einer. Erster, Ruderclub Favorite Harmonia, Raimund Kruse. Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Fourth heat with Argentina Club Regatta Rosario in lane 1. Then we move to lane 4 to welcome on his own Bagsværd, the chairman of Bagsværd Row Club, Mikael Espersen. And that takes also the opportunity to say hello to Morten Espersen. He is Danish, but he is now the coach of the Irish team, and he was so successful at the Olympic Games. In lane 5 we have Great Britain with Wycliffe College Boat Club. Then we have Germany Sport Club Berlin Köpenick, Norway Ålesund Row Club, and Great Britain Hollywood Lake Rowing Club. And it seems as it is lane 6 who is lane 5 who is leading here, Great Britain, just ahead of Michael Espersen from Bagsværd Club.
Ja, det er jo et job, som involverer mange muligheder og mange interesser. At være formand i en roklub. Michael Espersen, han har tid til at være formand for Bagsværd Roklub. Han har tid til at være en vigtig del af organisationskomiteen, og så har han sørme også tid til at deltage i et løb i dag. Vi ser ham her midt i banen, og det hold, der fører i øjeblikket, det er jo bane 5, Wycliffe College Boat Club. Og så er det sådan set rimelig tæt om anden, tredje og fjerde pladsen, men i hvert fald britisk sejr i dette fjerde heat i mændenes singlesculler.
Yeah, and it is a win for Wycliffe College Boat Club, Tony Mitchell here in this fourth heat, and then very close racing between Norway, Great Britain and Denmark to take the second place. Again, a very nice race here in this event. And on the pontoon, we have a very happy Spanish competitor, Agustin Garay from Transmerano, who just got his medal, his Little Mermaid medal, for his win in the third heat of the men's single scull category E.
Femte heat i herresinglesculler har netop passeret de første 500 meter. På bane 1 har vi et brasiliansk hold fra Santa Catarina. Så har vi et fransk hold på bane 2 fra Montlucon. Så er der Runcorn Rowing Club fra Storbritannien på bane 3. Bergen fra Norge på bane 4. Så springer vi til bane 6. Det er et hold fra Prag, Tjekkiet. Og så er der Halifax Rowing Club fra Canada på bane 7. Og Znamaya fra Rusland på bane 8, 250 meter igen, og det er den brasilianske roer på bane 1, der fører dette løb.
Yes, as you say again, the Brazilian who seems to be leading here for the Associação de Romadores Master de Santa Catarina. He's in lane 1. In lane 2 we have France with Club d'Aviron Montluçon. Great Britain, Runcorn Rowing Club in 3, in 4 Norway, Bergen's Row Club. We don't have Germany, so we switch to lane 6, the Czech Republic, Slava Praha, then Canada, Halifax Rowing Club, and Russia with Zamia. And Brazil is leading, but challenged by the Czech Republic, by Jiří Knop. They both born in 1960, and again this syndrome of lane 1, where they have problems with the direction. It costs him a lot of precious seconds, and he's now completely challenged by the rower from Slavia Praha. Will it be Slavia Praha, or will it be... I don't know. I don't know whether it's Brazil or the Czech Republic. I leave that to the umpires. And we missed, unfortunately, Tony Mitchell from Wycliffe College Boat Club when he got his medal, but we want to congratulate him. Well done, Mr. Mitchell.
Sjette heat i herrenes singlesculler nærmer sig de sidste 250 meter. Vi har på bane 1 Storbritannien, Shiplake Viking. På bane 2 ruderklubfavorit Harmonia fra Tyskland. Strela fra Rusland på bane 3. Så springer vi til bane 5, hvor der ligger et japansk hold. Bane 6 et fransk hold, og så springer vi til bane 8, hvor der ligger et schweizisk hold. Og det ser ud til i øjeblikket, her hvor vi nærmer os målstregen, at det er det tyske hold for Ruderklub Favorite Harmonia, der fører dette løb.
It's funny having a crew called Shiplake Vikings in Scandinavia. There's nothing less Viking-like that I can think of than Shiplake. But anyway, here he comes, the sculler on the inside lane. The pace, though, is being set over to his bow side by Ruderklub Favorite Harmonia, one of our many Hamburg contestants this weekend, Kai Ramming. Hope he's not going to be ramming into anyone when he comes down to the finishing line, but I'm glad to see that the cool-down area is now free of crews. A good win there for Kai Ramming. Herzlichen Glückwunsch nach Hamburg, Ruderklub Favorite Harmonia. Then in second place, the man from Shiplake Vikings, coming back to the part of the world where Vikings are slightly better known than down on the quiet upper reaches of the Thames. So while we wait to be joined by our next medalist, we watch the next heat of the men's E category single sculls come down the course. This is heat number 8 on the programme. The scullers all fairly widely spread out, and in this case I mean that horizontally, because we've got a couple of gaps in the field, but we've got Dart Totnes in lane 1. The Basler Ruderklub, the larger of the two clubs in Basel, in lane 2. Then here on its home waters, Bagsværd Ruderklub, represented by Jürgen Bloch, he's in lane 4. Mladost of Croatia, a bit on his own over there in lane 6. And then there's a gap across to lane 8, Ruderklub Bergedorf, and it is Helmut Longinus in the scull over on the far side, who seems to have had the better part, at least, of the first 3 quarters of this race. He'll be the first to reach that big white buoy at 750 metres in, and leading the field at the moment, but no one's allowing themselves really to be shaken completely off the pace, and winding it up in the lane couple to his right is Mladost's Goran Nuskan. He's turning it up, as well as is the Basler Ruderklub representative Michael Fallbusch in lane 2. And if you like the sound of rowing in Basel, which is quite fun, it's a 7-kilometre stretch of the Rhine between 2 locks. There's also a stretch a little further downstream through the city centre, and if you want to give that a go, 19th of November is the place to be when the Basler Ruderklub is one of the hosts of Basel Head. 6.5 kilometres with a 180-degree turn in the middle, so a real challenge for the coxes there. Baselhead.org, that's the website to watch. The sculler to watch, though, on the line is the man who's led from a fairly early stage, and this is the man over in lane 8 from the Ruderklub Bergedorf in Germany, Helmut Longinus, Jahrgang 1958. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Herr Longinus, für den Sieg hier im 7. Rennen Männer Einer. We've got a full field of 8. We'll have a catch-up in Danish in a moment or two, because we have a Danish contestant in lane 3. We've got Germany in 1, the Netherlands in 2, Great Britain in 4, Dynamo Moscow for Russia yet again in lane 5, Energie Berlin, pretty energetic as well, in lane 6. France sent Rowing Club Port Mali to Copenhagen, and Tel Aviv Rowing Club competes this field of 8 scullers.
Så har vi gang i 8. heat, 8. afdeling af herresinglesculleren, og der har vi fuldt hus. Det er jo sådan, så vi flere gange har sådan været nødt til sådan ligesom at sjuse os frem til, hvem det er, der ligger på hvilke baner. Der har været nogle afmeldinger, men her er alle 8 roer heldigvis mødt op. En tysk roer på bane 1, en hollandsk roer på bane 2. Vi har DSR, Henning Villas på bane 3. Så er der et britisk hold på bane 4, russisk hold på bane 5, endnu et tysk hold på bane 6, Frankrig på bane 7 og Israel på bane nummer 8. Og her, hvor vi kommer ind på de sidste 250 meter, der kan vi se, det er den hollandske roer Van der Steen på bane 2, som i øjeblikket ligger og kontrollerer det her løb, selvom jeg synes, han også måske har lidt styringsproblemer. Han er i hvert fald på vej ud i styrebordsbøjer. Men nu må vi se, om han kan få navigeret sig tilbage igen. Han fører i hvert fald løbet her på, hvor der mangler cirka 150 meter.
So, Van der Steen, the Dutch sculler in lane 2 for Ingwerden, leading the field. The only sculler who's really been able to go much with him is his rival over in lane 6. That's Martin Schütze from Energie Berlin. Schütze is a marksman, or in terms of the horoscope, it's Sagittarius. Well, he slightly missed the mark here, though, it must be said, because Van der Steen has found a spare set of batteries coming into the last 100 metres, wound it up again, and will be getting to the finishing line with plenty of clear water now at the head of the field. Again, one or two steering problems in lane 1, the dreaded Bagsværd triangle, catching another sculler unawares. Has happened to quite a few, but not to all. That's the mystery of lane 1 syndrome. Not everyone seems to be affected by it. We haven't found what the lowest common denominator is, but the highest common denominator in that race, Frans van der Steen. Van harte gefeliciteerd, meneer Van der Steen.
Siegerehrung in Rennen 7 Männer einer. Erster aus Deutschland, Ruderclub Bergedorf, Helmut Longinus. Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
The next heat is on the course now, heat 9 out of an incredible 15 in this E category men's. There's something about the 1950s that makes men want to keep on sculling and sculling and sculling. Duncan Gwilliam for Stourport of Great Britain, he's in lane 2. Dynamo Moscow has sent Igor Anisimov into yet another race. The Dresdner Ruder Club, that's the German representative in lane 4. The Association Sportive Montaise in lane 5 for France. The Viana Remadores de Lima for Peru in lane 6. Peterborough City Rowing Club in lane 7, and Furesund, the much larger lake just a little bit the other side of the wood here. That's the representative Ole Kongsbach over in lane 8. Kongsbach, a suitably royal name when we are still enjoying the honour and pleasure of the visit from Her Royal Highness Princess Benedicte, patron of the Danish Rowing Federation and a daughter of a keen rower, the late king. So delighted to have you with us this afternoon, Your Royal Highness, and thank you very much for bringing the sunshine along as well. On the course now, we have the field starting to split up again a little bit. Lanes 3 and 8 seem to be edging ahead. Lane 3, that's Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club. That'll come as no surprise to those of us who have been listening in consistently to the streaming over in lane 8, Roklubben Furresen. Well, that would be great news for the home crowd if Ole Kongsbach could pull something out of the bag here. Lane 2, though, also putting in a good showing. That's Starport Boat Club's Duncan Gwillem. So those are the leading trio at the moment. The other 4 scullers are slightly adrift at the back of the field. So 250 meters to go, and Dynamo Moscow has decided that this is the moment to step on the accelerator, try and squeeze away from the British rival over on his stroke side. But Gwilliam has realised what's going on. He's risen to the challenge, taking up his rating as well, and it's really going to come down to who's got the most power left in their legs, I think, over the last 100 metres or so. The challenge over in lane 8, well, that's now rather faded, unfortunately, for the home supporters. Ole Kongsbach had a very good first half of this race, but that's come a little bit off the boil over in lane 8. Dynamo Moscow winding it up again, plenty of energy. He's had a whole string of races here, as have his other club colleagues. Meanwhile, in lane 2, the Starport Sculler losing a bit of time there with some slaloming towards the boys, just clipped one of them on the way in. A win for Dynamo Moscow with about 3/4 of a boat length advantage at the line. Heat 10, we're delighted to say, out of the many in this category, and it looks this time as if we've got a full field, which is good news, and that would mean that we've got a Belgian sculler in lane 1. It's a time since we've had a Belgian sculler. Here he is from Brugge, Jean-Paul Verbrugge. So his family stayed around in that area for quite a while. Schwerin is in lane 2 for Germany. Furresen giving it another go in lane 3. Arlesund, the much represented Norwegian club, in lane 4. Dart Totnes, they're racing in lane 5. Vive of Switzerland, a place best known not really for rowing, but for a large international food company that's based there. Banyoles of Spain, the 1992 Olympic hosts from Catalonia, out in lane 7, and then way across on the far shore, but looking at the moment as if he's in the lead, Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club. So, a full 8 scullers here. Meanwhile, at the landing stage, we have one of his Muscovite colleagues, Igor Anisimov, who comes in to pick up his medal from the 9th heat of the men's single sculls. There he is on the pontoon, bright red socks, and that familiar blue strip of the Moscow club that's been so very successful here. Here comes the medal. He's proved who he is. Still a little bit out of breath, but that's perhaps not surprising after 1,000 metres when you're 60. All 8 scullers still very much up with the pace. No one really trailing significantly behind the field, but the Dynamo Moscow sculler over on the far side, first to pass the 750 metre mark, and turning on the pressure, Pavel Michanin, trying to look for a little bit more clear water between him and his 2 closest rivals. They're the ones in lanes 1 and 4 from Belgium and Norway respectively.
Opløbet i det 10. heat, og det er over ved skoven den russiske roer fra Dynamo Moskva, som har haft rimelig godt kontrol over løbet lige fra starten. Han ligger og fører klart her med et par længder ned til nummer 2. Og så er der igen styringsproblemer her på bane 1, kan jeg se. Men det gælder om i hvert fald ikke at fange en hule. Prøver at få rettet op og komme væk fra de der bøjer der. Men i hvert fald kan vi se, at det er den russiske roer, som nu med fin fart nærmer sig målstregen, og han gentager sin klubkammerat fra løbet før resultat. Russisk sejr i 10. heat til Dynamo Moskva. Så har vi fået startet det 11. heat i herre singlesculleren, og der har vi på bane 1 Bristol Rowing Club fra England. Der er ikke nogen ro på bane 2. Nemurnas fra Litauen nummer 3. Mitsubishi fra Japan på bane 4. Danske Studenters Roklub Lars Nielsen på bane 5. Tysk hold fra Pima Ruderverein på bane 6. Hollandsk hold fra Engvirden på bane 7. Og Alliance Rowing Club of Illinois fra USA på bane 8. Vi har netop passeret de første 500 meter, og vi kan se, at bane 3 fra Litauen ligger meget godt til, og det gør bane 5 og 6 og 7 også. Det er rimelig tæt med 300 meter tilbage.
So heat number 11 pits Bristol Aerial Rowing Club for Great Britain in lane 1 against Nemunas of Lithuania in 3. Next to them Mitsubishi Senior making another appearance in lane 4. Those three scullers though a little behind the leaders. Up in lane 5 we have the Danske Studenters Roklub being headed though by Pirna of Germany, and then well clear out in front at the moment it's Jan Bas van Noord from Ingwerden of the Netherlands. The last sculler on the course at the back of the field in lane 8, the Alliance Rowing Club of Illinois. But the pace really all being set at the moment elsewhere in lane 7. Meanwhile, another Russian sculler comes in to the landing stage to prove that he really is the one and only Pavel Mityanin, born in 1957. Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club picked up a whole string of medals here. He's very happy with that one, and understandably so, and a medal for him there. So many congratulations. Meanwhile, the next medal is just about to go elsewhere, and in this case to the Netherlands rather than to Russia. Jan Bas van Noord von Ingwerden leading by quite a significant margin of clear water at the finishing line. Next race on the course is heat number 12 of the men's single sculls, and here we have the expected 7 on the course. Long Beach Rowing Association in lane 1, well now actually almost in lane 2. Jomala of Latvia, really meant to be in lane 2. Lane 3 is Hammarby of Sweden. Over in lane 4 we have Hollingworth Lake of Great Britain. Next to him, the sculler from Poland, from Stettin. Then over in lane 6 we have Sitta Rowing Club of Japan, and up amongst the leaders the Bernburger Ruderclub representative from Germany on the far side.
And with a nice red heart in his back, you see him on the medal pontoon. Jan Bas van Noord, coming from RV Erwinder. Proficiat Jan Bas, wow, you have a heart in front as well. This guy has 3 hearts, that's why he goes so fast on the water. Also going fast on the water is the rower from Latvia, from Jurmala, Valdis Mekalis in lane 2, and he will take the win in the 12th heat of the single scull men category E. Congratulations to him. Very closely followed by other rowers who don't want to stop. They don't know, I think they've just passed the line. These are from Poland and from Great Britain and Sweden. Well done. And the man with 3 hearts being pushed off now, the pontoon. It's very nice, these t-shirts. I don't know whether it's always like that or just for the World Rowing Master Regatta, but it is an original and nice look. And from the victory pontoon we move to the next heat, the 13th, and it's probably a lucky number from the men's single scull. Great Britain in lane 1, Hollyworth Lake Rowing Club. Israel with Tel Aviv Rowing Club in lane 2. Denmark, Lemvig Row Club, lane 3. Hungary with Kules Vezis Club in lane 4. No Say Club Luzern, so an empty lane 5. And then we have in lane 6 the Netherlands Roeivereniging Breda and Germany Ruderverein Emscher Wanne Eikel Herten in lane 7. And already at the pontoon we see there Valdis Meikalis from Jurmala, Latvia. What's happening in the 13th heat? It seems as if lane 1 and lane 6 are the two to keep an eye on to see who will take the medal. Again, lane 1 very close to the Albano system, to the little boys there. So it's he has to be very careful, Nigel Price, because we saw that this costed already a lot of very precious seconds for a win here, but the win will go to the lane 6, which is the Netherlands with Roeivereniging Breda, Johan Bilderman. And the second place then for Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club. Nice view here on the Finnish area. You see that there is still a little bit of sun. Come and enjoy it with us. Come and enjoy and look at the merchandising stands, both here in the Finnish area but also in the boat area. There are plenty of things, and if you don't have it yet, please go and check for your name on the official collector t-shirt from the 2016 World Rowing Masters Regatta. And a nice view here from the rower from Roeivereniging Breda, Johan Bilderman. He's coming towards the finishing, towards the medal pontoon to get his little mermaid medal for a very well-deserved win in the men's single scull category E. Oula, it was sharp there. While we will in a few moments move to the 14th and last but one heat in the same event. what a happy face again. It's so nice to see all these people who gave much of their time and energy to train, to come here. I just spoke to some and they've been training every single day for months and months and months. So very happy to get that medal. Congratulations, proficiat, Johan.
The 14th out of 15 heats of the men's single sculls now on its way. De Maas from the Netherlands in lane 2. Ravenna of Italy, that's the sculler a little bit in arrears in lane 3. And then the Polish sculler in lane 4. And over on the far side, if one can say that, lane 6. Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club. This field really spreading out from front to back, and the leader, as he has been pretty well all the way down the course, is Frank Verhulst from De Maas. He's found quite a considerable gap of clear water over the lanes nearest to him. His only rival really is several lanes to his left. That's Peter Atkinson of Dart Totnes, and this race really is now about those two scullers as they come into the last 250 metres, well clear of the rest of the field. A huge entry in the men's E category. The 1950s, a very productive generation clearly for oarsmen, and we hope that they'll continue for many years. There's certainly some very good examples around the course of being no reason at all to stop when you get to a mere 60. You can carry on and on and on. Carrying on towards the finishing line, this battle remains a two-boat fight here at the head of the field between De Maas and Dart Totnes. Looks at the moment as if the Dart Totnes sculler may just have found a little bit of a burst to challenge, but De Maas sculler had an eye on him all the way. Verhulst winding it up again to take something like a length off the British sculler at the line. Frank Verhulst from the Royal Rowing and Sailing Club De Maas of the Netherlands. So our colleague volunteer down on the medals pontoon waving to Frank Verhulst to come in and get his medal. Don't be shy, don't hang around on the water for too long. Cool down is yet to come. Meanwhile, also yet to come is the 15th and final heat of the men's single sculls. Two lots of three boats because there's a gap in lane 4. Lane 1 though, that's Hilversum, another Dutch representative. Kalpe Rowing Club of Great Britain into Palm Beach, the scullers home for the United States in lane 3. Then over on the far side, lanes 5, 6 and 7 are German, Lithuanian and Polish respectively. But it's the Lithuanian sculler from the Klaipėda Masters, Arūnas Sātas, who's making the best of it on the far side. He's vying for the leadership in this race with lanes 1 and 2, the Dutch and British scullers, as they move away now from the halfway stage towards 7:50. And we hope for in a moment or two we get a chance for another Dutch medal. Just waiting to pick up that picture on the medals pontoon any moment now when our colleague camera lady gets to Frank Verhulst and gets a close-up. There he is! Right, over to you, Pat.
En een dikke proficiat aan Frank Verhulst. Heeft heel hard gevecht en gewerkt om hier deze medaille te mogen in handen nemen. Koninklijke Roei en Zeilvereniging De Maas. Proficiat Frank Verhulst. And will it be another Dutch medal? Because 250 meters to go in the last heat of the men's single sculls category E, with Cornelis Tromp-Hilversum, Martijn Rom-Koolhof, who is leading here. He is in a good position. He just has to watch out for lane 7, lane 6, which is Lithuania, with Klaipėda Masters DC. Dangers Hira is the name of the club, quite long. He is a shorter name, Aruna Satas. It will be all between these two. Aruna Satas has been leading for a whole part of the race, but really challenged here by Martijn Rom-Koolhof. Still in the lead. We see it now on the screen. It is about a boat length in between both rowers, with a win for Lithuania in this 15th heat, and the second place for the Netherlands.
So, short break in the proceedings, another little 10-minute break or so before racing recommences. That'll be the first heat of the men's Coxless 4. Meanwhile, we look forward to welcoming our next medalist to the pontoon. My volunteer colleague is doing all he can to wave him in, but at the moment somehow the pontoon doesn't seem quite as attractive as cooling down a little bit on the lake. We'll get him there soon and welcome him to the big screen when our camera colleague goes there. Meanwhile, another very big thank you to all the volunteers, including those on the medals pontoon. And my particular heroes and heroines are always the state boat boys and girls, who spend all day lying on their stomach holding stern after stern of boat. Here they're on little islands, so they can't even run away quickly to a terra firma even if they want to. And they are all at regattas. It's either sunny all day or raining all day, so a tough job for our state boat boys and girls. A very big thank you, mange tak, to you and the well over 500 other helpers we have around the course. So thank you to you. Here he comes, our medalist from the previous race. Delighted to welcome Arunas Satas from Klaipėda on the Memel in Lithuania on the Baltic to pick up his medal here at there he is, a great full screen shot of our Lithuanian sculler, born in 1953 and still hard at it. So I'm delighted to say that the action has restarted. Plenty of action though anyway, even during such breaks at the official merchandising stand of World Rowing. And amongst the many items of kit and other souvenirs you can buy there are the t-shirts here from Copenhagen Masters with the names of all 3,549 competitors on the course here. And if you want to buy one of those t-shirts because your name is on it, you can see what they look like if you look at the two elegant gentlemen now starting to jog past the merchandising stand with the big Danish flag on their back. There are names on the front and back, and that's one possible souvenir. Plenty of other stands, of course, offering alternatives to that. And Sarasota, Bradenton, the home not only of next year's World Championships, but also of the 2018 Masters. So if you're going to Sarasota, Bradenton, or however it's pronounced, drop in to them, to our colleagues there on the stand, who'll give you some information about that, as will the charming young ladies at the Slovenia Bled stand for next year's Masters. We return though to the action at this year's Masters Regatta with Rheinland, the men's Coxless 4 in the age category, so the mid-1940s essentially, for the Netherlands in 1. Quick has teamed up with Bagsværd for Denmark in lane 2. Finland are on the water in lane 3, and they're a little off the pace though, because there's a cracking pace being set in lane 4. By an international crew. Over in 5 and 6 we have Okakwan, and then on the far side Denmark, both of those crews in red. But the two leaders at this stage, well, that's lanes 4 and 1. Well, 1 have now veered almost into lane 2. Lane 1, that's Roeivereniging Rheinland. Lane 4, the international lineup, including some strong Swiss representatives there, and it looks at the moment, if only for reasons of better steering, as if the international lineup's going to have its own way. They too there are also veering across suddenly into the neighbouring lane. My word. Whatever it is that's causing these steering problems, whether it's some North Korean satellite or an underwater magnet or all the other theories that we've had sent in to us, here comes the international liner. Oh, gentlemen, do be careful, please. You're heading rapidly for each other, and someone's got to give way. I'm afraid we don't want to crash here. Gentlemen, take it easy, please, as you come into the finishing area. That's right. No crashes, please. This isn't Oxford and Cambridge. Take it easy. Anyway, a win in the event there for the international lineup of Richard Anderson in the bow seat, Ernst Rühl, Fritz Wilkening and Dolf Steiner. ROC, PLC, RGW und SCZ. Almost crashing at the finishing line with Rheinland, who has sort of come from nowhere to get into their lane. Bob van der Graaf, Dandor, Bernhard Luttighausen and Henk Steffels. Fortunately, nothing happened. Managed to avoid a crash just in time, I'm delighted to say. That was the first heat of the men's Coxless 4s. There's one more to come. We hope the steering will work a little bit better in this second one. That second heat has now started and is about 250 metres young. Stockholm, they're on the inside lane in lane 1. Okakwan International putting yet another crew into the fray in lane 2. A Danish combination is racing in lane 3. Lane 4 next to them, the gentlemen from Upper Thames are racing for Great Britain, and over on the far side in lane 5 it's the club from Hamburg, one of the many in Hamburg. This is from one of the suburbs, Wilhelmsburg. They're over on the far side, but the pace is being set in this next race definitely at the moment by Chuck Pieper and his colleagues for Okakwan in lane 2. Meanwhile, we welcome now at the medal pontoon, and I hope we're going to see the picture of them rather closer up than we've got at the moment in a second or two. Richard Anderson, the bowman, possibly the steersman, who knows? Ernst Rühl, Fritz Wilkeningen, or the other possible culprit for the steering, Dolf Steiner. They're coming to pick up their medals. First of all, though, of course, they have to prove who they are and whether they're really as young as they claim to be. This crew looking, not surprisingly, a little bit out of puff at the medals pontoon, but able to prove that they are who they claim to be. On the course behind them, we have the field now starting really to split up quite a lot, and it's the crew from Occoquan International that's striding out there at the head of the field, looking to find a little bit more clear water. Gentlemen, if you could get out of lane 1, please. There is a race coming down. Do you want to remember safety first at all times? Having avoided a collision in the race, it'd be good to avoid one in the cool-down zone as well. Thank you there. Occoquan International in this second heat, leading by a margin of clear water ahead of their nearest rivals, 2 lanes to their bow side, Upper Thames. But medals, meanwhile, for the fastest in the first heat. There they are, getting them nice close up there of the international, primarily Swiss crew, hence the little white and red flag on the boat. It's not a Danish one, it's a rather more squashed cross, i.e. a Swiss one. 4 happy oarsmen there in their black kit. Here come 4, I'm sure fairly soon, happy oarsmen in red. Occoquan International coming to the line here, well clear of the rest of the field. Plenty of clear water back from their stern to the bows of the crew in lane 4. And Chuck Pieper, Ted Kakas, Charlie Hamlin and Roger Borgard pick up yet another medal for the men in red. So from the men in red to the men in black, and the men in black are now getting back into their boat. They've got Swiss blades, and if anyone's around the course and interested in getting involved a bit more closely in a senior position in Swiss rowing, the news came out yesterday that both the chief coach and his principal assistant, Ian Wright and Tim Dolphin, have both left their jobs after this highly successful Olympic season in which Switzerland won a gold medal. There are 2 vacancies in the delightful surroundings of Saanen in central Switzerland. The details are on the Swiss rowing site, which is called Swiss Rowing. The website there, if you like to think either of becoming a head coach for a small but successful nation, or his chief assistant in that now well-established coaching program in Switzerland. All the details there on swissrowing.ch. Achtung, die Herren, da ist eine Mannschaft direkt hinter euch. Mal gucken über die Schulter. Jawohl, Löge, Losse und dann erst losfahren. Das ist unsere Devise, bitte. So, in the cool-down area, gentlemen, please keep your eyes and ears open, even if one's excited about having got a medal or disappointed about not having got one. Safety first, that's the rule all the way. All the way down the course, we have 7 crews in this next race. This is a coxed race, coxed 4s, women's D age category, so the 1960s, primarily Alesund, racing for Norway on the inside lane. Then there's an international crew in lane 2. A German 2-club composite, they're in lane 3. Next to them in 4 are the United States. Estonia making one of their fairly rare appearances in Copenhagen, the SAK club from Pärnu. The United States Long Beach Rowing Association, they're over on the far side together with a British composite. Women's coxed 4s now coming down towards the finishing line. While on the medals pontoon, We've just checked that we have the 4 Americans there who we think we've got. Mr. Chuck Pieper in the bow seat. There he is, smiling away. With him are Ted Kakas and Charlie Hamlin. That's the engine room in that particular machine. And then the stroke man there, Roger Borgard, completing this field of babies of the 1940s. A fine win there for Occoquan in the men's coxless fours. The women's coxed fours, however, are now fast approaching the 1 kilometre mark. I'm sure they'll be very glad after all the racing they've done. Some of these women have been on the water again and again. In the lead, and fairly comfortably in the lead, the Estonian lineup from SAK out in lane 5. The crew that's managed to go best with them so far, that's the German composite in lane 3, but it looks to me as if the Estonians have just got a little bit more sparkle, a little bit more snap, and a little bit more run on the boat than the Germans. The Germans slightly lugging at it, one might say, but moving away cleanly from the rest of the field in any event. In lane 5, a win for the Estonian lineup of Katri Pint, Sierrant, Maju Hein, Pirit Silim and Thea Milberg, the crucial figure in the stern of that boat, their cox. So, while those of you who are watching the streaming, if the gentleman who's standing in front of the camera could just move out of the way, please, in front of the tower, Jambö. If you could move away from the camera, please, thank you. The second heat of the women's D category Cox 4s is now coming down the course. We'd hoped there would be 7 crews on the course, and there are. Great Britain are in lane 1. The Newport Aquatic Centre from the United States, there in lane 2. I presume that's Newport, Rhode Island. Belfast Boat Club rowing for Ireland in lane 3. And then we have Ardingly. Yes, it's Ardingly, the club with arguably the most loyal and vociferous and best dressed fans one could possibly hope for in lane 4. Cornelis Tromp of Hilversum representing the Netherlands in lane 5, as one can see from the very bright orange gear. International crew in even brighter green kit out in the lead and over in lane 6. And then the US lineup are a little off the pace at the back of the field in lane 7. This next heat of the women's Cox 4s really seems all to be about lanes 1 and 6. Lane 1 being the British composite of Ferguson, Waller, Kapananos, Cook and Haycock, racing the international combo of Lutoskin, Maya, Line and Anthony and their Cox Paspane. So that's what it's going to be all about in the race down to the line. Looks as if the international crew has got the upper hand, however. A nice turn of speed moving from the 500 to the 750, put them well out into the lead. Caught the British crew slightly by surprise, one sensed. And the international crew just doing enough now to hang on. They've shortened up a little bit in the water, but can afford to do so as they come down towards the finishing line with a fairly sizable advantage over the rest of the field. Plenty of clear water, several sets of buoys indeed between them and the rest of the field. The international crew coming there by a verdict that I think at Henley one would call easily. While on the medals pontoon, the winners of the previous heat step out to receive their medals. We'll see them in a moment and watch the happy faces of the winners of that previous heat in lane number 5. That was Katri Pint, Sia Hunt, Maju Hein, Pirit Silm and Thea Milberg, the Cox from Estonia. So, what have we got for you on the course now, ladies and gentlemen, whether you're listening in around the world? And it's extraordinary how many people do listen in. We're getting messages from them, which is great to hear. Germany, for example, has been listening in all day. A keen listener in the Koblenz area, I'm glad to say, amongst others, has sent us a note about our commentary. Always delighted to hear people, both praise and criticism at any time. Each one of the women's G category, the 1940s here in the quad. 2 Dutch clubs have teamed up to put a quad on the water in lane 1. Marlow Rowing Club, that's an all-club crew in 2. The international lineup with a strong Danish flavour to it in lane 3. And then there's a 4-club crew from Germany over in lane 4. And again, 4 clubs have got together with, again, a strong Danish flavour to them over in lane 5. But it looks at the moment as if, well, I was going to say it looks as if lane 1's in the lead, but lane 1 has hit that strange area of turbulence, the Bagsværd triangle as it's become known, just near the 750 metre buoy. There's something about the water there, whether it's the giant carp that were released here in the last ice age or whatever it is, but that crew has now left lane 1 and is cruising down lane 2 along the lane of buoys, now heading back into lane 1. They're the Dutch being most ladylike and generous to their rivals here in the other lanes, really giving them a chance by veering all over the course. Slalom skiing, I think one would have called it. Skiing, not perhaps one of the main sports which the Netherlands are known, more ice skating probably, but still leading the field for the Netherlands, picking it up again in lane 1, which is where they are going to complete this race, and it looks as if they're going to complete it with something like a length or so advantage. But of course that gave the chance to the German crew over in lane 4 to come right back into the picture. The Dutch have got a lot of work on their hands, and as I'd suggested, pretty well a length in it at the finishing line. Happy international faces down on the medal pontoon. There they are, all saying a big thank you. The smallest one in the picture is the Cox. That's Iveta Paspani, but she's with Ulvi Lutuskin, Rita Maya, Renate Line and Vita Antoni. Congratulations to these 4 oarswomen and their Cox for that win with Estonian blades and the international lineup, because they have a guest from outside Estonia with them. Up go the hands in the air, delighted with that result. And nice to see some Latvian fans as well have come down to join the crowd at the medal pontoon. Hugs and thank yous from within the crew, that's delightful, and we'll soon be welcoming our next medalists to the pontoon as well from the Netherlands. On the course now, we have the next race of the day. That's the second and last heat of the women's G category. Quad sculls, the United States, they're in lane 1. Then we've got an international lineup, not least with the Netherlands and Denmark, and a couple of Brits all lined up together with a German in the international crew in lane 2. Australia, they're in lane 3. A little off that kind of pace at the back of the field. Poznan are in lane 4. And then an international lineup with a strong Dutch flavour to it over on the far side in lane 5. But it's the red colours of KCUK, BBLRC FR, i.e. Fredensburg Road Club. Merete Bolt is at it yet again, and IJs van Dam from the Dutch club Hope, who are leading this field at the moment. Well, here come the Dutch winners. There they are of the previous race. They did everything they could to give everyone else a chance, but in the end, despite having spent a lot of time in other lanes, they were still very much the fastest. Congratulations to Kitty Beurlage, Anita Snippe Groenwold, Lieke Noordwijk and Nelleke Hoyer for the win in the Dutch double there. Van harte gefeliciteerd, and well done on your medals. You gave everyone else a chance, they didn't take it, and you won. So congratulations, here we come. Another Dutch winner on the course here for De Hoop, IJs van Dam, but it's an international crew in red with Merete Bolt, yet again, yet another medal. It's just as well this event is taking place in Denmark. Should be having trouble with our airline baggage if you had to carry all these medals home. There they are, winners in red on the lane number 2, and that was the second heat of the women's quad sculls. On the course now is the first heat of the men's coxless pair, and that's being led in lane 7 in fine form by the Banyoles combination that has entered for Spain. Who else is on the water? Well, on the inside lane we have Trier of Germany. Then there's a gap across to Bath for Great Britain, and then another lane free. We get to Belarus, the first Belarus crew I've seen on the water here while I've been commentating. Prague for the Czech Republic annexed them in lane 6. Then the leaders from Banyole and Kungälv of Sweden on the far side, but it looks at the moment as if the Catalan combo on the far side is comfortably in the lead at the moment. Just the last few strokes to the line for them, and they'll have found, I think, quite a gap of clear water ahead of the bows of any of their rivals pursuing them. It looks as if the lane next to them's put in the best of the rest, showing the club from Belarus, but it's not going to be enough to catch two delighted Spaniards congratulating each other, and rightly so. Meanwhile, we've been joined on the medals pontoon by the next lady winners. That's the lineup of Birgit Sims, Jackie Darling, Merete Bolt and IJs van Dam, picking up a medal in that international combination in the women's quad. There they are on the big screen. Yes, indeed. Out they get. Merete Bolt in the 3 seat, and Jackie Darling a regular companion in the boat, as well as at the theatre. We gather from a nice little portrait of Merete on the website of the World Masters today. On the website there are stories of various kinds, including 1 or 2 portraits of celebrated athletes here in Copenhagen. Well, we'll see about celebrated, but we can certainly look at plenty of athletes on the course. There are 2 races now coming down the course towards us. The first of those is the next heat of the men's pairs. I'm glad to say we've got a full field here. De Hoop of the Netherlands in 1, Oldenburg for Germany in 2, Austria, the Vienna lineup in lane 3. Banyoles are back at it again in lane 4. Poznan of Poland, they're out in 5. Monmouth Rowing Club flying the British colours in lane 6. We've got a 2-club Danish lineup from here, from Fredensborg and Bagsværd on lane 7. And then a Czech lineup over in lane 8, and it is that Czech lineup together with the crew in lane 3 from Vienna that has really set the pace. Those 2 crews broke away from the rest of the pack at a very early stage and have continued to build on that. It looks to me from the way the boat's running as if the Viennese are going to waltz to the line just slightly ahead of their Czech rivals, well clear though of the rest of the field. Another stroke or 2, and it's a win for the Wiener Ruderklub Donaubund. Andreas Kral and Marko Milodanovic, whom we've seen quite often at the landing stage. First time arrival though for people we haven't seen quite so often at the landing stage yet. From Banyoles, the Club Natation de Banyoles, Jordi Ateman in the bow seat, Jaime Casellas in the stroke seat. So, two men born in 1972, in the year of the Munich Olympics. When they were 20, the Olympics took place on their home course in Banyoles in Spain. So, delight to have you here, and they'll be out and getting their medals in just a moment. Meanwhile, as I said, we had two races on the course, and the next one is now past the 750 meter mark, rather, at the head of the field. We've got Sweden in lane 1, and that's the lineup from Mölndal that set the pace, together with the crew in lane 7 from Stettin. Those are the two that have broken away from the rest of the pack, which is made up of Croatia, Switzerland, Russia, Germany, Estonia and Denmark. But it's Stettin in 7, and the Mölndal Swedish crew in yellow on the inside lane, who are setting the pace here. It looks though as if it's going to be a pretty close run to the line. There's really not a lot in it. Looks as if the Swedes are going to get there by about a canvas or so to take a win there in the third heat of the men's pairs. So we still have our happy Catalans down on one side of the pontoon. Meanwhile, they've been joined by the winners of the second heat of the men's pairs. That's Andreas Kral in the bow seat and his strokeman Marko Milodinovic from the Wiener Ruderclub Donaubund. Ganz herzlichen Glückwunsch! Eine weitere Medaille geht in die Österreicher Hauptstadt nach Wien. Donaubund und Lier, die zwei Clubs aus Wien, die hier immer wieder auftauchen und oft auch mit Erfolg. And we're back to the action with the heat 4 of the men's pair, category C, with in lane 1 Sweden, Stockholm's Roodförning, lane 2 an international crew, Denmark with Sore Row Club in lane 3, the Netherlands Rijnland and CT Hay, Great Britain Marlow Rowing Club in 5, Orsmund Row Club from Norway and Russia, Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club in 7. Seems like lane 3, which is Denmark, Sore Row Club, is taking the lead from the start nearly. As soon as we could see them, it was clear there was open water between them and the two boats who are competing for the second place in this one, which is Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club, all over in lane 6, and the international crew from FEC and LIA. No steering problems for the leading boat here for Sore, but some for the international crew, which gives an advantage to Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club to try and come and take the second place. It is a win here for the international, for Sore Row Club, the Danish one. So another Danish victory on beautiful Lake Bagsværd here. Well done to you. And in the meanwhile, we see that Mölndals Row Club from Sweden got their medals. Jörgen Nilsson and Magnus Thompson, congratulations to you. Oh, you're rowing with the Italian oars. Quite impressive as well as a mix.
The last heat in the men's C pair is now getting towards the last 300 meters with Ireland Commercial Rowing Club, who is a little bit in the Albano system, and they have to be careful. We saw quite a lot of these problems so during the different days, and once again we have it here, and with a little bit of wind it's even more complicated probably to steer the uncoxed boats. Poland, Wiołowski in lane 2, the Netherlands Jason Roy Vereniging in lane 3, German combination in lane 4, Australia with Sandy Bay Rowing Club in lane 5, Great Britain Leamington Amateur Rowing Club in lane 6, and Brazil Sports Club Corinthians Paulista. But we take just a second to congratulate Sore Row Club, Bjorn Horst and Christian Molvik on the medal pontoon. A lot of fans here, I hope, for them, as they are from Denmark. But look at the action, look at Commercial Dublin in, they started in lane 1, they're now far in lane 2, nearly lane 3, and in lane 4 Germany. I think it was a win, but a very close win for Germany, and if Commercial Dublin had gone in a straight line, they could have even challenged more the win of the Germans. And at the ceremony pontoon, the winners of Heat 5 of the men's C pair, coming from Germany, from 2 different clubs, and really happy with their win. They will take home the medal with the Little Mermaid, Harold Blum and Lutz Bayer. And there was a little gap before we have the next race, but they started now and already rode about 250 meters. 2 heats for this event. The women's B coxless 4. We were supposed to have 6 crews, but I only see 4 coming towards us. I see Croatia in lane 1, the crew from Mladost, and then an international crew with a lot of letters, RHKYC/WRC, whatever that means. And then Great Britain in lane 5, because 3 and 4 are empty, with Lee Rowing Club, and then an international crew. It seems as if it is lane 2 who took a little advantage, but it's still a long time before we can see them more clearly and give you a better information about what's happening on the water. A little bit of wind has come up. It's good because it was quite hot, although some people are looking for the sun and moving along all the time here, just in the finish area to try to continue and have a little bit of that long-lasting sun. Indian summer here at Lake Bagsværd, and they're not enjoying that much of the Indian summer while they're on the water, because they're giving a lot of pressure. And these are the competitors in the women's B coxless 4, and now it's clear that it's the 2 crews that are on the other side of Lake Bagsværd who are leading. It is the international crew and the crew from Lee Rowing Club from Great Britain, both of them very close together for this first place and the medal in the first heat of 2 of that event. Then further back we have the other international crew and Croatia. But again, what a fight here. Look at this. It is impressive with some Dutch colors in both boats, actually, because one is in orange, but that's Lee Rowing Club. In the other, in the light blue, it's the color of one of the Dutch crews from the Dutch club's Hope. Very close, impossible to check. Yes, I think it is Lee Rowing Club that took a very slight advantage in the last strokes, not even a canvas between both. I want to see anyway whether the umpires saw the same as we did, but from the commentary booth it would be the crew from Lee Rowing Club.
Well, Her Royal Highness Princess Benedicta has just taken her leave of the kitchen staff here. Delightful gesture as she was leaving. Very grateful to have had a visit from the princess, who is patron of the Danish Rowing Association, accompanied to her car by Henning Bay, the president of our host federation, the Danes. So thank you again to Her Royal Highness Princess Benedicta for her visit here this afternoon. So while we wait for the winners of the first heat to come to the pontoon, we now look down the course towards the crews in the next heat. Cornelis Tromp of Hilversum on lane 1. Next to them there's a German composite. Marlow Rowing Club in the centre lane of these 5. Winnipeg are in 4 from Canada, and a Latvian composite, the Riga Rowing Club, RRC, Riga Rowers Club, RRC, and Daugava, their teammates there. Those 4s pretty well abreast at this early stage. Halfway through this race, here come Lee Rowing Club, who won that previous race by about half a bow ball, I should think, probably. Bridget Snave in the bow seat, Lucy Stackpool-Moore to Amanda Benson-Sales, and Rachel Lund. That's the lineup there coming to the landing stage. Smiles and a certain amount, I think, probably of relief after that very, very close win there. On your big screen, ladies and gentlemen, with some help from the next generation of rowers. I'm delighted to see lots of people getting a hand on this crew as they come in to pick up their medals.
And the second heat has less than 250 meters to row now, with a lead for Germany in lane 2 with about a boat length lead, but all the other crews still very much leveled. Very nice race here, but again some steering problems between lane 3 and lane 4, going very close together, and then also lane 5 that's very close to lane 4, so a little bit of stress there, I guess, for the person who is in charge of steering the boat with the foot. Not easy for them to do this here. In the meanwhile, Germany, a mixed combination, takes the even a better lead. There is no open water between them and the 4 other crews. The medal is sure now to go to Germany, but for the other places, look at this, the 4 other boats in less than a canvas. What racing! Congratulations to all of you. It's really nice to see such competitive rowing here. Eight boats on the paper, 8 boats on the water in the first heat of the women's E double scull, with Australia, River City Women's Rowing Club in lane 1, Denmark, Rowklubber Furesøen in lane 2, Great Britain, a composition with Exeter and TDRRC, an international crew in lane 4, the Netherlands, The Hope in lane 5, New Zealand, Port Chambers United Rowing Club in lane 6, Great Britain, Peterborough City Rowing Club in lane 7, and a German combination in lane 8. New Zealand, we didn't see a lot of crews coming from New Zealand up to now, and for my generation we're still looking at these 8, you know, the black 8 at that time, which is coming back now at the international level, and that's very good. And it seems that it's New Zealand who is leading here as well in this first heat, although we have to be careful also with the team from the Netherlands, from The Hope, which is still quite close, and the team in lane 3, the British combination. Still New Zealand, Port Chambers United Rowing Club in the leader. Less than 50 meters now for them to take home the medal, and do a 24-hour journey at least to take it home. Congratulations to New Zealand, Port Chambers United Rowing Club, for their win here. A second place for The Hope, very close, and again very competitive field in this A and B category. It's very often very competitive and very nice to see.
So our happy medalists at the pontoon, there they are, all waving their fists and flexing their biceps. That's Antje Zellmer in the bow seat, Ilka Schröder, Annette Mende and Annette C in that crew from the 2 Berlin clubs, I think, Schönewitz and Tegel, if I've got the abbreviations right. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Antje Zellmer, jawohl, im Frauen-Vierer ohne der Kategorie B. Also Babys primär der 70er Jahre. Antje Zellmer, Ilka Schröder und Annette Mende, das ist der Motorenraum in dieser Mannschaft. Und Annette C, die 4. da im Bunde am Medaillensteg. on the course now. This race only 250 metres young, but I'm sure likely to be just as hotly contested as the previous one. The second heat of the women's E double sculls, Avalon of the United States, they're in lane 1. Upper Thames Rowing Club for Great Britain in lane 2. And next to them is the Christiania Row Club from Norway. Then there's a gap over to the British lineup in lane 5. They're next to a German double in lane 6. 7, that's a Dutch lane, and in lane 8 we have an international crew on the far side. Here we have the next winners coming in. Try and get the camera on them as soon as we possibly can to welcome Robin Cameron and Imogen Coxhead from Port Chalmers United. There they are, 2 Chalmers. Port Chalmers United Rowing Club from New Zealand, to come and prove, first of all, that they are who they are. Oh, a nice bit of advertising there being put quickly in front of the camera. Well done, Imogen Coxhead, for keeping to whatever your club contract is. Port Chalmers United Rowing Club picking up their medals while the second heat gets to the halfway stage, and it looks at the moment as if it's the crew in lane 7, Yvonne Wolf and Anna-Louise Russell, who are amongst the best movers in this second heat, over in lane 7 for the Netherlands.
And with 250 meters to go, it is quite clear now that the Dutch combination, Yvonne and Anneloes, in Führung sind, so that I use all of the languages, it will be the easiest. No, they're leading here, the Dutch combination, Daventria veronderstel ik, en RVDA. For the second place, it's just next to them, the German combination, and they're followed then by, again next to them, a combination from Great Britain. The previous heat was very close. This one is a little bit further stretched on the Lake Bagsværd. Some of them want to enjoy a little bit longer than others being on that beautiful lake, and it's a win there for the Netherlands, Yvonne Wolf and Anneloes Russell.
Ja, the Swiss Masters are back again. Einige können es einfach nicht lassen, müssen nochmal fotografiert werden, weil sonst hätte es keiner geglaubt. Wir sind gespannt auf die Bilder in der nächsten Ausgabe der schweizerischen Ruderzeitschrift. Also, jetzt sind wieder 6 Boote unterwegs. Back to English for the next race. Number 3 heat of the women's double sculls. And in lane 1 we have a German composite well clear of the Danish lineup in lane 2. Then in lane 3, Great Britain up amongst the leaders. An empty lane 4 moves across then to Saugatuck Rowing Club of the United States there in lane 5. Lane 6, another medal prospect for Australia, and Llandaff of Great Britain a little behind the leaders there. But it looks at the moment as if most of the pace is coming from the crew in lane 3. That's the British lineup of Eva Rankin, whom we've already seen winning today, and Ali Ord, whom we've seen winning both yesterday and today. So perhaps another great combination here for the lineup from Llandaff and SCP City. I'll work out who that is in a moment or two. But anyway, Eva Rankin. I know it's Strathclyde Park, of course. It's Ali Ord and Strathclyde Park coming down towards the line in the lead. And meanwhile we have our next medalists at the pontoon waiting to pick them up on the big picture. We'll hand back to my colleague though for a Dutch medal ceremony.
Yes, indeed, another Dutch ceremony. Proficiat dames van Daventria en RVDA, Yvonne Wolf en Anneloes Russel. Mooi geroeid, dames. Het was niet gemakkelijk en toch nemen jullie die mooie medaille mee naar huis. And we come back there to the action because they're nearly at the finish line. They even cross the finish line, and it is lane 3 that just took the win from Great Britain, Eva Ranking and Ailey Ord. Congrats to you again, another medal.
On the course behind them, we have the fourth heat of the women's double sculls. Lithuania in 1, Furesøen for Denmark in lane 2, a German lineup in lane 2, Lyngby, the Demero Club, the ladies rowing club, they're in lane 4, Sudbury are in 5 for Great Britain, Avalon of the United States in 6, and Ardingly of Great Britain over in now increasingly splendid isolation on the far side. But the cracking pace is being set elsewhere at the moment in lane 3 by the Hamburg and Friends lineup. Brigitte Hoon yet again, and Karin Kolbe, better known perhaps in some circles for being married to a particular Mr. Kolbe, who's pretty good in a single scull, but here she is on her own in the double with Brigitte Hoon, and leading the field at the moment. As our next medalists come in, we'll rejoin them in a second or two.
And a quite controlled race there for the combination from Great Britain, from Germany, sorry, with LFRK and Hansa, who are not increasing their rate at all. They just control the race very securely, and I can imagine that this is nice as well when you know you still have some races tomorrow for the mixed, and also that you had quite a few races to come to this point on the Saturday. And again, this strange thing in lane 1 for Lithuania, where Androne and Birute have lost a little bit their direction. And on the medal pontoon, we have two happy ladies from Great Britain. Congratulations to Eva Ranking and Ailey Ord. Well done, ladies. And we don't really know what's happening at the start. We see a lot of boats waiting there, but we should have had the start of Heat 5 of women's double. but yeah, they don't seem to have started yet, so we will come back to the action in a moment. In the meanwhile, we have at the Victory Pontoon the winners of Heat 5, and it's a combination, a German combination with Brigitte Huhn and Karin Kolbe. Congratulations to you!
So here they come. Port Chalmers United Rowing Club of New Zealand has now started in lane 1, but I think is now almost in lane 0. Avalon Rowing Club of the United States sticking it to lane 2 very wisely. Sudbury Rowing Club there in lane 3. And Commercial Rowing Club of Australia, that's the 4th crew in this last heat of the women's doubles. Lyngby DMRO Club sends another ladies combo into this race alongside a German composite in lane 6. And over on the far side we have a rare appearance from Walbrook Rowing Club of Great Britain. This race just 250 metres young, however, will rejoin the action in a moment or two. Halfway stage already gone now in the 5th heat of the women's double. New Zealand having a few problems in lane 1 in staying in lane 1. They've almost been in lane 0. They're now half of them at least in lane 2, but that doesn't seem to be slowing them down all that much. The Port Chalmers combination of Karen Tierney and Julie Brosnahan still leading the field together with the crews in lanes 5 and 7. That's Lyngby DMRO Club and Walbrook Rowing Club respectively. Those are the leading trio, so New Zealand, Great Britain and Denmark. Well, wouldn't it be nice to see a Lyngby medal in front of the home crowd? But I think Port Chalmers are going to want to have a word about that if they can get their steering sorted out. That's going to be, I think, their main challenge. Certainly was over the first half. The last quarter still to go of this race, and 3 doubles all in with a chance of the medal. The red boat on the far side of Walbrook Rowing Club, Elizabeth Flavel and Martha DeLong looking better and better, winding it up as they move into the closing stages. How well can the boats in lanes 1 and 5 go with them? Lyngby DMRO Club, well, they must know this water pretty well. This is a popular lake on which to train from time to time, when it's not frozen in the winter, of course, but there are fortunately some other options in the greater Copenhagen area when the water gets too cold here. But it looks as if Walbrook Rowing Club, of whom we haven't seen a whole lot here in Copenhagen, may have got this race worked out best simply because they steered a lot better than the crew in lane 1, which was actually going very fast, but probably rode about 1100 metres by the time it gets to the line. That will have cost them the race, I regret to say. Walbrook Rowing Club, Flavel and DeLong get there by about a length for their first medal.
And we now move to quadruple sculls, and you can see that they're catching up here very quickly on the last boats from the double sculls women. And we move from the E category to the F category. In lane 1 we have the Club Natación Banyoles from Spain, a Danish combination in lane 2, an Australian one in lane 3, Norway with Barham Row Club in lane 4, Brazil with Sport Club Corinthian Paulista in lane 5, Great Britain Monmouth Rowing Club in lane 6, and a German combination in lane 7. And as it was quite often the case, it is between lane 1 and lane 7 at the moment. We didn't see that many Spanish crews, but when they were there, they were good. So here again they prove this. Club Natación Banyoles are, it seems, leading here, just ahead of a German combination of 4 different clubs, so they don't train a lot together, it seems. And can we please ask the ladies in lane 1, please be careful, lane 1, double scull, get away, thank you. And in the meanwhile we come back to the action, and be careful, the doubles, look behind you, the doubles, look behind you, a boat is very fast in the lane 1. And sorry, I lost a little bit the course of the race, just to try to spare some boats. It's enough with 1 single scull that was cut in 2, and it's a win for the German combination at lane 7.
Our next medal winners are at the pontoon. Delighted to welcome Elizabeth Flavel and her boat colleague from Walbrook Rowing Club in Great Britain, Martha DeLong, in the stroke seat. Congratulations to them. There they are, getting their medals in their slightly Jamaican strip, or yeah, what else does it remind me of? Jamaica, I think that's primarily. Wonderful colour combination. Here comes the next race though, and it looks in this particular case as if it's lane 1 that has got the upper hand, which will be good news, not least for the fans of the Danish scullers on board this men's quad. Great Britain, Denmark, Sweden, Germany and France providing the other crews in what has now become a 6-boat race. We're missing lane 4, one of the British entries for here, but here comes an international crew rapidly down towards the finishing line. This Jürgen Jensen, Mikkel Borg, Glenn Frank and John Knudsen. Just a stroke or 2 more to go to the line, but they are being pushed hard all the way. They're going to get there about 3 seats up on their closest rivals in lane 4 from lane 5 from Kungälv in Sweden. But a win there, and a good one for Lemvig, Lyngberg Row Club and their friends there in the yellow boat in lane 1.
And at the Victory Pontoon we have the German combination who won the first heat of the men's quadruple scull category F. Warm welcome there for them, and they are checked whether they are the right crew. It seems to be, so in a few moments they will get their well-deserved medal. Franz Pilzner, Heinz-Jürgen Sterr, Ernst Pawlowski and Ulf Beck. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Meanwhile, the next course comes into the second half of the third heat. Durham Amateur Rowing Club for Great Britain. They're on the inside lane, lane 1. Next to them, there's a German lineup. Ireland are in lane 3. In lane 4, it's Bay Area from Houston in the United States. Out in amongst the leaders in lane 5 is the German composite that's next to the international crew in lane 6, and over on the far side, Dynamo Moscow again showing some very good pace down this course in a quad. I think the battle to the line is going to be between lanes 5, that 3 club German composite, and the Muscovites over in lane 7. They come down to the line. Last 100 metres or so still to go, but 4 leaders have managed to break away from the 3 at the back of the pack, so there's going to be some close placing certainly behind the winners for second, third, fourth and so on. Last little bit to the line, Dynamo Moscow the first to show on the camera shots, but don't be deceived by that. There is a diagonal, nice, strong, crisp, very well timed attack there. Absolutely together, the Moscow crew, and clear water at the line, and really nothing to choose between second and third at all. A good battle there further down the field. But Moscow, the clear winners of the third heat of the men's quads.
And in the meanwhile, the winners from the international crew with some Danish in it, the international crew from Lemvik, LR, SRF and MSR are getting their medals. These are Jørgen Jensen, Michael Borg, Glenn Frank and John Knudsen. Congratulations to them. They are pushed off now of the victory pontoon and will go back to have a well-deserved evening.
The fourth heat of the men's quads has started. We have a total of 6 altogether, but before we join them for the action, let's join the medalists on the pontoon. The men from Moscow, Gennady Astakov in the bow seat, Alexander Semyev and Andrei Andreev. That's the 2 men in the engine room of this Dynamo crew. Igor Anisimov, the stroke man there. That combination coming to pick up yet another medal here. Dynamo Moscow and Occoquan, I think probably the 2 most frequently successful clubs here, at least on the men's side of the competition. Dynamo Moscow there winning the third heat of the men's quads. Medals for them. Meanwhile, bit of a way to go to the medals for this next race. Whom have we got on the course? Well, we've got a German lineup in lane 1. Fredericia and friends are in lane 2 for Denmark. Mitsubishi, the senior boat club. I've not come across the junior boat club yet, but the Mitsubishi senior boat club, they're in lane 3 for Japan. Llandaf of Wales, the combination for Great Britain in lane 4. Spain have sent a composite out who are in lane 5. Christiania are a purely club quad in lane 6. And then there's an international crew over in lane 7, and it is that international crew that seems to be setting the pace together with their German rivals on lane 1. So yet again we have this picture of the 2 outside lanes being the leaders, and as Pat has remarked on a couple of occasions, this takes a bit of getting used to as a commentator, because by and large, at least by day 2 or 3 of a competition, you'd expect the leaders to be in the middle, because that's where you get put if you're fastest in the heats. But of course that's not how the Masters works. Lane 1 really storming down the course, really fine attack there, well clear of their nearest lane main rivals, the only crew they've really got to keep an eye on out of the corner of their eye, in the men who are in helpfully bright green, so easy to spot on the far side, are the international crew. But this German lineup of Wolfgang Eschmann, Hans-Ulrich Schmid, Dirk Zeitler and Helmut Krauser, whom we've already seen pick up a number of medals here in various combinations, looking very good there in lane 1. So what's the international crew on the far side got in response to this charge from the Germans? That remains to be seen, but with about 80 metres or so to go to the line, I think the Germans have got this pretty well worked out. The international crew has moved right away from the rest of the pack. These two crews are way clear of the remaining 5 at the back of the field, so all credit to them. The international crew and Germany, the German lineup, they're going to get there about a length ahead as I speak. There we go. The medal goes to Eschmann, Schmid, Zeitler and Krauser. That 4th heat of the men's quads. The 5th heat is already on its way. We'll rejoin them in a moment or two.
And all competitors in Heat 4 just passed the line, and we go immediately to Heat 5 with Denmark in lane 1, composition from Fredericia and MRK, an international crew in 2, Quinton Boat Club for Great Britain in 3, combination in lane 4 for the Czech Republic, Cornelis Tromp Hilversum in lane 5, a French composite boat in lane 6 and a German one in lane 7. And it is Denmark who is leading here in lane 1. Fredericia and MRK, Olsen, Thompson, Pedersen and Nilsson here leading. They are still challenged by the boat from Quinton Boat Club in lane 3, but it's gonna be in the really last moment that they will have to increase dramatically if they want to come and take that medal from the Danes. It will be very complicated, but it might still be possible. It is a medal for the Danish combination with a canvas just ahead of Quinton Boat Club. Very nice racing again here. And then we have the international crew. We have the Netherlands, France and Germany. And be careful! Can we please remind the crews who finished their race to get as fast as possible out of the finish line? It is quite dangerous to stay there for you, for the others and for the boats as well. So please, you have still to race tomorrow, so try to keep everything in order. Thank you. And on the victory pontoon, we have the winners of Heat 4, German combination with Wolfgang Eschmann, Hans-Ulrich Schmid, Dirk Zeitler und Helmut Krause. Congratulations, gentlemen. A well-deserved medal and a kiss and a handshake. Everything for your win.
The sixth heat of the men's quads, Lima for Peru in lane 1. Lane 2, that's Great Britain lineup. Alesund of Norway there in 3. The leaders are in lane 4, that's a German composite. Slavia Prague for the Czech Republic are out in 6. In the bright green of the Rudergesellschaft Zürich over on the far side. And Marlow Rowing Club, they're the crew closest to the far shore in lane 7. And this field really being torn apart by the pace being set at the head of the field in lane 4. That lineup of Hilko Koch, Volker Willich, Werner Rüsch and Dieter Wilhelm, who are leading the field as they come down towards the finishing line. About 100 meters to go at the head of the field, 250 to go at the back of the field. That's a measure of the dominance of this German crew, who look very clean and connected. Maybe a 3-club composite, but I think they've done a little bit of practice together by the looks of it. They've prepared well for this race. This is not a crew that just jumped into their boat this afternoon, I think, for the first time. Germany coming to the line now, just a stroke or two more, and then it's medals for them in this 6th heat of the men's quads. On the pontoon, there they are, the Happy Danes from Fredericia and MRK, Hardy Olesson, Ole Hanning Thompson, Age Pedersen and Freddy Nurskov Nielsen. Someone has already stolen their bow number as a souvenir, but well, wouldn't you want to do that if you were a proud grandson of those rowers? In lane 1, the winners for Denmark in this latest race. In lane 4, the winners for Germany. That brings us to the end of that fairly chunky men's quad program, and we move now on to the women's single sculls in the age category C. And the first heat are now just underway. On the starting blocks were Charlotte Yoma of Daventria, Wallingford Rowing Club's Emily Booker, Orly Israeli of Daniel Rowing Centre in Israel in lane 3. De Hunza, Miss Agricola seems to be missing in lane 4, sadly, but the Ratzeburger Ruder Club has sent Christiana Schanze off down the course, and she's joined by Helen Marshall of Milton Keynes Rowing Club, and I think we're missing lane 8, unfortunately. As they get closer, we'll bring you up to date there. Meanwhile, we'll also have a chance to bring you up to date on the medalists, because we're looking forward to welcoming them. Here they come. Here they are, the winners of the last heat of the men's quads. Herzlichen Glückwunsch jetzt an die alten Recken, die da gerade anlanden. Hilko Koch, das ist der Bugmann von diesem Doppelvierer, Volker Wittlich, Werner Rösch und Dieter Wilhelm, die haben jetzt im Doppelvierer gewonnen. So never believe absolutely everything I tell you. In this next race we have lane 1 occupied, still just about anyway, lane 3, lane 4, lane 6 and lane 7. So lane 4 really is there, Natasha Agricola of the Dutch club De Hunze racing here, whereas lane 3, the Israeli Scala, is unfortunately not with us in this race. Lane 2 is missing, rather, Wallingford Rowing Club. Okay, I'm going to stop and hand over to Pat, because she knows what she's talking about.
Yeah, not always an easy job to be here. Henning Bay, the president of the Danish Federation, has put on Facebook a picture saying that we have the nicest view on Bagsværd Lake. That's for sure, but that doesn't make it simpler, because it's nice but not always very precise when we try to see who is competing. And here it is sometimes a little challenging, and as the wind is coming up again, some of the competitors are leaving their lanes, and we have to try to find out who's there in the lead and who's there tout court, who took the start. For the moment, I would say that it is Great Britain with Milton Keynes Rowing Club, Ellen Marshall, who is leading, if she's still in the right place, lane 6. And in second place, I would put de Hunze met Natasha Agricola, but I'm not so sure that she is in the right lane. And they have to be careful because the next heat is already coming up. It's such a long field here. There is about 200 meters between the first and the last in this heat, that it feels like a procession more than or a time trial more than a race here. But first to cross the line, if she's still in the right place, it should be Helen Marshall from Milton Keynes Rowing Club.
Milton Keynes, known primarily, at least in the past, for its incredibly complicated system of roundabouts in that particular new town built in the 1960s. Has done well, of course, more recently in the area of football, but delighted to see them winning some medals here today in rowing as well. The next heat, as Pat suggested, is already hot on the heels of the first one, and on the course here we have Poznan in lane 1 for Poland, Soro Row Club of Denmark in the lead in lane 2. Great news for the Danish fans. De Hunze of the Netherlands just tucked in behind her in the third lane. Then there's in lane 4 Exeter Rowing Club's Eleanor Burke, Rhineland of the Netherlands in 5, and then over on the far side the Ruder Club Hamm for Germany. But all the action to watch, well, that's in lanes 2 and 3. Soro Row Club's Ulla Vidd, who we've seen winning a number of medals both here and at previous Masters regattas, very successful Masters rower, and Anneke Venema of De Hunze. That's the leading duo as they come down to the line, and this field starts to get pulled further and further apart. We've got more women's single C sculls yet to come, another 3 heats after this one, but with just a stroke or 2 more to the line. This one's almost over for Ulla Vidd, winning a medal for Soro Row Club, and there she is safely across the line in lane 2. Are we going to have a nice picture of the winner of the previous race? I hope so, that the camera can get round onto Helen Marshall of... There she is, yes, well hidden at the moment behind all the people congratulating her and checking she really is from Milton Keynes, and about to get her medal there for the previous race. The next one is on the course. Pat, can you see better than I can who's actually on the water? We seem to have 6 scullers. There are 7 on paper. Over to you.
Thank you for the challenge. It is Sweden with Stockholm's Roodverening in lane 1, that's for sure. We have Germany, Ruder Club Bergedorf in lane 2. In lane 3 we have Denmark, Frederiksborg Row Club. But I think we don't have the Basel Rowing Club from Switzerland in lane 4, so that we move to Great Britain, Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha, and then Germany in lane 6, Rudergesellschaft Hansa, and the Netherlands Roeivereniging de Hertog in lane 7. Again, lane 7 is in a good position together with lane 1 and 2. That means Netherlands, Sweden and Germany is the trio that has taken open water with the other trio in this third heat of the women's single scull category C. And we continue with this race with the Netherlands and Sweden. Again, the 2 extremes battling out for the Little Mermaid medal. It's very complicated when you're so far apart for each other. You have no feeling of the other. You don't know. You have to look, and doing that you lose a lot of time very often. And it seems that at this game it is the rower from Roeivereniging de Hertog who is the best. She controlled her race. She was very structured and only looked in her boat. And Marjolein Rekers wins this third heat just before Stockholm, Stockholm's Roodvereniging with Brigitta Berglund. And in the meanwhile, I would hope to see some Danish flags there, because it is from Soro Row Club, Hula Vliet, who took the win. Very nice smile, very happy face. But where are all those fans for her? A little bit of applause, a little bit of emulation would be so great here.
Oh well, let's try it again in this next race, because this time we've got 7 scullers on the course, which is going to make it a little bit easier for me. Neuruppin for Germany in lane 1. The Cantabrigian, the Cantabs from the Cam in Great Britain in lane 2. Berlin-Köpenick, that's the sculler in lane 3. Basler Ruder Club this time really is on the waters with the co-president of Basel Head, that wonderful race on the 19th of November. Sabine Horvath there in lane 4. Dynamo St. Petersburg this time, not Dynamo Moscow, but Dynamo St. Petersburg there in lane 5. And Tarragona of Spain in 6 with Breda in 7. And it looks at the moment as if Sabine Horvath for the Basler Ruder Club in lane 3, together with her rivals for Neuruppin and Breda, are the 3 leaders at the moment as this race comes down towards the 750 metre mark. Meanwhile, now coming towards the medal pontoon, more or less perpendicular to it, just rescuing her bows in time. The winner of the previous race will join her in a moment or two when we get her on the big screen from De Hertog. Now that's a duke. What's a duchess in Dutch? Just remind me please, Pat. Is it De Hertogin? She's from De Hertog, but she's a woman, so she's the duchess from the Duke's Club. What's a duchess in Dutch? Come on, Pat. What's a No, what's the female? What's a female hertog? What's a lady hertog called? Oh, okay. Let's get back to rowing instead of talking about language. Flemish is difficult, doesn't have duchesses apparently. But anyway, over on the far side in lane 7, Breda, Antoinette der Kinderen seems to be... Okay, that's what I said, Pat. But anyway, Antoinette is in the lead and increasing that lead. It's a nice chunk of clear water back behind her stern to Tarragona of Spain and to Basler Ruder Club, who looks like it's going to come in third. But Antoinette der Kinderen can afford to take the rating right down as she just cruises to the line with about 3 lengths advantage over the rest of the field.
En daar is ze dan, ze gaat terug puur sang, een volbloed. Marjolein Rekers van de roeivereniging De Hertog heeft haar medaille in beslag genomen en roeit nu terug naar de pontoons. Proficiat. Oh, what's nice, the little lady there with all the little flags. That's a very nice sight. We welcome her and to make a little bit of animation on this victory pontoon. In the meanwhile, we have also the next race that is in the closing 250 meters. This is the 5th heat of the women's single scull category C with the Netherlands in lane 1, Enschedese Roeivereniging Tiro, Norway with Christina Rood Club in lane 2, Exeter Rowing Club for Great Britain in 3, Energie Berlin for Germany in 4, Breda for Nederland in lane 5, and Jenor, Kanu und RV for Germany in lane 6. And it is lane 4 who is leading here. If she won, 2, 3, 4. Yes, it is. SW Energie Berlin Abteilung Rudern, Sabine Winkler, who takes an easy win here in this event. It seems it's not too challenging for her. She can relax on the last strokes before getting a medal in a few moments. And she already gets her medal van Breda B, Antoinette der Kinderen. Een mooie overwinning ook voor haar. Niet al te moeilijk in de laatste fase. Ze had al het werk gedaan in de eerdere meters. Proficiat dame. En nog een mooie avond hier in Kopenhagen.
We've now got some J's and some K's on the water, so there'll be 2 medals after this next heat. The 4 J's, they're on the inside lane in this men's double sculls race. These are men born in the 1930s across both these age groups. The slightly younger ones, well, there's a US double in lane 1, Germany are in lane 2, Great Britain in lane 3. Out in lane 4, the 4th of the J's is a United States composite. Then we get even older over on the far side, the 3K category racing combos. 1 from Australia, that's in lane 5, and then 2 international crews in lanes 6 and 7. We're about halfway through this one and only heat of the men's J's and K's, and it looks at the moment as if the pace is being set in lane 2. Certainly Karl-Heinz Salzmann and Werner Busch have thrown down a challenge to their rivals in the lane next to them from Great Britain, William Payne and Peter Taylor from Upper Thames, who are the 2 leaders at the moment. Over further across in the K's, it's the international combination of Bernardo Blumenkrantz and Odilon Meyer-Martins who seem to have the upper hand in the oldest of our competitors here, late 1920s and early 1930s. Really do take my hat off to them time and again. On the pontoon at the moment, we had Energie Berlin, Sabine Winkler. Jawohl, schon wieder Winkler, kann man ja sagen. Viel Energie von Energie Berlin. Ganz herzlichen Glückwunsch zu einer weiteren Medaille. Frau Winkler jetzt diesmal im Frauen-Einer.
And they're coming towards the line. The German combination in lane 2 from KRG and CRC, Karl-Heinz Salzmann und Werner Busch. And I'm sure they won't mind if I tell you in which years they were born, in 34 and 38. So very nice win here for both of them. Second place still in the J category for Great Britain, William Payne and Peter Taylor, 33 and 36 they were born. And then we're waiting for the first of the category K, and that will be the international crew from CNH and Armsax, with Bernardo Blumenkrantz and Odilon Meyer-Martins. Odilon being born in 29. That's impressive again. When we go to these age categories, I would really want to congratulate all of them. I would be so happy if I could still row as good as they do even now.
So, well done to our most senior participants. We're moving a little down the age scale now, and we're moving from sculling to sweep and from men to women. We rejoin the action with the women's pairs in the F age group category, so these are by and large the 1950s on the course. Canberra for Australia there in lane 1. In lane 2 we have Cornelis Tromp Hilversum, the Dutch crew that's in the lead at the moment. Out in lane 3 beyond them, Yara Rowing Club of Australia. Penguin Boat Club. Careful please, gentlemen, look behind you. Achtung, attention, have a look behind you please. No need to accelerate when you've got a boat just behind you. Do keep your eyes and ears open. Oh, my heart, oh dear. No accidents so far yet, at least in front of us in the tower, I'm glad to say. Penguin Boat Club for Great Britain. They're in lane 4 on the course, and they really are. Well, they're a bit more in lane... yeah, they're sort of in lane 4 anyway. Phoenix Rowing Club of Australia on the outside lane. 5 crews being led, though, and led in dominating fashion by the crew in lane 2 from the Netherlands, Cornelis Tromp Hilversum, Wassenaar and Boonstra. Right, we've got some medalists on the pontoon. I hope we're going to have a camera on the pontoon fairly soon as well. L2, well, that's Karl-Heinz Salzmann and Werner Busch, who won the J category just now in the men's double sculls, and we have the winners of the K category just behind them. We'll see them in a sec. There's the first to show. The winners are Bernarda Blumenkrantz and Odilon Meyer Martins, the winners there. But first of all, the camera on Salzmann and Busch, just pushing off now from the pontoon. Meanwhile, the next race almost at the finishing line, and Cornelis Tromp Hilversum of the Netherlands built up a really very impressive lead, a massive lead over some of the crews. Impressive lead at the head of the field. The last stroke for them, and another Dutch medal in the offing.
And some crews still have to come to the finish line in this event for women's pair in the category F. While we see on the big screen, we see these very happy winners of the category K in the double scull, Bernardo Blumenkrantz and Odilon Maya Martins. Well done, gentlemen, a well-deserved medal. And the last pairs are coming through the finish line, and they have been charged by the last race of today. It is the men's 8 in the A category. That means those must be the fastest 8 we will see here during this weekend. It is France in lane 1, Sweden in lane 2, Germany in lane 3, another Swedish combination in lane 4, Switzerland with Grasshopper Club Zurich in lane 5, and an international boat in lane 6. This international boat seems to have taken a little bit of a lead on the Grasshopper Club Zurich, and also here in lane 1 it is still quite close. It will be in the finishing zone in the last 200 meters that we will see who will become second and third in this event, because it seems as if this Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club, which are here set as being international, will take another medal home. Very nice racing here for these 8. Beautiful view on the Lake Bagsværd, and another win for Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club. A second position for Grasshopper Club Zurich, and then very close all the others. So La France, Germany, Sweden and Sweden. Well done. What a closing event in this third day now of the 2016 World Rowing Master. This is also the last official event, but we'll come back to that later, because we have here on the victory pontoon the winners of the F category in the pair for Cornelis Tromp Hilversum, Hermione Wassenaar en Helene Boonstra. Mooi gedaan, dames. And just to tell, so that was the last race that was foreseen for a long time. Tomorrow, it's a little bit more of a surprise, because they could enter until yesterday 6 o'clock, and they have to be mixed crews. So it's very funny. They look at each other, they say, oh, I would like to row with you, and so on. So some of these teams just popped up yesterday, and we'll see what it gives. What do you think, Paul?
I think that's a rather fun way to finish the regatta. We've had 3 days of crews, some of which have been training together for a long time, some have just sort of jumped in the boat here, but all still separated, male and female, and mixed. That's a fun Sunday morning. And when I say Sunday morning, the action starts at 9 o'clock. With the first of those mixed, that'll be a double, so it's one man and one woman in the D age group, and then we go right through to the end of the day to then see a similar version of what we've just been watching now, which would be rather fun, the mixed eights in the A category, so the youngest men and women. Two very happy Dutch ladies still on the big screen. They're getting extra value for money because there isn't a race on the course anymore. And the first beer! Oh my word. Right, well that need to get WADA to look at that, I think, probably. But anyway, we look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow for the mixed racing from 9 o'clock onwards. From Pat Lambert and me up in the tower, thank you very much for being here, and we've got one more medal ceremony to come, no more racing, so stay around for the medal ceremony, stay around for the Masters party. Our colleagues have been putting a lot of effort into redoing the restaurant and getting everything ready for the party. When you've seen the medal ceremony, a safe trip home, whether by water or land, and a most pleasant evening in the Copenhagen area. We look forward to, and here they come, welcoming the crew from Dynamo Moscow: Dmitry Pavlov, Maxim Valev, Mikhail Itsutov, another Mikhail Beknarazov, another Mikhail Yurchenko, Konstantin Savanov, Sergei Shushin, Dmitry Ovechko, and then the man I think who turned a Moscow crew into an international crew, the Cox, Klaus Todenhofer, who steered them to victory. There they are. They're trying to work out how to get into the pontoon. They're going to get there. They're going to back it down in a moment. Dynamo Moscow, they've put all their stars together in this 8, most of whom have won several other medals here in Copenhagen. Klaus Todenhofer's the rudder strings in his hand, and then for the last time today, our friends the volunteers will check who really is in the boat. Are they who the program says they are? And a big thank you again to our many volunteers all around the course. Mange tak. And hudlige avond. I would wish to everyone as well a very pleasant evening. A big thank you to our supporters once more. Say that to the local communities of Gladsaxe, Lyngby, Talbek, Copenhagen. A lot of financial and administrative support from the civil servants here around the course. Thank you to the Chamber of Commerce in Kongens Lyngby, and to TDC, and to the other supporters who have made this event possible. Here they are, the Russians on the landing stage, all very happy there with their medals. So what a great way to finish today's program. There's one or two more thank yous I need to say, because otherwise I'm getting into trouble. I can't remember them all. I'm getting to that age. Sport Event Denmark, how could I forget them? Thank you very much. Lokale og Anlægsfonden, very helpful as well to us all. Some happy grasshoppers going home even without a medal. I love that. That's Masters rowing. Beaten and yet delighted. So there's the Moscow lineup on the stage. Klaus Todenhofer's the man with the sunglasses. Oh, there's one Russian still to be checked. Is it really someone called Mikhail? Statistically speaking, that's pretty likely in this crew, but let's see who lines up for the medals. Oh dear, I think Klaus is going to go for a swim. That's what he's just been told. That's why he's taking his glasses off so he can hear better. But anyway, come on. Where are the medals?
Et on voulait aussi vous souhaiter en français une très belle soirée. Si vous allez à la partie, amusez-vous, mais soyez prudents lorsque vous rentrez à la maison. Si vous allez voir Copenhague, profitez-en aussi. C'est une tellement belle ville. Ce sont peut-être les derniers moments où vous pourriez en profiter. On espère vous voir demain pour ces courses un peu différentes, les courses mixtes. Ils se sont décidés au cours des journées qui sont passées. Et vous voyez comme nos amis de Dynamo Moscow Rowing Club sont heureux. Ils vont enfin recevoir leur médaille. Ça a duré un peu, mais il fallait checker tout le monde. Et on commence par le barreur, par Klaus Todenhofer. Et on continue par toutes les autres personnes de ce bateau. Dimitri Ovechko, Sergei Shushin, Konstantin Savanov, Mikhail Ochenko, Mikhail Beknazarov, Mikhail Izotov, Maxim Valev and Dmitry Pavlov. A huge congratulations to all of you. You have concluded this day in a splendid way.
So, meine Damen und Herren, das war's für heute. Wir freuen uns auf Sie morgen früh. Ab 9 Uhr geht's wieder los mit den ersten gemischten Booten im gemischten Doppelzweier, also Kategorie D. Da geht's los. Erst um 9 Uhr. Sie dürfen ein bisschen ausschlafen nach, so hoffen wir, einer wunderschönen Masters Party heute Abend. Also, auf Wiedersehen. Kommen Sie gut nach Hause. Tschüss. Bis morgen.